some callers.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any other interesting discussions, Amy or TJump?
Well, I'll
recently?
tell you what's been on my mind. Have you noticed a slow tick off of the kalam and a slow regathering around the contingency argument?
Leibnizian contingency?
Yeah, this type of necessary, a lot more the last stride of the presuppositionalists, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's different versions of it. So like the precepts use a transcendental argument, arguing about necessary preconditions for a thing, whereas Leibnizian arguments arguing from pure contingency take a slightly different form, but they both involve this like claim of a necessary being.
And yet I don't find many people doing kalam, or at least that much anymore.
Yeah, you hear it more from Muslims still, because people like, I forget the Muslim apologist name or whatever, have written their own kind of takes on the kalam, reclaiming it since Lane Craig got it from Muslims and made his own version of it, and they're taking it back.
A reclaiming of a reclaiming.
Yeah. But it makes sense to focus on, or to fall back on, a kind of bulwark Christianity argument being the contingent versus necessary distinction. Because I think that's why the Pythagoreans posited God in the first place, or that's how the Pythagoreans posited God in the first place. That's how Plato formulated God in the Timaeus creation myth, which is his Pythagorean creation myth. And that's how Christianity embraced Plato and included him and Aristotle and others in the literary tradition of early Christianity, is because they knew that there was some kinship between Platonic necessary God, even if it was a pagan author, and theirs. They didn't quite know exactly why it seemed so relatable, but it turns out, as I mentioned last week, according to Reslick Merkin, there is more than an accidental similarity between the two. There's actually a direct mimesis criticism argument to be made that the Old Testament, as we know it, was actually authored in 3rd century by Hellenistic Jews in Alexandria, who were very familiar with Plato's Timaeus and Republic, with the Homeric epics, and Romulus and Remus, and all these other parallels, which were incorporated into Judaism and later into Christianity.
That's also what I find. Oh no, what were you going to say, Randolph?
Oh, we've got things going. I'm just going to quickly read the introduction as soon as you finish.
Oh no, it's why I find just prophecy interesting, because clearly the authors of timelines, in the future are looking back at the past and they're saying, how can we make this work? And so when you're using data to then build your prophecy, you're building towards it. I guess what I'm trying to say is they're not predicting things.
Yeah, they're post-dicting and trying to make the existing facts fit retroactively.
Exactly. But yeah, we were just saying hi, sending love to everybody in chat. Hope you're doing well. And if you're a theist out here, we're about to take on the first few calls to see. I know it's going to be this week. We are going to see a brand new, never before seen argument that proves God or gives good evidence.
Okay, so with that, just a moment here. Okay, we're just going to start the Theist Helpline. Sorry, we've started in an unusual way today because we were late on getting the stage started, and so it took some extra work to get things going. I hope we can get this sorted out in the future. Welcome to the Theist Helpline. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. Our friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are In alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. Let's see. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen Show. Mobarak Abusharifah is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter DeTukker's YouTube show. Peter DeTukker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands, inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, Anthony Magnobosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators loosely based on the atheist experience. I'm Randolf Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, who advocates for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco is the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline. He's a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. And TJump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing, but are not. Shame on them. Helping people by providing affordable housing. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And I guess, did anybody have anything they wanted to add before we start bringing up our guests?
Just a happy Sunday, everyone.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to take a look at who we have in the queue here. I guess what we'll do is we will start with autism. Autism.
Right.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What do you got for us today, sir?
All right. So you said that one dude's never lost a Discord debate in his life, right?
Oh, that's Taco's description. Yes. He's not here right now. Maybe if you wanted to debate with him, I'm sure he'd be happy to. Did you have some kind of an argument that might convince us a deity exists or some related topic like that?
Yeah, I personally worship the God's only son that he sent down, Adolf Hitler.
Okay, so would you consider yourself to be a Nazi sympathizer?
Or a troll, one or the other.
So hang on. No, so what is the reason that you worship that person?
Because he's hot.
Why are we entertaining a troll? Just move on to the next person.
Okay. Yeah.
I would like to dedicate
argument.
this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going to move on to the next member of our audience, the World Saver. Welcome, World Saver. How are you today?
I'm doing quite well.
What can we do for you? What have you got on your mind?
So, well, I follow the belief that God is someone who shows us the world through people. That is my personal belief.
Can you explain?
A whale.
For example,
I'm sorry.
Darwin.
I'm sorry. Did I
Charles
listen?
Darwin.
I don't know if I understand. Sorry, hang on. I don't know if I understood you correctly. Did you say that it's a whale that you believe?
No, he
No.
said through.
No, I believe that God, he shows us
Other
what we
people.
should believe through other people, including Charles Darwin.
Oh, okay, okay. Can you give us an example of how that works?
He taught us that we evolved and that we should continue to evolve.
If I could just push back, are you just going to say that everything that people we learn through humans comes through God? Because if not, we're just pushing the can back. We want to see some very specific evidence that we could just say, this came from a God.
Okay, so the reason I say this is because when we talk about Adolf Hitler, we only talk about Jews. We don't talk about the people that he killed were gay. I think that is a direct message from God.
What?
I have a
just want to
question.
point out Godwin's Law twice this early. Right over to you, Ix.
Okay, so it's a bit unclear what exactly it is that you believe. So do you mind if I ask you a couple of just yes or no diagnostic questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so first, would you call yourself a Christian?
No.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the God that you believe in a intervening personal God that has some communication with us mortals, or an
Yes.
out of the world deistic God?
One that intervenes with us mortals.
Okay. Is the intervening God a some species of monotheistic God? There's just one God and no others?
Yes, it is a monotheistic God that intervenes as he wishes.
Okay. Are you in keeping with one or more Abrahamic tradition? Like, would you describe yourself as Judaism, Islam, or anything in between Christianity, Judaism, Islam?
No, I don't follow books as those were written by people and people are flawed.
Okay. So is your monotheistic God based on some other tradition, like a I mean, I don't know if the Neoplatonic one sort of includes this sort of demiurge, intervening gods or whatever. What kind of God is it that you believe in? It's not clear.
Well, I kind of think of him as a one above who, and it's not like any other god that you may think of, but one who is above and intervenes with conflicts that he wishes with ones that he thinks are important.
Okay. By intervening, does he ever communicate? Like, is there any scripture or text that you think is the correctly interpreted message that God wanted us to understand?
No, I don't think there is any scripture or text. It's just listening to the signs of what's happening or
So
what has happened.
you think he just intervenes and hides without communicating to us?
Yes, but
Why?
we have to understand what is being communicated through the people and what is not being communicated through the people. Whatever
Through
is
the
not
people.
being through us.
Okay, so like some Christians believe that the Bible is divinely inspired. Divinely inspired meaning that people wrote it, but that God was working through them to achieve his purposes or something like that. Are you saying that Charles Darwin was divinely inspired to teach us about evolution?
Yes.
Okay, so if any scientist looks at the natural world and correctly understands what they're seeing and reports their findings, is that included automatically as doing God's will because they reported the natural world as God made it?
As long as a lot of people know about it, it becomes divinely work. When a lot of people don't know about it, it is no longer divinely work because God doesn't want people to know it if a lot of people don't know it.
But can I interrupt for 1 second? That was kind of the point that I was trying to make, is if it just is any information just comes from God, can we then make a opposite claim? Can we say any form of misinformation comes from a not God? Or does that come from God too, because God's giving everything?
As long as the misinformation is large and prominent, then it is indeed work from God.
I mean,
How do you differentiate this belief from just being a part of your imagination? How do you show it's real and not imaginary?
Exactly.
How do I show that it's real and not imaginary? I have to think for a second. Okay. Because I believe there are certain things that happen that we don't talk about it, and the fact that we don't talk about it, there has to be a reason for that. And I believe the fact that, and I believe the reason for that is God.
Okay, so the question is how do we show your God is real and not just a figment of your imagination? If we don't talk about stuff, that's great, but how does that show God is real and not just a figment of your imagination you made up to explain this thing that you don't understand?
Well, there's no evidence that shows indefinitely that God is God.
I don't need indefinite evidence. I need 1% evidence. Any kind of evidence that indicates your God is real more than imaginary by any number, any percent.
I mean, I gave you the Adolf Hitler example.
Well, you just said, here's something we don't talk about, or here's something we do talk about. I don't care about that. How do we show the fact that we talk about something or don't talk about something is evidence your God is real and not just a thing you've made up in your head to explain the fact that we do or don't talk about stuff?
I'm kind of confused on what you're asking.
I think God does stuff. How do you know God did this and not something else? Just a human psychology, evolution, delusion, not God did it.
Because I believe my brain is correct. And
Is what?
Correct.
I believe my brain is correct.
I don't care if you believe your brain is correct. All delusional people believe their brain is correct. How do you differentiate whether or not you are correct, whether or not you are just making stuff up?
Okay, I'm just gonna ask you, what is your reason for stuff being talked about and not being talked about?
People are stupid.
Why are we stupid?
Evolution.
Okay. I don't know what to say, so I'm just gonna go back down to the stage.
Okay.
That was a bit confusing. It seems though like there was a view amongst early Christians that science was cool because anything scientists could discover was like learning the mind of God. And books like Ptolemy's Aristogamy or whatever it was called, the first model of the sort of geocentric Earth solar system and everything. All that stuff, even though it turned out to be wrong, they were really into it and excited to learn more about it because they did think that God communicated, his secrets to us through natural observation and so on. They just didn't like it when it turned out not to work the way that they thought it would with Galileo and so on. But I don't understand his particular.
It was a God of the gaps. I can't understand something, therefore God. That was it.
Yeah.
I do think he's having trouble understanding it himself too. It's he didn't present clearly his ideas. That was like it was kind of almost the opposite of clearly.
No, I understood what he was saying. Fine. It was he was saying that there are certain phenomenon that we do or don't speak about that are socially generated topics, and he thinks that the explanation of this is God. Great.
Oh yeah, I got that. But I mean, it didn't seem he was clear on his own God. That's where I was going.
It's also nice to say that, Charles Darwin, look, I accept evolution, that's cool. But to then say that his message or his discovery came from God, well, we're trying to, if you want to use that as a source, then we need you to have evidence of said God.
One thing I've noticed that a lot of Christians and Muslims as well do is they'll take credit for the science, like the God of the gaps thing, but they kind of go a little further and they'll say, God made it all happen. God put it all in motion. So it's okay now, whereas in the past it was rejected. And maybe there's a bit of that going on with this guy.
I think we can move on to the next speaker.
That's what we're going to do here. So, welcome, Bob. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us? What's on your mind? Your microphone
you're
muted. Yeah.
Is he
Got a
server
hardware mute
muted?
switch? No, it's like a headset
Yes,
thing.
he is. He is absolutely server muted.
Oh no,
Which means
he's
only
client.
Randolph
Oh,
has
he's-
to go and
Oh, he is
Oh,
literally
okay.
server muted.
Randolph, you have to unserver mute him because you're the only stage moderator.
I'm trying right now. Let me see.
Some servers have like an override thing. Okay, there it worked. Bob, go ahead.
I got it. Thank you. Hello, Bob. How
All
are
right.
you?
Hello, team. What's going on? So a lot of people know me on here because I argue with theists every day. I am. I call myself more or less a skeptic about it. I'll call myself also agnostic. But I want to ask you guys about the sort of label agnostic because something came to my attention recently. Apparently, the agnostic not only doesn't know whether or not God exists, but also makes a positive claim that he can't be proven. I would agree with the first part, but I would probably disagree with the second part in that I also don't know whether or not God can be proven. Do you think that is there some other name for me that I should be using instead of agnostic, or could I just say something like a partial agnostic or something?
No, agnostic can have multiple different definitions, so you can define it however you want, as long as it's tangential to the main definition. So it doesn't make a difference. You can just call it whatever you want. So you can say you're agnostic about God's existence, but you don't know whether or not it can be proven, and you don't care.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay,
Some
just
people
making
take,
sure it's acceptable.
yeah, some agnostics take that position, some don't. So that's up to you.
If
Gotcha.
you want to,
And
if you want to understand, like obviously the term has many uses today. You could be agnostic as to what is the best breakfast cereal, or agnostic as
exactly.
to almost anything. It's a commonly used term. But if you want to look at Huxley's original formulation, it is an interesting and stronger form than most people mean it today, which includes an ethics of belief, which is not as strong as Clifford's, when Clifford said, it's wrong for anyone to believe anything on insufficient evidence against stronger evidence for the contrary. Huxley said it's wrong for a man to say he's certain of the objective truth of any proposition unless he can produce evidence which logically justifies that certainty. And the level of certainty being justified proportionate to the evidence could vary. So you don't need to have 100% proof and then prove it with ironclad evidence to be 100% confident necessarily to be an agnostic or not. You could have 50% evidence and say that you have some like weak proof for and weak proof against. You could believe 70%, 30%. There's a whole range. As long as your level of belief is proportionate to the kind of evidence you can produce, it's fine. You can call yourself an agnostic as Huxley meant it.
Sounds good. The other thing, so you guys have this sort of prompt up at the top. Does any gods exist, or do any gods exist? I'm just wondering what kind of existence you guys are talking about or representing as a group. I don't know if you guys differ on your opinions on like what the horizon of existent things are. Just making sure. I don't know. Are we physicalists here? Are we?
Can I just ask you one thing?
Yeah,
Do
of course.
you believe that a God exists?
Oh,
I
he
don't
said
know
he
if
was
God
an
exists.
atheist.
Oh,
He's an
you're
agnostic.
already. Well, so just use the label agnostic atheist, I guess, would be the label that.
Well, I didn't say that God doesn't exist. I just said I don't know if God exists or not, and I don't know if he can be proven. But
So-
one thing that would help me out with respect to entertaining arguments about it would be to know, well, what this panel also considers to be existent, like where that would be. Is it only a material? Is it only a physical sort of existence that you're looking for? Would you entertain the existence of a fundamental immateriality, even if it's not somebody's God?
Sure, anything that has properties in reality exists, and if you can show that it exists, that's all I need. I don't care if it's physical, non-physical, natural, supernatural. Just show it exists independent of your imagination.
Okay, so you guys would be open to like some sort of like a logical proof, right? So you'd be fine with even though God is a material, that he could like exist in some sense beyond the physical.
If
it works, none of the logic proofs do work, but if it worked, that would be great.
No, honestly,
Yeah,
I
it has-
agree with you.
I think the
would have
closest
to have it would have to have some kind of evidentiary component to it. Logic can actually be stuff that's not necessarily in line with scientific evidence, for example.
Because the
the
biggest kicker
closest,
that I've been doing recently is this little experiment where I say like an atheist and a theist have identical scientific claims. So if you're committed to saying that the theist is correct and the atheist isn't, even though there's identical, then you're pretty much saying that God has explanatory power. So I've just been arguing from lack of explanatory power from God, that he doesn't actually add to any sort of naturalistic theories or understandings, which I think is suitable. So I mean, I'm in agreement that I don't think that any of the arguments really help thus far. However, I'm sort of sympathetic to like idealism in that perhaps like maybe just like taking substance theories that say like all physical or material things are all that's going on. Like maybe it's the case that we could entertain a world that's comprised of some sort of different stuff. And if that different stuff is something like mental, and we just posit God as like some fundamental mind, and then cite the notion that like contingent things need a necessary thing, and then we can kind of get to a similar place without needing God in the picture. Are you guys also against idealism, or
I'm
I
going
think
to
that
talk about something you mentioned right at the beginning about theist and atheist making scientific claims. It doesn't matter whether the claimant is a theist or an atheist. What matters is the credibility of their claim. Now, if the claim makes sense, it's irrelevant whether or not they believe in any goddesses or gods. So we don't need to color it with who the person is. We just need to look specifically at the argument itself.
That's not what he was saying. He was saying that theists and atheists make all the same scientific claims. We agree on all the same scientific facts.
And that's what I'm addressing here. Yes.
No. You were addressing something different. He's not making the claim that whoever is saying this matters. He's saying that we all agree on all the facts that we see in front of us. That's all he's saying.
I know that. I was addressing
Correct.
the point that he was making about theists and atheists making the arguments. I was pointing out that what matters is the arguments, not who is making them.
Yeah, well, more precisely, it's the notion that scientific arguments don't hold up without God, right? This is something I hear all the time, right? God is necessary for logic. God is necessary for science. and all this
transcendental
so forth.
arguments, yeah.
Right.
But
And yeah. Good, sir.
so there's a book that you might like. I sent you a copy of it. It's called Theism and Explanation by Gregory W. Dawes. And in it, Gregory Dawes explains why the fact that everyone in the sciences is a methodological naturalist and that nothing other than methodological naturalism produces any results is evidence for metaphysical naturalism. And the reason why you can't really get any results with anything other than methodological naturalism is because of theism's complete lack of explanatory content, as you pointed out. That whether it serves as an explanation for anything, in anything more than a just so story kind of like post hoc, here's how the tiger got its spots, and how the coyote like tricked the beaver, and the just so story past is lacking. It doesn't offer a single explanatory prediction. And so you can say that you have faith in idealism or faith in theism or some other like distinction without a difference, which makes no predictions. It's just like saying that if you squint an imaginary thing in the reverse, you could say all the same facts but in a different interpretation, but you haven't presented a single fact. And if the naturalistic explanation is empirically adequate and essentially covers all of our actual needs, then you've just invented a need that no one has.
And Bob,
you just talked about
I just want to ask a question after, but
yeah. Sorry about that. And so you just said metaphysical naturalism. I'm not even actually familiar like this notion, because usually when people talk about metaphysics, we're talking about some fundamental grounding necessities, and these usually take place beyond like the rules of our world. So for one, is this panel generally sympathetic to the idea that the fundamental the fundamental necessity relation can obtain between natural things and the natural contingent things? Because once somebody basically told me that whenever I'm making a scientific claim, there's like going to be these fundamental assumptions, like, for example, the uniformity of nature, right? And they're going to say that this uniformity of nature needs to be secured by some necessity, right? And my question is usually something like, why can't that thing that ensures these naturalistic laws just be within the world too, right? Why does it need to be distended? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Before we answer that question, I just want to point out the reason I was confused about atheist and agnostic. I think we have not only beliefs, but justified true beliefs, and you were talking about the same facts. We all accept the same facts. I think minimally soft atheism, like what you were explaining, is just enough. We don't have any good evidence right now to believe in a God. I do think that there is actually some good reasons to believe that some deities, in fact, do not exist. And I would also say that there's a good amount of theists, creationists, young earth creationists who do not accept the facts that we are working with. And that tends to be the big epistemological debate that we need to get over. What sources do we accept?
Answer your question, no, they're metaphysical naturalism. Metaphysics is just the fundamental nature of reality, whatever you think that is. So you can think that's natural and be just fine. There are lots of metaphysical naturalists. That's the consensus position in most scientific and philosophical fields.
Okay, but theoretically, a scientist cannot be reasonably metaphysically quietist. They can't be skeptical or just not touch the question of fundamentality when they're talking about being.
They can, that's called an instrumentalist, but it doesn't make a difference. Most of them don't. Most of them say, yeah, metaphysical naturalism, that's all there is. But you don't have to be. You can just be an instrumentalist or a phenomenalist and just be like, I don't know.
Right.
Well,
that's about it. Hope you guys can have some good conversations with theists. That's all I got. Thanks.
Hey, Bob, thank you for joining us. You raised some really interesting topics. We appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Later.
Silverhawk21, thank you for joining us. I've just invited you up onto the stage. If you're there, if you've stepped away, we can come back to you later. CompMakieRYT. Okay. Hello, CompMakieRYT. How are you today? Thank you for joining us.
I need to refresh.
Can't believe you would say something so daring and so true.
Are you there, CompMakieRYT? I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Mic is not working. Try refreshing the page. Close and restart.
Control R might be a shortcut for that. Sometimes that works.
No,
We can hear you now. How are you today?
it's good, man. Doing pretty good, man. I just found this interesting. Do any gods exist? So I just came and hop in.
Sure. So, is there a god or a goddess that is important to you that you think people should believe in?
I mean, I don't even try to force or just or just force my opinions onto people. So, but like, I would say, like, me personally, like my God specifically is like energy based. I know people might say it's a little dumb and stuff, but that's like for me, just like be like as a human being, us being human beings proves God already. That's what I always try to get at with my constituents.
So what are the inferences that justify that conclusion?
It's just this energy, this universe, right? We're part of the universe. We're made out of the same stuff that the universe was also, let's say, originated from, and that means we are also connected, and that means we can also connect with this universe. And a main thing for God is for you to also connect with the God, right? So energy would be one of those things you can connect with.
What is the God in this? Like,
why do you think connection matters? Why is this connection? God is connection. Where did you get that idea?
Well, connection does resemble a little bit of a, you could say, it's like if you're able to connect, and like, let's say, connect your thoughts or whatever to the universe. It's like you having a conversation with the universe, which I mean people won't like.
But
I
you
know
can
I
have
know
a
it sounds stupid.
conversation without there being any God, right? So a conversation doesn't constitute God being one of the participants in the conversation. Nor
No,
does
so
any of
you're
like all the things that you've just mentioned are just compatible with the natural worldview, which doesn't include a God character. And you haven't said anything that we would attribute in the usual sense of the word as being a creator of the universe that is in some sense all powerful. You haven't said that. You just said that the universe itself is energy, which is like panpsychism. Are you a panpsychist? Would you agree with the panpsychist? Sorry, not panpsychist, a pantheist? Do you just think the universe is awesome and should be revered? Is that what you're trying to say?
like it's just like weird. It's just like a weird. It's like a weird thing for me, you know.
Have you heard the word pantheism?
Pantheist.
Yeah.
I've heard of it, but I've never like know the definition or anything.
You sound like a pantheist. Maybe look it up. Pantheism it can be cool and fun, but it's not exactly theism. So the pantheism is like the universe is what we should call God because it's actually worthy of being revered because the universe is so awesome and great. But it doesn't necessarily have any of the properties that people associate with God simpliciter, things like having a mind, communicating with people, intervening, creating the universe, etc.
I mean, it is. I mean, creating the universe. I mean, if it's the universe itself, would it count as creating the universe?
Well, so let me just put. I've just looked it up for you. It's a noun. It says a doctrine which identifies God with the universe or regards the universe as a manifestation of God, or worship that admits or tolerates all gods. That's pantheism.
The latter one isn't used too often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So does it fit with what you're thinking, like the first part of that?
Well, for me personally, it's like more, there's a connection, there's actually a real connection.
So if you are made out of something else, you are a part of that thing. Is that what you mean by connection?
No, so if you made out the same thing, then it is a connection. Like if you like energy, your energy, matter, and universe energy.
But that's just a part-whole relation, right? So if you're a part of something else, sure, you are a part of it, right? But a connection you seem to be implying is something like communication, and maybe you're implying some kind of like psychic phenomenon.
I mean, you have a mind, right? You have a mind, and your mind is, matter, and matter is different from matter is just different from energy, and you make your thoughts with matter, and you would need energy to do this, right? So you're using energy that is also a part of the universe with your mind, connecting with energy.
But if I could just ground this, we use energy, at least from a physics perspective, to mean do work, and that generally applies within a naturalistic framework. Do you mean it somewhere else?
I didn't really get like what you mean like that. You mean like
the question is what do you believe in that goes beyond what science and naturalists believe?
Oh, like something that like something like Jesus or something.
Anything. What do you believe that is just more than what scientists and physicists and materialists believe?
Okay, so something that has never been researched before in science.
I don't care if they research it, just anything more than what they believe. Even if there's no evidence of it, they believe things like all of the world's material. I don't care if they have evidence for it. Just what do you believe that any of the scientist materialists would disagree with?
I'm pretty sure most people would disagree, like that God is energy. Like most people would disagree.
Sure, you're just calling energy God. That's nice. But do you think it has any extra properties than just what physicists say it is?
I mean, there's a lot of energy can work really good within its own let's say atmosphere or environment, which environment being the universe, of course. So I mean, like it's the energy.
That's great.
Yes, energy works. Yeah, and what I'm trying to get at is that energy is like, you know, a lot of people would disagree. Like energy is like all powerful and stuff. Like a lot of people would disagree with that.
Okay, so what do you mean when you think energy is all powerful? Like
in terms of it's all powerful, meaning it can do like everything. You know, it can do everything basically.
Well, and string theorists say that literally anything that could happen has happened. It will happen infinitely many times in the string theory universe.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
So do you believe anything that physicists and materialists don't believe?
There might be quite a lot of things, but like it's just like speculation, and I don't you know.
Speculation is fine. Just what's one difference between you and just a physicalist string theorist?
With no God.
So physicalist string theorists think there's no God, just matter, universe, stuff, and strings. What is one difference in the way that you think the world is than the way they do?
You know that our mind has a connection to God.
What does that mean? If you just think we're made of energy, the universe is made of energy, therefore there's a connection. Well, string theorists agree. So how do you disagree there?
How would I disagree? Why would I disagree though? Like,
well, so if you agree, then there's no God. So string theorists think it's just energy and strings and no God. And if you're just saying,
so you're asking me what does it make me? So you're asking me like, what makes me believe it is a God?
Sort of. I want to know what the difference is between you and a string theorist.
I mean, it's really hard. It's hard to explain. You know, it's like, you know, it's I guess experiences, like my own experiences, have influence, you know, on it. I know a lot of people call me atheist and stuff, you know, because you know, it kind of leads to that point, you know, because you know, I mean, if I
does this energy, this God, does it have decision making capability, like a consciousness of some sort?
It operates on nature.
Okay, it operates how? Does it have like making conscious choices?
But you can influence it, of course.
Okay, well that's pretty vague. I mean, like, does it make conscious choices though?
Does it make no? So it wouldn't make conscious choices, but it operates but you know, the universe has a way of, it operates in a way that makes that, how can I say, that is the best for its thing. I don't know, like the best for
itself, not necessarily best for itself. Parts of it explode and blow up and go supernova from time to time.
That's true, but like in a naturalistic way, that those things would either, you know, affect it or either affect those things, or it would like in the future or something, like make it better or something like that.
So I've sent you a link to naturalistic pantheism. So there are different kinds of pantheism. The naturalistic kind is also known as scientific pantheism, and it's essentially equivalent or compatible with atheism. It's just a way of saying that what people have meant to revere when they sort of deify or declare things to be divine is in a sense a reverence of things which are natural, but which are still worthy of reverence for how important and fundamental they are to everything that we hold dear. So the naturalistic pantheist is saying we should revere the natural things, which God was an attempt to explain, but we should refer the way they actually work in terms of natural phenomena rather than in terms of supernatural phenomena.
I just
But isn't like natural?
So you mentioned earlier that it does what's best for all of nature, or something along to that effect. Do you think this energy has an intention to do the best?
It's more like how could you call it? It's more like universe has to be compiled in the most simplest ways, right? So things always have to run on a smooth. Things would always have to run in a smooth direction, right? How could you say?
Why must they be simpler? We've got a whole bunch. If we look at chemistry, we've got very simple elements, and then we've got more complex elements. If everything must be simple all the time, then we should not have the more complex elements, right?
It's more like the universe. The universe is like would have to be in the most simplest way, I could say. And it's
why would it have to be?
Because I mean, if it was like a more complicated or more advanced type of system and universe, then it would be harder for us to adapt to it.
It's already very hard for us to adapt, actually.
Yeah, sure. It's become even harder. It's gonna become even harder then. Sure.
Could you please just tell us, go read what naturalistic pantheism is, what Ix sent you, and tell us, find something that's different between that and your worldview. And once you do, come back.
Yeah, sure. I concur with TJump here on this. I think that's a good idea.
And you've called before. We do appreciate your calls and your open-mindedness to have a conversation about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and if you feel like you're being grilled, that's not the intention. We're trying to explore the ideas with you and understand why you think these things are the way they are. So we hope you've found this interesting and look forward to talking to you again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to point out that the only true divine out there was a dragon.
Potato.
And a potato.
Back to potatoes again. All right, Silverhawk21, let's try this again. I see you've come back. Hopefully you're able to join us this time. Hello, Silverhawk21. Thank you for joining us. What have you got on your mind regarding whether any deities exist?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your volume's a little low. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually an atheist, but
Can you turn yourself up? I'll turn you up, but the audience on YouTube and everyone else is not going to be able to hear you with the volume you're at now. Get close to your mic and just be as loud as you can.
hello, can you hear me?
Barely.
Hello?
It is difficult to hear you. If you can turn up your volume, that would be helpful, yes.
The reverb makes me think you're actually far away from your microphone. So figure out where the microphone is and try to get close to it. You might have two microphones and not realize which one you're using, so you think you're close, but you're not.
That's true. Make sure the settings is set to the very specific microphone you want.
Yeah. And I'd love to know if you were a fan of the 1980s Silverhawks cartoon.
Was that a good cartoon? I think Silverhawk's going to come back a little later. What I'm going to do is move on to Apollo, and then we can get back to Silverhawk21 later when he's got his audio fixed. So, Apollo, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind?
Hear me?
We can't hear you.
Yeah, okay, what's up?
We can hear you now.
I was gonna just ask TJump if he was like, I don't know if he's like someone who's gonna entertain this question, but I was gonna ask him what distinguishes his moral framework from moral non-objectivism.
Non-objectivism? Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, my bad.
My view has a model of morality that's true, independent of opinion, therefore it's objective.
Well, the thesis of moral non-objectivism is that moral facts or whatever that is true within the domain of morality is going to be relative to minds, right? So it's going to depend on minds. But in your view, you talk about the position of will.
Is not dependent on minds. Literally just answered that.
So how is will not something which is mental?
Will is what is affected by morality. It doesn't govern morality. Law of physics governs morality.
But you said morality, under your definition, is just something which is identical to imposition of will. So that means without the will,
no, that's the
trait,
principle that
morality cannot exist.
describes the law. Law of physics is an actual law of physics. It's a physical field. and it can be described with that principle.
Well, we're not talking about the laws of physics, right? We're talking about your morality system.
Which is a law of physics. Oh, you need to catch up on my morality before you ask questions about it.
Since when was morality considered by physicists to be a law of physics?
It's not. It's considered by me to be a law of physics. If you're asking questions about my morality, you need to understand the very basics of my morality.
So do you have any
go
argument for it being a law of physics, or is it just like
go check out my other videos, which I have plenty of, and then once you get a basic understanding, then ask questions about it.
Wait, but even then, though, it still doesn't contradict my overarching point, though.
Yes, it does, because if it's a law of physics, it would be objective, independent of minds. Please learn.
But you're saying that the supposed law of physics is fixed by something which is mental.
No, that's stupid. Literally the opposite.
Of course, you're saying that it is identical to position of will. So in will is going to be the central feature of morality.
Okay, move on. You're wrong. Go look at my model. It does not say that. Go away.
I'm willing to talk about something else, though.
All right, skip this.
All right, so this you can address the whole stage here. What would you like to change the topic to?
Oh, we could talk about like theism. I don't think TJump is even understanding his own.
We're not going to talk about TJump. We're going to talk about what the topic is, or we're going to move on to our next guest.
Well, first I need to clarify. No, I do understand what I'm talking about. You are a dumbass, and you don't understand what you're talking about.
Objectively, you were unable to give any rational responses. I got you.
No. I explained perfectly well, and you're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah, you just do not understand.
Stop talking. Stop speaking, you moron. Stop speaking. My model says, stop speaking, moron. My model of morality says morality is a law of physics, which can then be described by a principle, and your dumbass is confusing the description of the principle as the morality itself. You just don't understand.
Yeah, the issue with your supposed principle you're talking about is that it keeps on referring to something which is mental. Without the mental property cannot exist, so it's mind dependent.
No, it doesn't. You're an idiot. Stop wasting my time. You don't understand my model.
Yeah, nice homonym, Sonny. But then to the other guy,
just an idiot.
Well, can I actually just ask very quickly what your concept of morality is?
Excuse me?
What is your concept of morality? Where does morality come
Well, I think morality is not objective. I believe that moral anti-realism is going to be more parsimonious. It wins on more theoretical virtues than more realism, and especially TJump's garbage moral framework. And I believe that it does not make any references to minds while claiming to be objective, like TJump's framework again.
Oh, can we get rid of this kid? Like, no, he keeps strawmanning my position and does not do any of those things, as I've literally just explained. And if he's too stupid to understand the law of physics, he's just an idiot. Like, get rid of him.
Okay, Apollo. Yeah, Apollo.
Yes,
Amy asked you what your model of morality is, and then you started talking about TJump's model of morality. Which
I talked about a model of morality, and I made some distinctions.
You want to know what your model of morality is?
Answers that.
Yeah, I
don't care about your opinion on TJump's model, because it's obvious that you don't understand TJump's model. But if you want to tell us your model, that's fine.
He answered that. He said he's.
Wait, so there are two things I need to address. So, like, first,
you don't get to address it. You don't get to address it. So first,
I'm addressing it right
Randolph,
now.
he answered that. He said he's a moral anti-realist. He just thinks it doesn't exist. What was his answer?
Well, if that is your answer, I was actually going to ask, does that mean you're closer to a moral subjectivist? Which, whatever way you want to frame it, I guess
it is a moral anti-realist model. It's not an objectivism model.
Trying to find a way to see if you were going to re-inject God if you are a deist or you don't attract a God.
I believe in God. I just don't believe in morality being some objective feature of the world, right?
Okay, well, then let's keep on going backwards. Why do you believe a God exists?
Like the Neoplatonic argument, the failures of positive and brew contingencies, the unintelligibility of atheism, yada yada yada. There's no good atheistic arguments.
All I heard was contingency, and you don't think that atheists are correct.
Yeah, then you missed the majority of what I said, because what I mentioned first was the fact that I used the Neoplatonic argument for justifying the existence of God, and I believe that the brute contingency thesis results in some impossibility, and I also believe that there's a level of unintelligibility within the atheistic arguments, right? And those are my reasons for believing in God.
Sure. Would you like to give a Neoplatonic argument for the existence of God?
Yes. First, I'd have to cash out the definitions of the terms conditioned realities and unconditioned reality. So under the argument, conditioned reality is just that which depends on some other beings, that which is ontologically dependent, that which has causal conditions. That which is unconditioned is just the latter, or sorry, something which opposes that concept. So the whole idea is that reality could not only be composed of dependent beings, because that results in some intrinsic metaphysical contradiction. Therefore, there has to be a reality which is unconditioned, which is God. Therefore, God exists.
So you're
There you
just
go.
saying God is
Really simple argument.
reality? Yes, really simple, in that I believe that God is a contingent being, which means that it can't be necessary.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not addressing my point.
No, that's her position. She's saying from her position, God is a contingent being.
God is a contingent being. What do you define God to be?
I define God to be a sort of mind creator that humans often use as a placeholder for their ignorance.
Yeah, mind creator, that doesn't exist. There's no mental being that creates the universe now.
That is what I said, exactly.
Yeah, I know what. So firstly, I'm just addressing her position and his position. I'm critiquing the position by saying, look, it's not going to be the case that there's a mind creator, because for one, that being is it just does not exist. There's only one creator, and that creator does not have a mind. It's something which transcends consciousness in some sense.
I would say it doesn't have to transcend, you just have to not have it. So a rock doesn't have consciousness, and I'm pretty sure a plant doesn't have consciousness.
I'm
So
saying this
God
specific being I'm
doesn't have
talking
it.
about transcends consciousness. I'm not saying
So-
that was the same would apply to rocks.
Is it just an energy field? That's just, we could go
No,
back
it's
and-
not.
Then, okay,
When
what
you're
is
talking
it?
about energy is not even something which has an ontological substance. Scientists refer to energy as just something which has the capacity for it. It refers to potentials, not an actual object or thing in itself, right?
So it has no energy,
If you're
it
going to
has
talk
no
about quantum
mind.
fields, excuse me?
It has no energy, it has no mind. What are we working with again?
Never say it does not have energy. Everything has energy. Everything which exists in some sense is energy. If we're going to define energy to be the potential to actualize something or to do work, then it would be the case that this thing would have energy in some sense. Energy is not an actual thing. It's not a property. It's just the capacity for something to do work. But if you want to confine the word energy to something which refers to material substances, then this being would not have energy, because this being is not a material substance in the first place. So it's going to depend on how you catch another term, and then we use this term definition, or this definition of the term that we're talking about, to like determine whether this being has energy or does not have energy.
Wonderful. So it may or may not have energy, and it doesn't have a mind. Can you give us a property it does have?
A property, omnipotence. Very simple.
Omnipotence?
Yeah. It is omnipotent in virtue of it being ontologically independent.
Can you justify it
If
being
being
an
is
agent
ontologically
reminded?
independent, it is omnipotent. It is ontologically independent.
Hold on a
It is
second.
omnipotent.
Look, can you justify it being a mind or an agent in the first place?
Never
You were gonna
claimed
say
to be a mind
something?
or an agent, to not track it.
You were
said
going to
it's
say
not.
something. You were going to say something about quantum fields, and my question was going to be.
Never made any claim about quantum fields.
No, you began a sentence before you you trailed off, and I wanted to hear what you were
And
going
I
to say.
assume you did not hear the sentence. So do you want me to repeat for you?
You didn't
No,
finish the
so
sentence. I want to hear what the
Apollo's
sentence was going to be.
Apollo's argument was going to be, if you claim quantum fields are the necessary thing, then.
Yeah, what were you going to say?
That was not what I said. I was talking about energy specifically.
I would also like to know how it's omnipotent. What is this all great power? What can it do?
Excuse me?
You claim that it's omnipotent. So
Yes, I
can
do.
it do things? Can it make a milkshake?
Yeah, it is omnipotent because it is ontologically independent. I don't make any reference to minds in my model of theism.
Yeah, but just
So if
because
it
it doesn't have a mind doesn't mean it's all powerful. In fact, that would probably mean it doesn't have a lot of power at all. Yes, you
No,
could say a
because it
star
not
could have
having a
power
mind.
and
Wait,
stuff
that's
like
irrelevant.
that. But it's
Because
very
if it does
specific.
not have a mind and it's divinely simple, it's not restricted by any property. So that means it
And
would not
it's,
be
and it's
causally
not omnipotent
conditioned by
because
mind.
then it's not omnipotent because it doesn't have the power of thought.
Does it have the power of thought? That's assuming that the power of thought in relation to this ontologically independent being is a logical
Well, you said
possibility.
it's omnipotent. If it's omnipotent,
Yeah,
then it has the
omnipotent
power
being
of
is able
thought.
to wait, hold on, relax. An omnipotent
I am
being is
relaxed.
able to
You're
actualize
the one
logical
who's talking
possibility.
really fast, so I would suggest that you relax. You can slow down a little bit
You're the one who
and
should relax
carry on.
because you're the one overspeaking me.
I was responding
Yeah,
to
you're
what
the
you
one.
said.
You're the one overspeaking me, being aggressive for no reason.
No, but if you want to see aggressive, I can kick you off the stage. I'm not going to do that, but you're going to come and tell us hosts to relax. You can back off.
You're aggressive, so I think that was an indication of you needed to be relaxed.
Okay, I think we're done with this guy.
Sounds good.
Yeah, he's obviously just here to try to pick fights with people. So I think there were some outstanding issues. Did anybody want to kind of clarify a few points before we moved on?
Well, I would probably disagree. I just think he's just socially inept. I don't think he's trying to pick fights with people. I think he's just overconfident in his silly Platonic arguments. And he would need to understand that going beyond the science based off of Platonic arguments is garbage, and there's no reason to do it. There's no way to differentiate imagination from reality. And so essentially just making stuff up and adding properties that have no basis in reality, like saying that something that's ontologically independent, which is garbage. There's no such thing. It's an irrelevant term. And then therefore saying that because it isn't limited by anything, therefore then by definition it's omnipotent. And there's no such thing. Limiting factors isn't a property. So whether or not something is limited or not limited isn't a property that corresponds to anything in reality in the first place.
And I would also love to just know what he means really by omnipotent, because if you can create a universe, but there could be superheroes, supervillains that are stuck creating universes. There could be pixies that are farting universes. It is a power. I'm not going to say that something going supernova isn't a power greater than us, but it is a naturalistic and ultimately calculable power.
We also have
just to answer the question, the Neoplatonic nonsense is that they define omnipotence as not being limited. It's not that it can do anything or that it has power to do things or it has consciousness. That doesn't make a difference. They're just defining anything that has this is not limited by anything as being omnipotent. And they get this is not limited by anything property by saying it's outside of the normal constraints that we think of everything else. And therefore, by definition, it's omnipotent, even though it can't actually do anything.
Indeed. It doesn't seem to.
We also have a comment. We also have a comment in our YouTube live chat from Sydney Raptor. He's saying he really has to scramble when Amy asks him a question. Getting knocked off script?
Sending love.
Hi, X. I think you wanted to add something before we move to our next guest.
I was just going to say I posted a link to the SCP on Neoplatonism in the chat, and Neoplatonism is, I think, one of the more interesting kinds of theism because it appears to have been a major inspiration for the Hellenistic context in which Jewish monotheism arose, and the formulations of Genesis and the Exodus and Deuteronomy, everything were heavily influenced by Plato's Timaeus, which is a Pythagorean idealist. He wasn't a Neoplatonist because he was Plato, but the Neoplatonists who came later had their own spins and twists based off of Plato's sort of Timaeus, Pythagorean creation ideas. And it's a very, very interesting deep dive. I don't understand it very well yet, even though I thought I was a Neoplatonist when I was a younger religious person. But it's always interesting to hear from them.
I'll get that shared over with our YouTube audience. Thank you very much, IX. Sonny, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. What's on your mind?
Yeah, okay. Well, just to say first off, well, I'm an atheist. But I guess I've been kind of struggling with knowledge or epistemology recently because I guess I don't really see any justification for any system or any claim that isn't going to be self-referential to the system that it's trying to justify. So I guess when it comes to like logic or induction or things like that, it seems like the way in which we justify them are. I understand there's some path that TJump has from the cogito, but even that seems like the logic to get to logic. It seems you use logic to get to logic in some sort of train, but I could be wrong. So I guess I would be curious to understand, how do you justify the beliefs that you have?
There's
to get to things.
There's two things that you need to solve a crossword puzzle, basically, right? Clues and contradictions. And similarly, we use inference, we use induction and deduction in tandem to come up with conjectures and try to eliminate errors and contradictions between the conjectures deductively. And that's something you can do without a single fixed starting point that is never challenged. Like I could start from I think, therefore I am. That could be my starting point. And I could do the whole crossword puzzle and then get all the way back to my starting point and then cross that out and replace it with something else And it still could have been a useful starting point, even if it turns out to be revised slightly by some later contradiction.
Well, even if we're understanding contradictions, though, to be impossible or whatever, doesn't that already have some sort of context behind it?
The point is that it's not a matter of like foundationalist first principle being the unshaken bedrock that always lasts to the end of time. Even if you have one to start with, which is a perfectly good way to start. Like, I think Descartes was on the right track when he tried to resystematize and reformulate. But it's not necessarily the case that that's going to remain unchallenged at the end. For the process to be good, what you need is a combination of induction and deduction to eliminate errors. If you don't do that, you're just like a deluded foundationalist who thinks that you picked the right starting position. Then you could be a precept or some other kind of extreme foundationalist, right?
And can I piggyback off that? Oh, when you're done, Nix.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is called Foundherentism by Susan Hack, Haack. And it is a kind of foundationalism in a way, because it's just saying, like, look, the thing that matters is the continual attempt at error elimination, which is consistent with like Popperian critical rationalism and the sort of modern synthesis that science uses, which is that it's not that there is a single set of theoretical virtues or methodologies, which is the perfect starting point for science. It's that science is the continual effort to eliminate errors and to improve on the methodology, not one starting point that guarantees we have the correct starting point. The starting point is irrelevant as long as you continually apply rigorous error elimination. And that's the only foundational sort of assumption.
I don't quite think that answers his question, to be honest.
Yeah, I can maybe I'll because
do you mind if I try to steal your argument, Sonny? So I think his argument is, how do you make a system of epistemology that isn't self-referential? Because if at any point it's self-referential, it's circular, and Foundherentism is self-referential. And so the question is how do you get out of using something that's already in your epistemology to build your epistemology? Mine does that by starting with experience. You have a direct experience. How you describe it, how you get to logic, none of that matters. What you're starting with isn't the epistemology. You're starting with the experience. The experience is an actually existing object physically that is a thing that is there. You see stuff. And so
I guess
that isn't a part of the epistemology. There's no language, there's no logic. It's literally a thing that exists, which is what you're starting with. And then you build language and logic off of that, based off of how your brain categorizes it. But none of that matters because mine doesn't start with anything in the epistemology. It starts with the experience.
And Sonny, I know you want to respond, but just let me give one more, which is that I think a lot of these counter notions come from, as Ix was saying, a presuppositional notion. And we have at foundational levels logic. It would be very hard to have X is X and X is not X because the universe would be absolutely coherent. However, I believe they are adding one more presupposition, and they are just saying that this extra presupposition is the cause for it. So they will say, well, what gives a grounding for logic? It is this God. But what are they using to give this God grounding? They are using logic. And so really, as far as I can tell, maybe I can agree with TJump on stuff like experiential level, but it seems that we have to have a sort of presupposition to have logic. So we can do, as X was saying, as we can do inductive and deductive reasoning. And there does not seem to be any way around it, even when the creationists, whoever, are saying that they seem to have something more foundational under it, that being said, a God.
Yeah, I would completely agree. I think that all precept arguments are really like kind of garbage. They don't accomplish the thing that they're trying to do. Yeah. I guess I would just to first respond to T-Jump with the experience thing. I get that. Like you have this like experience, and what I'm struggling with is how do you move off of that, where you justify your induction and deduction from the experience in a way that doesn't use induction on that like logic train. Does that make sense?
I can use induction and deduction at that point, because as long as I don't start with induction or deduction, whether or not I lead to it or get to it later makes no difference. So if I start with the experience, my brain automatically does categorizations of these things. I don't choose to do it. So I see a TV, I see a camera. I'm not doing anything. It's just this is automatic information that's already been given to me. I'm not using induction. I'm not using deduction. This is things that have already been given to me as a baseline via the experience. And then now I'm trying to say, well, what is this? What is the information I've been given? That's where I try to describe the information I've been given into categories using logic and induction and deduction. But I don't start with those. I start with the experience. The experience gives me a bunch of facts or things that I see. And with that, I'm trying to categorize them, and I can categorize them in ways such as induction, deduction, logic, etc. So I'm not using the induction or deduction. I'm describing the fact that's already been done for me by my mind, and it is already present in the information I've been given through the experience itself.
That actually, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I guess then what I would ask is, what do you think about Christians who have some sort of experience or revelation from God and then justify their epistemology off of that? It's in the same way I guess I would say unjustifiable. You can't prove you exist in the same way that they can't prove God exists, but you both form the epistemology from that.
No, those are two different things. So like one is I'm seeing a TV. So if I claim the TV exists as my presupposition, that would be faulty because I don't know if my experience is real or correct or whatever. But I can still say I'm having an experience. That I am experiencing a TV would be a true sentence. The TV actually exists would be an extrapolation to some kind of external reality and a bunch of other assumptions about logic and math that must be true in order for the TV to actually exist. And so the two claims, I'm experiencing the TV, and the claim that the TV exists, are epistemically not equivalent. So my epistemology starts with I am experiencing the TV. Me describe my experience with logic and math, etc. Theirs is there is a TV, which is an all-powerful sky daddy who created Jesus, and that is a much bigger claim that is way different than mine.
Okay, it's like a step up. It's like 2 steps to get there, right? Like first they have the experience.
Infinite steps to get there. So
okay, right. Yeah.
First thing is I just say I have an experience. I don't care whether or not it's true. It makes no difference whether or not it's true. It's irrelevant to me. What matters is with this base starting experience, how do I categorize stuff? Whether or not it's true makes no difference. They're saying they have an experience and the experience is true. Mine just doesn't make that claim at all.
It seems though to be true that you are having the experience. That seems to be the truth claim.
So that part's fine. So you can it's true to claim you're having the experience. To claim the experience is true independent of your imagination is an infinitely bigger claim. That's the claim the Christians are making. So if the Christians say they have an experience of God, and I'm having an experience of a TV, and we both use that to construct logic and stuff, that's fine. But if they're claiming their God is real, and I'm claiming the TV is real, then they would be equivalent claims. But I don't care if the TV is real. I'm just using the experience to build the epistemology. I don't actually care if the TV is there. I care if the God is there. So that there's not there's an added claim in the Christian claim, which is the stuff that they're experiencing is real, not that they're just using the experience to build an epistemology.
Okay, that makes sense. I had one other question, and that was about because I'm pretty also like in terms of metaphysics, I'm pretty agnostic on what the true, metaphysic or what the true nature of reality is, right? So I saw an argument you had against an idealist where it's like simplicity isn't what matters. So like if you start from the cogito, there's no reason to apply that to everything else. Do you think you could like speak to me a little bit more on that?
Well, the reason I start with the cogito has nothing to do with simplicity. It's just literally I experience stuff. Even if it was complex, I'd still start with it. Simplicity,
I'm talking about how you get to physicalism, like with novel possible predictions versus how an idealist gets to, or how an idealist uses the cogito to get to idealism.
Okay, I think what you're asking is like to try and answer it is you can start with either hypothesis, idealism or physicalism, and if you can make novel testable predictions, then whichever one you start with would be justified. It makes no difference. The fact that I'm a physicalist is I start with physicalism and I make novel predictions and I get it right. Therefore, physicalism is justified in my worldview. And that's this case for most scientists and most philosophers. If idealists had started early science and started making predictions, then we would mostly likely all be idealists. So it's purely coincidence that one is preferred over the other. But since I'm a physicalist and I make predictions using physicalism, I'm justified in being a physicalist. And if they had ever done that with idealism, they would be justified in idealism, but no idealist claims that. They just claim that they're using the same facts and saying this can all be explained by hypothesis B, which isn't a justification, it's post hoc rationalization. So if idealists did make novel predictions, starting with the hypothesis of idealism, they would be perfectly fine and justified in believing idealism.
Give me an example of a prediction that physicalism makes.
An asteroid will come every 500 years.
Why would you say that would be like? Why is that like a prediction to physicalism?
It's not. So let's take the same prediction. An asteroid will come every 500 years. If idealists made that prediction and got it right, that would be evidence of idealism. If physicalists made that prediction, then it would be evidence of physicalism. So whichever model you start with, if it makes successful novel predictions, then that's evidence of that model, whatever the model is. It just happens to be the case that no idealists ever make predictions or claim to. If they did, if they just started doing science, if they left the philosophical armchair, went into the field of science and started making scientific predictions based on their metaphysical model of idealism, then they would be justified in believing idealism was true. It doesn't make a difference if the predictions are the exact same or different or exclusionary. I don't care at all. What matters is can they use a hypothesis, make predictions, and once they do, then they're justified in believing that hypothesis.
What would be like a prediction that would be exclusive to idealism? Like,
Aren't
what would be
any.
like a positive? Huh?
There aren't any. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. It just says everything we see is made of stuff X, not stuff Y. Like, who cares? The point isn't to make one that's like, it's literally impossible to exclude a hypothesis like that unless you're the one making the hypothesis, because then you could make it falsifiable by saying, if I don't find X, then my hypothesis is wrong. But because of the problem of underdetermination, you can always make any hypothesis fit any data always, no matter what. So it's impossible to make perfectly falsifiable theory unless you specifically devise a way to make it, my theory is wrong if I don't see X. But that doesn't make a difference. Like, no one cares if it's falsifiable. What matters is can you use your model to make novel predictions and do it? And once you do it, you're justified in believing your model, whatever it is.
All right, sick. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming on. This was excellent. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, it's interesting stuff. I guess it would be a kind of like a conclusive question. Like, or I the whole board. Like, do you think logic or deduction and induction, do you think those things are kind of you're saying they stem from the experience, or are they like innate? Like, is reasoning innate, or does it come from the experience that we have?
I don't know what that means exactly. So it comes from the experience. Clearly, I have an experience and I see a TV and then I see a camera. And so something in my brain is categorizing these things and differentiating them. If it wasn't, then I wouldn't be able to differentiate. It would just be all a jumbled mess. I wouldn't be able to tell that's a camera, that's a TV, that's a table. My brain wouldn't be able to differentiate any of the things I'm seeing. It would just be random garbage. And so something in my brain is automatically categorizing these things.
So that's like an innate process of the brain.
I don't know if I would call it innate, but whatever.
Do you know
it's a thing that's happening. Yeah. And because it's happening, I can then use the thing that's already happened and categorize that stuff in some way. Whether or not reasoning or induction is innate, or that doesn't make a difference. Like, suppose there's another brain that doesn't have those things and has some alternative. It would be able to use whatever it has and categorize those things in whatever way it does. So I don't really, it's purely coincidental that I'm using induction and logic and stuff. It just happens to be what my brain is doing. It isn't necessarily the case.
Right. Sonny, do you know what a universal function approximator is?
No, I don't. Never heard of that in my life.
So your original question was something like, when you make predictions about the world, or when you perceive things about the world with reasoning, is that something that precedes experience? Is it an almost a priori capability that the brain possesses? Or is it a result of your experience that you've accumulated reasoning ability, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And this has been discussed by many neuroscientists and philosophers and so on. There were theories like people like Chomsky who think strongly that all our language abilities are innate, and then extrapolate from there to try to say other abilities are probably innate. There's people like Fodor who thought there would be a language of thought that we could discover, that the brain has some like internal sort of low-level language that turns into our ability for high-level expressed language. And we see evidence of non-verbal animals like bonobos and other primates having very sophisticated reasoning abilities, problem-solving abilities, theories of mind, prediction capabilities, etc., with no no grammar ability. The ones that we do teach to use words, they can use tokens, and they can learn a vocabulary of say 50 or 100 tokens to say, me, food, or sleepy, or whatever, But they don't form sentences, so they don't have syntax, but they do have token identifier capability. So this debate is partly a biological one, but there is a more fundamental level that we understand it at now, which I think kind of answers the question to an extent, which is that neurons are universal function approximators, which is to say that they take some input and they restructure themselves to be more in accord with and predictive of the input, such that they can synthesize and recognize the input in the future. So if you take the neurons in the brain and you expose them to a novel stimuli, and this is for any brain, not just human brains. We find this is true of mice and fish and all kinds of brains. You can put brain cells in a petri dish and teach them to play Pong. Just random brain cells in a petri dish will learn how to play video games, right?
Yeah. Right.
And the reason that they do that is because they're doing exactly the same thing that artificial neural networks, which are a mathematical construct inspired by neurons, do, which is called universal function approximation, which is to say that if you take some grid, some matrix of undifferentiated weights and biases, and you have some process by which repeated stimuli triggers what's called gradient descent, which is a sort of accumulated shifting of the weights so they become more and more predictive of and in accord with the type of stimuli they're receiving, you eventually approximate whatever the thing is that's generating the stimuli so that you can reproduce it. So I sent you a video, and I'll post it in the chat, called Why Biological Neurons Are Deep Networks. I think the answer to the question is we do pick up the ability to reason from any stimuli that we receive because that's what a brain fundamentally does. So the ability to do it is innate, but so is the ability to do almost any kind of function approximation. If a human being grew up in an environment totally alien to ours that had no semblance of the kind of reasoning that we do, but which nonetheless had some predictable stimuli, it would learn how to predict it because that's what the brain is capable of doing. Even if it wasn't reasonable or rational or linguistic or any of the things that we're used to, the brain could still learn how to play some arbitrary video game in an alternate universe where you tortured people and subjected them to horrific experiments.
So basically what you're saying is induction isn't innate within us, but our brain...
Universal function approximation is, and induction is a kind of function that can be approximated by neurons, even artificial ones, even ones in a petri dish. That's what brains do, is they predict the environment and they synthesize approximations of the represented environment that they've predicted, such that you can think of a thing that you've thought about before and have a facsimile of it in your head just by thinking about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll watch the video. Yes. All right. Well, anyways, I'm gonna head off, but thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you very much for joining us, Sonny. Really appreciate the great conversation today.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, next we have TippyTop. Thank you, TippyTop, for joining us. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Actually, you just heard we had a fantastically interesting conversation. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, I guess what's on my mind is some of the thoughts of the last conversation. I'll just put my cards on the table now, so you know where I'm coming from. I would consider myself a theist. So I guess when you guys were talking about novel testable predictions, idealism versus physicalism, I guess that's kind of on my mind. If you guys want to carry on talking about that, or we could talk about something else.
Is that the kind of theism that you hold to, something like idealism, or do you believe in a personal God with specific messages and interventions for people?
Well, I would say a personal God in virtue of it having a mind. And I guess the reason that would be is that when you say we have universal approximators for what the mind considers a TV or considers a chair, I feel like we're no longer talking about what a chair is. Now we're talking about how the process in which we see a chair, which I feel like is different to the thing that you're trying to describe, right? And I think you can always kick the can down the road and ask, how can you know that what we're approximating is accurate? How do you know that, our brains may have a categorical way of doing things, but how do we know that categorical way is accurate? And I think under the physical world model, I don't think we have a way of aligning these two things, because I don't think you get things like rationality from chemical necessity.
No, you do. So the whole idea is that you literally take any function generated by any mathematical stimuli generator, and you put neurons on it, and it will start to approximate that thing. Like you know what the Mandelbrot set is? Fractals, like the most famous fractal. Mandelbrot set's this like enormously complex looking thing. You can just take the Mandelbrot set, feed it into a bunch of neurons, and if you use the right neurons, it will regenerate the Mandelbrot set to as much precision as you use exponents. It's not the same math as the original Mandelbrot set math, but it is able to approximate it. The things that we do with language, the things that we do with visualization, with imagination, are all explained by universal function approximation, both in artificial neurons and in biological ones.
I'm just not sure if that's like the case, right? Like I haven't seen like a demonstration that, you know, outside of like a human perspective, that a thought can be weighed, or that you know, what we believe and our emotions, our feelings can simply just be reduced to like, you know, brain state. Because I think in similar tests we found that, you know, to create the same experience, the actual, you know, what our brain states do is actually use different neurological pathways, and yet we get the same thing, right? We get the same qualia.
Add in one point. It is true that maybe we can't weigh a thought. However, we can weigh the brain, and we can weigh the fact that these are neurons going through a network. And so it may be the actual transmission that is going through this network that is making us think, but that still doesn't make it a supernatural process.
I'm not saying it's supernatural. I'm saying it would be what we consider a material process or a material understanding. It's simply ideals, you know, constructed in a different way, a different ideal. Because when we talk about, you know, what is matter, what is, you know, energy, right? These are, you know, these are ideas, these are concepts, these are models we've created of the world. And so when we talk about matter in and of itself, you guys are acknowledging that we perceive it, right? But you guys don't want to say that they're ideals, because you can't. I think you guys dismiss the possibility that because you know, our minds are emergent from reality, that, you know, reality itself can't be made from a mind. And so I would say I would need some reason to sort of say that we can't be agnostic towards that. Why couldn't we say that a mind created the universe? Because we see things sort of conform to rational thinking, right? And as you guys were saying earlier, it's not that we use, you know, reasons for our reasons. You just kind of, at a certain point, you need to just say, yeah, I value reasons.
I would just point out, if you're saying we don't think that a mind makes reality, then I would agree with that, or I don't think that is the case. I think that there is reality, and within that, within our universe, we do have minds. I would like to see examples, or even.
And yeah.
Oh no, what were you gonna say?
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, the things like the Earth, things like us, we're sort of contingent, right? Like, we're contingent on prior causal events, right? So even if I was to live forever, I wouldn't be eternal. I'd be infinite, because I'm living for an infinite amount of time. But I wasn't around at the beginning of the universe, so I'm not eternal. But yeah, there must be something at the beginning of time. And I would just say, I wouldn't dismiss the possibility of this thing having a mind, in virtue of the fact that we're contingent on whatever this thing was. And we now have consciousness. We now have a mind. And so I wouldn't dismiss the possibility of, you know, things else, something that created the world having a mind.
So
I also have butt hair. Does that mean that, is it possible that whatever created us has butt hair? Since, you know, since we have it now, and why would you dismiss the possibility that whatever created us at the beginning of time also has butt hair?
Do we really need to use that as an example? Let's move on from that.
It got my attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting example, and it's an absurd example, but I think it's absurd to demonstrate a point. And I would say, when you say butt hair, right? I would say no. But if you're talking about
Right.
like an ideal of butt hair, like butt hair could be applied to a person. You know, you could be acting like a butt hair, and so maybe.
Well, so my question is
I
more
don't know.
like, what's the difference between consciousness and butt hair? Why would you consider consciousness to be a possibility of the fundamental nature of reality, but not butt hair? Because they're
'Cause
both
it seems like
composite emergent properties. There seems to be no fundamental difference between them. Why would one have any priority over the fundamental nature of reality than the other?
so I guess consciousness is sort of how we experience reality. Like we can't experience reality when we're
No,
not alive, when we're
no,
unconscious. Do
no.
you not think?
Well, yeah,
How
but
can you
so
experience reality while you're unaware?
no, I agree. But so what? What is the fact that it has some function that helps us experience reality relevant to anything, whether or not we can list a function for any physical object that it does some interaction with other physical objects, but that doesn't imply that it's more likely to be fundamental than another physical object that has a different physical function.
Well, the reason is that when we talk about rocks, or we talk about these things, we're using concepts. We're not referring to like particulars. Like when I refer to you, there's multiple yous in a physical sense. Like you've grown up, there are points in different times where you're going to be physically composed of different things, but you're not a different person, right? We're appealing to sort of the concept of you, not the physical object, right?
So yeah, when we think of stuff, we refer to concepts. Why think that the fact that our brains create concepts makes them more likely to be fundamental than potatoes or pineapples or
But if
butter?
you're aware that when you look at the TV, you can only make true statements about your experience of the TV, and you can't talk about whether the TV is there or not objectively, then why can't we sort of say that, the only thing we know to be true are sort of like these concepts, right? Because to experience something is a conceptual analysis of, a belief, right? Have you experienced this? Have you not? Yeah. So if it's conceptual analysis, how is this not an idyllic analysis in the sense that you're looking at the ideals and whether or not they're sort of coherent or sound?
Why would your ability to experience things tell you anything about whether or not that experience is fundamental to reality as opposed to being a composite? So like the fact that you experience the TV could be because you're a brain in a vat and your brain was created to see a TV. It's not fundamental. No consciousness is fundamental. It's just your brain was created and it sees a TV. So your medium that you're using right now to experience the world tells you nothing about whether that medium is fundamental or composite.
But in order to experience the TV, to like categorize the TV and think it's a TV, I first have to be aware of the thing that's there that I'm going to call, I need to be conscious of it, right? I need to be
Sure.
aware.
Sure.
So when you basically say, look, the world is simply matter, right? And mind dependently, it's just matter. I guess I don't rush to that judgment because, like, if we can only talk about what our conceptual way we view the world, I don't know how we can sort of start making claims about the world that are outside of the ideals.
Well, there's two different things. One is, how do we conclude physicalism is the most likely? But that's a separate topic. The first topic is why do you think consciousness is more likely to be fundamental than pineapples? This is the question. So I can say I can't experience the TV without consciousness, and I can't touch a pineapple unless I have a hand. I need a hand to touch a pineapple, to hold a pineapple. Does that mean that my hand is fundamental? No. Hand would be a thing that came about by millions of years of evolution, and now I can use it to hold pineapples. There's no reason for me to think my hand is a fundamental essence of the universe, or that anything in the fundamental essence of the universe must have had hands for me to now have a hand. And the same thing applies to consciousness. Why think that the fundamental nature of reality must be conscious for me to be conscious now? It could just be that consciousness is a product of evolution that I have now that never existed at the beginning of the universe. Why is that any less or more likely than pineapples or butt hair or any other physical process that we see now being fundamental to the essence of the universe. It makes consciousness more likely to be the essence of the universe than pineapples or butt hair.
Well, I guess you're sort of taking you're kind of presupposing physicalism and saying, look, a mind or a brain is a physical object and therefore is
No.
the same as
I
a
don't have a
hand or a
worldview.
butt
This
hair.
is a question about your worldview.
Yeah,
From
but
your
I wouldn't
perspective,
make
I'm
a
asking
comparison
you.
to a hand. I wouldn't make a comparison to a hand because, knowing what a hand is contingent on consciousness already, right? Like, talk about anything other than consciousness would be to use consciousness.
No.
go.
You don't think you're understanding the question here. So the question here is, I'm asking you, in your worldview, what is it about consciousness that makes it more probable than a pineapple being the fundamental nature of reality?
And
Because
just to put a
pineapples are
fine point on
contingent
it,
on the Earth existing.
well, TippyTop, just to point a point, is that
Mhm.
consciousness is often viewed special, I think, by many theists. Sometimes I think to dualists. Nonetheless, it seems to be a mechanism that goes hand in hand with your stomach, with digestion, and a multitude of other just natural senses. And this is a multicellular function that happened over billions of years. And so it would be very odd, really strange, in fact, for this to be at the beginning of the universe, because it would mean that something complex that we only find after so many years being at the beginning.
Well, actually, so your response was correct, that the pineapples wouldn't exist unless the world existed. I agree. Why do you think consciousness is any different?
Exactly.
Well, because consciousness is kind of like the way that we even categorize what a pineapple is. So I'm sort of talking
Well,
about
I
a
don't
mind that
care.
is so.
Like, we can say pineapples can exist with no minds. No minds exist. Pineapples exist just fine. There's no logical contradiction there. What I care about is, why do you think minds did not come about by processes of evolution or emergent processes like pineapples? How did you get to the conclusion minds are
Have
not
you heard
exactly
of
the same as pineapples?
Have you heard of the evolutionary debunking argument?
Yes, it's stupid, but go ahead.
Well, I guess the idea is because we're naturally evolved to be a certain way that's pragmatic. The pragmatism of an action doesn't actually sway whether or not the actual statement itself is true. Like when you say, for example, we can say this is true because it gives us novel testable predictions. Sure, that could be useful, but it doesn't actually tell us whether or not, just because we can predict some things based on it, whether or not the statement itself is true. And so just because we naturally evolved to do certain things doesn't actually tell us how reliable those things we do are, right? Like what mechanisms better
I
than another.
agree, but how does this answer my question of, how did you come to the conclusion that consciousness is different than pineapples?
So consciousness is different from pineapples because
So, like,
pineapples, I guess, are
pineapples,
physical objects that aren't really physical,
that's not
that
the
are
question.
strictly
It's
physical.
not the. I don't care about their physical. The point of the pineapple is, we both agree pineapples are an emergent thing. It came about by previously existing things. It's contingent, right?
Hmm.
I don't care if it's physically contingent, supernaturally contingent, spiritually contingent. I do not care. I don't care what makes the pineapple. What matters
Mentally
is we
contingent.
agree pineapples are a contingent thing that came about by other things which are not pineapples. So how did you conclude consciousness is also not a contingent thing that came about by non-conscious things, just like pineapples are contingent things that came about by non-pineapple things?
Wait, so I think as though I have given you reasons why there's distinctions. It just doesn't seem to be sort of sufficient to sort of progress. So
I don't. I know there's a distinction. I know consciousness and pineapples aren't the same thing. I don't care.
yeah,
The question is why do you think pineapples, you agree, came about by other things which are not pineapples? There was no
well,
such
hang
thing as a
on,
pineapple.
sorry. Oh, I see. You think I'm making a stronger claim than I am. I'm not necessarily saying that idealism is true. I would consider myself a theist first and foremost. So I think idealism is a pretty good stipulation of what could be the case, right? And I guess I just don't have the secondary belief to kind of say that everything else is false except for idealism. But it seems like you guys
I don't care about that either.
with
So let's just say you believe in a God. God has consciousness. Consciousness exists at the fundamental nature of reality. But you wouldn't say God has a pineapple. Like you wouldn't say there was a pineapple God was holding in his hand or as a part of God's finger prior to the beginning of the universe. So the reason you think this is because you think pineapples are contingent things that came about from other things that were not pineapples. Why do you think consciousness is different than a pineapple, and that consciousness could be a thing that came about from non-conscious things? Like the beginning of the universe, there was no consciousness. Nothing about it was conscious.
Well, I would say
consciousness
there
came
was.
about later, just like pineapples came about.
We would
later,
disagree though. But we would disagree though. So maybe this gets to the root of the issue: is that when you say that there was nothing conscious at the beginning of time, that would require some experience of whatever that thing is, right? We would need some either empirical or way of knowing what's going on there, who was there, if there even was a mind there. I'm just not quick to say. I'm just not saying there isn't. But I'm open there to be one.
My question is, why do you think consciousness is more likely to be at the beginning than a pineapple? That's the question. I don't care whether or not you think there is. I don't care if you know there is.
In order to distinguish a pineapple, right, there would first need to be a categorization of a pineapple.
It's irrelevant, literally irrelevant to anything I've said. Whether or not you need to categorize a pineapple, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you categorize the pineapple. It's irrelevant. What question?
Because pineapples don't have intentional states, right? Like pineapples are just strictly objects.
So why do you think intentional states aren't just objects like pineapples?
Because they're not descriptive, they're normative.
What how does that make something not a composite? So like how does normative
objects don't have like inherent sort of values that they impose on the world, right?
Okay,
they
so
have
how
predictions.
does values?
When we talked about universal function approximators, we established that there are networks which do predict things about the world and recognize things that fit their recognition criteria for their things that they see in the world as in accordance or not in accordance with some physical equivalent of what we call intentionality. So it's this intentionality can't exist without mind stuff is just ridiculous, because the way minds do intentionality is with neural networks and universal function approximators.
So wait, what would this intentionality be absent of a mind?
So if you put a bunch of brain cells in a petri dish and you expose them to a stimuli, they will fire if they see the stimuli that they've been trained to recognize or not, absent the rest of the human brain as we would normally know it. So in any system where neurons grow, when they receive stimuli, they will wire until they become a universal function approximator for that stimuli, and then they will repeatedly fire when they recognize future instances of the same kind of stimuli. That's what underlies our ability to have intentional states.
Okay, that's fine, but I guess I could does potassium have motivation to fizz when I put it in water? Like, is that a mind-independent intentional state, or is that just a thing acting in accordance with its own nature?
That's just a potency, right? We're talking about the claim that you made, which is that material things cannot account for intentional states. I gave you the prevailing accepted account of how neurons are universal function approximators.
You just gave me neurons reacting to stimuli. That's not an intentional state.
They train themselves. They rearrange themselves to become more predictive and recognizing of the kind of phenomena that they've been exposed to, such that when a person says a word like Bill Clinton or Halle Berry, we've literally done experiments where we can say the exact neuron that means you were thinking of Bill Clinton or Halle Berry. This was done more than 10 years ago. right?
But hang on, how
there's a
can you
specific.
how can you determine that there is actually an intentional state here without, because a lot of neurology, a lot of a lot of these studies require self-reports, right? Like, if I
We're beyond that.
create a
Let's put it
test
this
where
way.
we're
We're
where
at the
we're
point now.
approximating,
We can
if
do.
I create a test where we're approximating the smell of an orange, right? And
We're
then,
beyond that.
I give them an orange and then they have a smell. I could look at their neurons, right? And I could say, well, in theory, this is going to be the smell of an orange. But I'm obviously
we're
going to
beyond that.
ask the person, did you smell an
Let me
orange?
let me explain. Look, it's
After
especially when
you
it comes to
go on, I
color.
want to ask a
Like, look,
question after you.
just color wise, like the color neurons are innate born neurons. We can tell what color you're seeing just by looking at the neurons that are firing in a toroidal structure that is your color map in your brain. We don't need to like ask a person to calibrate it. We can just recognize it in the brain. That's just one example. And in the cases we're talking about now, we can reconstruct like 80% accurate sentences that you're thinking and
Have you heard of
entire
Gestalt
visual.
theory?
Yeah. How does that apply?
Yeah, so it's basically that, you can say that, look, this is what the chemical state is, but the actual qualitative experience of seeing red is different from the causal chain that made you see red.
So
So it's
before we go
the
forward,
whole is emergent from the sum of its parts. It's not the
I'll,
same
I'll,
as the
I'll
sum
send
of
you
its
a book.
parts.
I'll send you a book called Plato's Camera by Churchland, which goes into detail about the neurophysiology of color and perception.
That would be really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah,
That would be
but
great.
let's let TJump and Amy continue.
well, I just want to ask Tippy, do you think that there was a conscious creator of the universe?
Yes, I believe so. I would believe in that. I would say it would be good faith to believe so.
Sure. What is your definition of consciousness?
So, an awareness of and perception of surrounding.
Okay, so you believe that there was something that was aware at, let's say, 13.8 billion years ago.
Sure, whenever time began.
Are they still here? Are they still aware?
Well, they're eternal. They're that which is not contingent, I believe. So, yeah.
Okay. And I guess my only next question would be, is there any way that we can actually probe them if they are still here? Do they interact within the physical universe?
Well, I would say that, the sort of the world as we know it is kind of, as we said, it's interpreted by, our minds, right? So the world that we see, the Hindus had a word for it, the veil of Maya. It's like, you could think that you're seeing a scary ghost in your corner, but you could just be paranoid, right? You could just be a schizophrenic. And at the end of the day, right, what we have to acknowledge is that our brains are kind of emergent from reality. Reality isn't emergent from our brains. So even that which we are perceiving, even though it may be false, it is originated from some perfect being, right? Some perfect ontology. That is the case. It is the state
Hold
of
on for
affairs.
just 1 second, because the language is getting disagreeable for me towards the end. I see what you're saying, though. I think that our brains are part of reality. We are having an emergent experience with the consciousness. It's not perfect, that is true, because we are animals and it's trying to do the best possible job that it can. But I guess I still haven't found within that an answer for why you think there is a consciousness at the
Well, I was just
beginning of the
saying, right, that
universe.
there's a perfect being in the sense that there's a perfect ontology, a perfect sort of, and when the baseline of logic is an associative statement of A is equal to A, right? A is A. So when we sort of, associate concepts and form logical syllogisms, we're basically saying something is something else, right? Or something is something, depending on what kind of, argument you're doing. But basically, it's an ontological statement of what we're trying to find is the case. And this perfect being would be that which is simply the case, right? He is that he is, and his mind is not your mind. And so at the end of the day, like we can
Well,
see
can
that
I
the world
interrupt
is
you just
rationally
one more
ordered.
second? Because you just used a
Mhm.
whole bunch, like a perfect being and he and stuff like that. And so
Yeah, yeah.
my counterclaim would be this mind does not exist. And so how do we figure out which one of us has the, the right epistemology?
I guess the question would be like, how can you sort of get universal categories from, just motion and matter?
So I sent you the book. It's called Plato's Camera: How the Physical Brain Captures a Landscape of Abstract Universals, and it explains exactly that. I've also posted 2 videos, Dendrites, Why Biological Neurons Are Deep Neural Networks, and Watching Neural Networks Learn, which shows the universal function approximation of networks being applied to all kinds of math theorems. So the answer is yes, neuroscience, cognitive science, artificial
How the
intelligence now
physical
understands
brain. Ooh, this is
how
going to
the
be
how the physical
interesting.
brain is the same kind of thing as the artificial approximation inspired by it, and both the physical brain and the artificial brain approximations can do analogous work, which is to say we can train a network to play Pong and we can train some brain cells in a petri dish to play Pong. They behave almost equivalently in terms of their functionality.
By the way, we have a question from our YouTube audience from Sydney Raptor for you TippyTops, wondering the question, do you believe in the soul?
Yes, as in like the non-physical substance. Yeah.
Yeah, probably that's what they mean. So I guess
Yeah,
in
I would. In the same sense that I have a certain conception of myself, right? Like I have a certain cognition and way of thinking about myself. And yet there could be people in my life who may know me intimately, that could know things about me and things that are relevant to, who I am, that I'm just not aware of, right? So they're not only conscious of who I am, but I am, and so are, people who pass me by. And I guess the question is that, people are going to have different perceptions of you and different ways of, seeing you. And I think in a way that there is sort of like a qualitative, thing that is left behind after you die that influences how people, see you and are aware of you. Like if we look at Christianity and Jesus Christ, sure, it's easy to say that he physically died, never got resurrected. But if we look at like World War One, where in the name of Christmas, world soldiers on Britain and Germany gave up fighting so that, they could celebrate Christmas together and play football in the name of Christmas. I think that's kind of what we mean by a soul, a sort of a way of seeing you that is not temporary.
Okay, I want to go back to the original question here. So, why do you think consciousness isn't just like a pineapple where it came about from something else? Don't care if it's physical. Consciousness could be a result, an emergent property like pineapples. Pineapples come from trees. Consciousness could come from consciousness trees. Why do you think, how did you get to the conclusion consciousness was not just like a pineapple, and that it came from something else that was not conscious?
Well, I guess the main reason would be that the sort of the world we observe and even the way we see it isn't random. It isn't like, it seems to be ordered in
Why do you
certain
need
ways.
a consciousness for order? So there could be an ordered, non-conscious thing that created consciousness.
Could there?
Yes. Why would there be a problem with that?
I guess I just wouldn't see how it could be rational if it wasn't, kind of ordered or designed.
But rationality is a description of things. So like dominoes falling is rational. Gravity is rational. Laws of physics are rational. They're not conscious. They just do. So things can have a nature which is perfectly rational in that it has an order to it without ever having consciousness involved.
I don't know. Like, what's to prevent nihilism at that point?
Well, nihilism is an emotional position. I don't care about emotional positions. Gravity has an order to it. Whether or not it's nihilistic, I don't care. It has a pattern. It has a rational pattern with no consciousness.
I mean, when we talk about the pattern we've sort of, we've distinguished. I mean, even that's basically all we can talk about, right? Like, we can only talk about gravity as we know it, and we know that to be a sort of rational account. And whether or not, the gravitational constants could be different, right? It seems like there is a sort of very precise figure that this constant had to be in order for us to even, categorize
I don't
it
care about
as
that. I don't care
gravity.
if gravity is any number, then it's consistent. I don't care what number it is. I don't care if it's black holes everywhere number. I don't care. My question is how did you determine consciousness was not like pineapples in that it was created by something that was not conscious? And you said it has a pattern. Gravity has a pattern, has no consciousness. I don't care what the pattern is. It makes no difference.
Guess, like, the idea of there being natural sort of good things and bad things. Maybe it's just a morality thing. I think that the creator of the universe also sort of defines what is moral and what isn't moral, and I don't think there is any sort of moral account under a naturalist atheistic worldview, or a coherent one at least.
Google moral naturalism. So I don't think theism is coherent at all. I think theistic morality is literally just subjective morality. But it seems like what you're saying is you can't understand how order happened, therefore it must have been a mind, because that makes it easier for you. You can't understand how morality happened, therefore it must have been a mind, because it makes it easier for you. And that seems to be the full extent of your argument. You can't understand it, therefore mind.
Well, that I agree with you, right? Because my failure to understand it doesn't mean that you're wrong, because you could be right. I completely agree. But the thing is what I'm trying to say is, I don't know how you could sort of get, universal categories of rational things. Like, what is roundness? What is the material property of roundness? I don't know. Like,
But it also
that's why I
sounds
can't
like
answer your question. Like, I don't know why there could be an impersonal sort of God or creator of the universe.
But can I address something that I believe when you talk about a perfect being, it's the source of morality, and when you talk about how can we have all this without leading to nihilism, I would say that that is a function of that there is no rule maker, there is no judge maker in that same type of way that we would have a judge in a court. We have the rules of physics. They are cold. However, there is a response to nihilism, and that is you. That is that you are going to have to make meaning. Just because there isn't a perfect circle doesn't mean that you can't share lunch with your family or work at a community center or give back to the poor.
And we're probably going
very good point.
Sorry, we're just going to end after this to go to our next guest. But go ahead.
I thank you guys for taking the time. Yeah.
Oh no, please respond to Amy. We want to hear you respond to Amy. I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
Sorry, Amy. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, no, I guess I'm just trying to give you an alternative. What I find often when there are these type of intellectual, let's say, and feeling even heartstring problems like moral arguments, the problem of evil and these sort of things, I find that many go, how can we not just fall into chaos if we're just going to say that, the rules don't matter, there's no one truly watching over us and things like that. And I find that the alternative to that is that norms and institutions, these things that we have often built, are around for good reason, and that we build family and community as a response to the fact that we are social creatures. We shouldn't burn them down. We should promote them in a healthy, I would say, secular way that everyone can enjoy them.
Yeah, no, that sounds completely agreeable. I guess my problem would just be that, under the sort of naturalist worldview, I feel like if there was to be something that, was something like morality, I feel like it would just be like a trivial thing. It would be like, I ought, eat ice cream because my taste buds prefer it to, anything else or something. I just feel like there wouldn't be any sort of moral sort of what I would consider like, goodness for goodness sake,
I will admit
that
that
sort
we're
of
like
thing.
cats. Atheists generally have their own versions. You may find different answers, but you won't
Yeah,
find,
that's fair.
and this is the one critique I think you'll find from many atheists, is the might makes right, which I think a lot of theists think our morality is, which they say that's just a Darwinian thing. If you're the strongest, then that makes you the most moral. But from our viewpoint, that is often, maybe not every, but it is often the theistic. That's why I think TJump was making his critique, that he thinks that it's subjective because he thinks that it comes from a mind. It's just a different type of mind. But that nonetheless, I still want to lean on the other point that the good things that we like about humanity and should be promoting are healthy for society, atheist or theist, we can all share them.
Yeah, and I mean the weird thing about atheism is that a lot of beliefs fall under atheism because it's just a rejection of another belief. It's not it doesn't necessarily entail any other sort of belief. So you can get a really diverse sort of range of beliefs. But yeah, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
By the way, I
Have
posted
a good
another
day,
book
guys.
for you, Tippy. There's a book called Social Structure by George Peter Murdoch, where he surveyed every single known human culture at the time. He looked at across the board all their different moral and like social customs and systems. He found that every single one of them had a moral code. The moral codes were broadly similar, and he gave like exact percentages for like how frequent any given rule existed and to what degree. This was written in 1949.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a look. I've added the other one to my Amazon wish list. So yeah,
This is
cheers.
free. I just posted the PDF in the chat.
Excellent.
Nice. All right.
Thank
cheers,
you.
guys.
Yeah, thank you, TippyTop. This was a very pleasant conversation. Really appreciate your time with us today. So our next guest, Eyelevelup 2.0, has been waiting very patiently. Apparently he's going to end this whole debate for us. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
So you guys are all atheists?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you define that for me?
We don't believe in any deities. There's a few of us who will even take the position that there are none. I'm not one of those. I just don't believe.
Okay.
God's imaginary.
All right. So if there's no intelligent designer, then where did people come from?
Well, that is a question for science, not for atheists. But I think maybe some people will have some things to say here.
We're going to have a birds and bees argument or conversation.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Evolution. The answer is evolution.
Evolution created life? You would have to
you're
have
thinking
life in order
abiogenesis.
for you need
So that's
abiogenesis
in order for
abiogenesis.
evolution. So there,
Abiogenesis, the origin of the first replicators, is explainable by protocells and clay polymer synthesis. If you have clays, which the ones we do have on the Earth abundantly, in a biotic environment, which includes lipids, which are protocell membranes, which will keep things inside and keep things outside.
you know a protocell isn't a cell, right?
Both of those things combined will result in randomly
just go
generated.
over that.
I'm explaining it. So both of
No,
those
I
things
know what you're
combined,
explaining, and you're not actually answering
both
my
of
question.
Well, I'm going to finish
Oh.
my sentence, and then you can
Go
address
for
it. Okay. So if you combine random polymerization chains that come from clays with a lipid membrane to protect the reactants and allow them to have homeostasis and energy coming in from the outside environment in a selective fashion, what you will get is eventually you get a replicase, which is a minimal replicator, like the kind we find in viruses, where they're not traditional cells, but they're still able to replicate in a novel fashion.
A virus isn't a cell.
I said that. I said it's a replicase. It's a minimal replicator, not a cell, but a minimal replicator that has. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay. A minimal replicator that is not a cell, but nonetheless has the ability to replicate, copy its own structure, is all that's necessary to bootstrap the process. When you put that inside of a protocell, you get the necessary ability for it to multiply to the point where the protocell splits into two. The membrane automatically divides when it exceeds the surface tension of the bubble to stay at a certain size. So what you get is replicated bubbles with the same contents in each of the bubbles consuming the energy from the environment. What then occurs is speciation of these replicators as they mutate, and eventually they will acquire properties, become symbiotes with other replicators that have complementary chemical reactions, and that's enough to get you to the first RNA and eventually to the first DNA.
Has that been actually demonstrated, or are you just saying a hypothetical?
Protocell experiments are conducted. The entire chain of evolution that went from the first replicases to the modern cells is not. Obviously, that would take billions of years.
So no, it's never been demonstrated or observed.
It has more evidence than all of the alternatives.
Really, because
alternatives
all
have
the
never been demonstrated.
scientists who have tried to actually, induce abiogenesis in a lab, they would all say like, I can actually show you a debate.
None of them have shown
where
God
this is brought up.
So again, there's more evidence
No,
for
no,
this than God.
Okay, you're not. Relax.
Can I ask
Um,
Dr. Eyelevel a question? May I know if you believe that God made cells or if God made life?
Well, this is kind of the point, is that natural processes don't allow for the creation of life in nature. So this is kind of the point that I'm getting to. And actually, there's been tons of scientists who have said that we're going to actually produce life in a lab. We're going to show abiogenesis in the next couple of years. And every single one of them has to admit that they can't do it and no one will ever do it.
But
And
if
it's
I
not
could just
possible and it can't be
point out-
done. And I'm actually going to cite George Wald, a Nobel Prize winning scientist who won the Nobel Prize for in physiology for studying the human eye. He says that there's only two positions: spontaneous generation, creating life, or an intelligent designer. And that
So he's an idiot. So
spontaneous
let's go to the
okay, the
actual
Nobel Prize winner is an
intellectual-
idiot,
no,
but you're a genius.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
relax.
an idiot.
Yeah, relax, bro. Chill out.
Skip. Stop.
Okay,
stop,
just
stop.
interrupt
Let's
with your
go to the
bullshit.
actual position. Let's go to the actual position. So here's the actual position. There are two hypotheses. God did it. Natural processes did it. One of these makes novel predictions and makes progress. The other one doesn't. It makes shit up. Has no explanation. No explanation.
You already conceded that it's not. No, you already conceded.
Shush.
Yeah, you're having a panic attack.
Stop talking. So, what makes a hypothesis a good hypothesis is if it's able to make novel predictions. You don't need to demonstrate the. Stop talking. You don't need to demonstrate the entire process. You do not need that. We don't need to demonstrate it. If we make novel predictions and get them right, that's evidence for our side. If you don't, you have no evidence.
Well,
so whether or
you
not
know
we
what
demonstrate the shut up, shush. Whether or not we demonstrate the entire process, stop talking.
You already made the point, bro. Relax.
Stop talking. Whether or not we demonstrate the entire process doesn't make a difference. If we can make novel predictions, we have evidence, and if you can't, you don't. Guess what? We do make novel predictions. You don't. Whether or not we can show you the entire process is irrelevant. We've already beaten you.
And after you respond to TJump,
Okay.
I'd like to respond as well.
Yeah. TJump, what is a scientific hypothesis?
Scientific hypothesis is something that makes predictions, can be confirmed with tests.
Okay, what is the whole crux of a hypothesis? What's the whole point of it? It's very simple.
Things about reality.
You don't know the answer, so you're exposed.
I literally
it's
just
an
gave you the
educated guess. I'm going to answer it for you because you don't know.
I literally
it's
just
an
gave you the answer.
educated guess on what the independent variable in an experiment is.
No, that's
you don't
actually
have
wrong.
any experiments that show abiogenesis. This was already conceded.
Idiot,
it's never
idiot,
even
idiot,
been
idiot,
observed.
stop,
Hey,
stop,
relax, relax, buddy.
No,
relax.
you-
Chill out.
no, relax,
You're
kid,
having
kid,
a panic
chill,
attack
chill,
because
chill,
you're getting
kid, chill,
exposed.
chill. You just
I'm
made a
exposing
mistake
your
because
religion.
You don't understand anything. Stop talking. So
No, you're getting exposed.
Stop
so
talking. Stop talking. Stop
you
talking.
already conceded
Stop
that.
talking.
Hey,
You already
Eyelevelup.
conceded, bro.
Hey,
you already
just stop for a sec, please. TJump isn't running a religion. Let's hear what TJump has to say.
I'm actually running a religion, but that's
Yeah, you are.
So, again, a hypothesis is anything that is an explanation of a phenomenon and that can be tested for. We're not making a hypothesis of abiogenesis. That's not the hypothesis. We're not trying to demonstrate the entire thing of abiogenesis. No, we don't need to do that.
So you don't have a
just an idiot.
hypothesis?
Stop talking. Stop talking. If
Another
I say
concession.
abiogenesis is true, if it's true, then we'll be able to see certain processes like RNA forming corpuscles on clay. And then we see that. That's a test with a confirmation, which indicates as evidence of abiogenesis.
And
I don't
before
need to
you-
demonstrate
Oh,
the
no, no.
entire
Hey, buddy.
thing. You're just dumb and don't understand science.
Do you know the first
But I
step of the
also don't,
scientific
please,
method?
before you ask another question, so spontaneous generation and the mind, those was the false dichotomy that you put forth, because spontaneous generation was a debunked pseudoscience, but it was a good avenue to tell us what you're thinking. You think it was a creator mind. So I'm going to push back the same question. How did this mind create a cell?
How did God create life? Is that the question?
That is the question.
Okay, well, I wouldn't need to answer that because the whole debate is did God create life or didn't he, not how he did it. That's just a non
We don't
sequitur.
need to explain
just-
how life was formed. Is that
Okay,
what
yeah,
you're
just more
saying?
non sequiturs. We can't even
It's
actually
not
we
a
can't stay on
next
topic.
time
It's too hard.
because we actually have
We
scientific
can't
evidence.
actually debate the
All
topic.
of the empirical evidence forms for a natural abiogenesis. We're in the circumstellar habitable zone. There are multiple planets that are. We have
Okay.
liquid water.
Relax,
we
please.
have energy, and it makes sense that life would arise here. What I would like to know from you
It makes
is,
sense.
do you have any information, anything you could tell us about how this God came to make the diversity?
Yeah, it's not
of life?
relevant. So
I
you know
thought
the
that was
first
the entire subject.
okay, I just can't even make a point. You just want to divert with non sequiturs. You're
No,
having a
she's
panic
she's
attack because I'm
asking for the
exposing you.
exact
So you're
same
just
thing
you're
you
just
are.
you're just diverting.
No, she's asking for the exact same
Your
thing you are.
abiogenesis religion doesn't get past
Answer the
step one of
question.
science.
Answer the question.
Abiogenesis is science. It's not a religion.
It doesn't get past step one of the scientific method. So you're done.
Kiddo,
So it is a religion.
Stop, kid. She asked for the exact same thing you're asking for. You're asking
No.
for us to stop talking. You're asking for us to demonstrate the actual process of abiogenesis. Now we can demonstrate steps. You can't. She's asking for you demonstrate the God magic process of how you create cells. If you can't do that, then you're a hypocrite because you're asking us to provide something which you yourself cannot provide.
No, because I wouldn't have to actually provide that. The whole point would be, yeah, just interrupt again. The whole fucking point is that if natural processes cannot create life, then there has to be an intelligent designer.
No, that's a false
Yeah.
dichotomy.
No, there is no third position.
There is actually.
You
There's
fucking
many. There's
delusional
lots of other
crackhead.
positions. You idiots. So yes, there are many other positions. but
Okay, name one.
None of that matters.
Yeah, name one.
You don't get to say your hypothesis is wrong, therefore mine is right. That's what is that argument from ignorance fallacy? I believe, idiots.
No, you don't.
What matters is wait.
You're
Stop. What matters is evidence. You have none.
You don't have
can't
any.
demonstrate. Stop talking. You can't demonstrate the process your magic sky daddy used
Oh,
to
yeah?
make cells. You can't do that. Now, we can actually demonstrate the process that cells form naturally. That's something we can do. We don't need to do the whole step 1 to 10 million. We can do lots of them. You can do none of them. You don't have the ability to demonstrate any of the steps Magic Sky Daddy did to make cells exist. We can actually demonstrate things. We have novel predictions. We have evidence. You have nothing, but you made shit up, and you're complaining that we can't do everything right in front of you in a way that your tiny brain can
Okay.
understand.
Hey,
I'm sorry, we can't
hey,
do
buddy.
things in a way that your tiny brain can understand. It's too
Has
complicated.
a
But guess
cell.
what? You have no evidence.
Okay, just keep interrupting.
I will. Thank you.
As a cell, has it been observed like a cell being created in nature, not a proto cell or
As
some
Magic
fucking
Sky Daddy creating a
Hey,
cell
bro.
been observed?
Okay,
As
so you just
Magic
can't. You
Sky
just
Daddy-
yeah, you're just having a panic attack.
No,
You just
no,
can't answer a
this is
question.
This is called
See, you
a
just
stalking
can't handle
horse
like
in
truth.
philosophy.
It's not even about the actual evidence.
Have
can't
you
even engage with
demonstrated
the
a
argument.
Magic
You literally
Sky
can't engage
Daddy?
with the argument.
Wait.
It's pathetic. So
I'm
I don't-
asking your own
You
question,
think
kiddo.
sandcastles
Kiddo,
build
kiddo,
themselves? You're
kiddo,
just
kiddo.
like a weirdo.
I'm
I'm
asking
sorry.
the exact same question you are
You're
asking.
actually not. You're not understanding.
Shush. Have
Yeah,
you
just
demonstrated
keep
Magic
having a
Sky
panic
Daddy
attack,
creating
bro.
cells? Have we seen that? Have you ever seen that?
Well, that would be
Evidence in
the
the lab.
only other alternative if
No,
it's
that
not
wasn't the question.
possible.
The question: have
Yeah,
you demonstrated
you can't even
in
actually.
a lab?
Yeah, you're dishonest. So
Answer the question.
you're a clown.
Have you demonstrated your Magic Sky Daddy creating a cell in a lab? Has that ever been seen in a lab?
Well, we've only ever seen people come from other people.
No. That wasn't the
So
question.
if we're talking
Was
about the
not the question.
origin,
Was
we're
not
not.
the
We're not.
question.
It doesn't happen all
Question
the
was-
time because it's a creation event. You're debunking
The
yourself
question-
again.
The question was, have you ever seen in a lab the Magic Sky Daddy creating a cell? That's your standard.
That happened at the beginning, bro. It's not happening all the time.
You've never seen that, right? You've never seen that.
No, because after the first people were created, then the people just came from people, just like we all observe all the time. You've never seen a person come from a non-person. You've never seen a person come from a rock.
Right, so you've never observed this in a lab.
You're just delusional, bro.
So you're going to answer the question? You've never observed the Sky Daddy.
I didn't observe the creation of the universe. Wow, you really got me, bro.
No. Come on,
you just can't engage with the argument. You're embarrassing, dude. The other atheists are just
the tiny brain.
They're cringing, bro.
What was your question? Your question was, can you demonstrate cells being created in a lab? Right, that was your question for abiogenesis.
No.
Let's take the same question and apply it to your Sky Daddy.
Hey, can you just relax for a second, dude? I'll explain it to you.
Cell in a lab.
Can you just relax for a second?
Have you seen it?
Stop asking people to relax, okay? Just let TJump finish, and then you can have your say.
This is a yes or no question. Have you seen your Sky Daddy creating any cells in a lab?
Dude, we're talking about the
this
beginning
is a yes
of
or
life.
No question. This is
that would be fucking thousands of years ago. Like, what are you talking about? Of course not,
bro. Abiogenesis would have been billions of years ago, bro.
Figuring it out.
Answer.
Wait, but if it was abiogenesis, then it would be natural processes, which would be happening all the time, but you can never observe it.
Yes.
Fucking clown.
So not necessarily all the time. They happen when the conditions are right for them.
Even when they try to actually induce it in a lab, it can never be done.
Kiddo, guess what? Whenever you try to induce God to create cells in a lab, it never happens.
You don't induce God to do anything, you fucking clown. This is what you do.
That's right on the mark.
I think you need more vaccines, bro.
Which vaccines are we missing?
Vaccine. The ones with liquid mercury.
Hey, can I ask what your it's a tangent, but what your definition of a vaccine is?
We're not doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Which type of mercury?
No, it's okay. They don't know what a vaccine, Randolph. The conversation about that is pointless.
Okay. He doesn't understand. There's types of mercury that are different.
Yeah, you don't want to have that debate with me, buddy. All right.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
Back to the George Wald citation from the Nobel Prize winner.
I'm ready to move on.
When it comes to the origin of life, we have only two possibilities as to how life arose. One is spontaneous generation arising to evolution. The other is a supernatural creative act of God.
Yeah,
so
he's wrong. We've already debunked that.
Okay, what's the third position?
Already debunked
what's the third position? How'd you debunk it?
So to have a not
you didn't. Okay.
False dichotomy, it's either a mind or a not mind. That's a true dichotomy.
We posted.
Yeah, you just have nothing.
We've posted about 5-6 papers in the chat for you to read. One is called Bridging the Prebiotic and RNA Worlds, Prebiotic RNA Synthesis and Clay Substrates.
Was it actually demonstrated, or is it a hypothetical?
RNA synthesis.
You demonstrated God in the lab yet? Because if you can't, you don't get that argument.
Catalysis. So please read those and come back to us.
Yeah, I've already looked at those, and it's not what I'm actually talking about. It's a non sequitur. You're not actually engaging with the fucking argument because you're just a clown. Like you literally just start coping.
Let's just move him away because he's been debunked.
Yeah. So we have transgenders and autists who just can't handle reality.
The audience now, Randolph. Great.
See, but you use those words as insults, but I think those are both fantastic.
Oh, those are fantastic words, and his attempt to use them as in a derogatory form is I've heard enough. That unfortunately turned into quite the war zone, which brings us to our next guest in just a moment. But was there anything you wanted to summarize before we moved on? Go ahead.
Yes, very specifically, just seeing Norm Macdonald, it makes me so sad because I didn't even know he was sick. Anyway, we can go on.
TJump, you were trying to get some words. And was there anything you wanted to make the point before we moved on?
Well, I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy that creationists like him always want to have us demonstrate abiogenesis in a lab. And they think that's the criterion of evidence, but then they can't demonstrate God in a lab, creating a cell either, and think, oh no, that's just fine. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You don't need to do it for God. Special pleading. No, God doesn't need to demonstrate anything.
I thought that was a really good comeback, by the way.
And we do have experimental lab reproduction of the necessary bootstrapping steps. So whenever anyone says, okay, well, do you have intermediate X between like A and B? And they're demanding some intermediate between that. If you say yes, they'll say, well, do you have an intermediate between X and B? And if you say yes, they'll say, okay, well, do you have an intermediate between Y and B? They can do this infinitely and claim that you have not demonstrated one step in the process. But if you show the bootstrapping necessary for natural selection to begin, it's not necessary to demonstrate that every single naturally selected for mutation that could have produced any given novelty they're demanding be produced. The point is, once natural selection occurs, once you have natural randomized speciation due to the genetic diversity created, or not, the pre-genetic diversity, I should say, created by self-replicating molecules that eventually become RNA and DNA, the process has begun. That is what we know. That's what we're able to reproduce in a lab. We can generate protocells and get them to work. And that's enough to show that it happened. Now, there's novel testable predictions which are generated because of this hypothesis. One of those is that the oldest forms of life with the most primitive archaea structures would be found in the earliest geothermal vent, which would have conditions with enough energy to protect it from the early, harsh environment of the Earth. Well, guess what? We also posted the papers showing that the very oldest fossils on the planet are those found around geothermal vents, as was predicted by the theory of abiogenesis and the hypotheses that it presented for how it could have plausibly occurred. So it's a very successful empirical theory that does experiments, generates predictions, and it just kind of crushes the intelligent design movement.
Thank you very much. Yes. WarzoneX, it's a pleasure to have you here. Hopefully we'll have a much more peaceful Warzone this round. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind?
Hi, so this is going to be a huge war right now.
Maybe you can turn up your volume a bit.
Can you hear now? Can you hear me
That's a
right
bit
now?
better, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So I am God.
Oh, okay. What kind of god are you?
I think he's an ape god.
No, I'm the omnipotent God. So right now I'm speaking and all of you can hear me, so I'm all over the place. So I am God. You need to demonstrate that I am not God.
Can I just
What number
say,
am I thinking of?
We knew it would happen eventually. This is the end of the panel, guys.
Yes.
Amy, this moment you've been looking for.
I know. I just think it's funny because if true, God had to speak closer to the microphone.
TJump, I recommend not thinking of the number 2 because that's a common one people guess.
I think it's also funny that God asked, "Can we hear him?" at the beginning, like, because I mean,
Yes.
he was God. He
Indeed.
should have already known that, right?
I'm here right now, so from your monitor you have light. So I said, let there be light. I'm talking to all of you right now. So I am God. I have finally arrived on this panel. The panel ends.
Are you familiar with my cosmic challenge, WarzoneX?
Please try. Let's try.
Basically, a God who is omniscient and omnipotent can provide to me omniscience and omnipotence for a period of 2 weeks, so that I can run experiments for myself to verify that this deity is real. So, are you up to that challenge?
Yes, for sure. I'm God.
Okay, so when do you want to provide those things to me?
Whenever you want, like today, tomorrow. Just request. Send me an email to my.
I'm ready right now. I'm ready right now. Let's do it this minute.
Yeah, sure. Send it god@gmail.com.
God requires an email.
So, are you going to grant me those capabilities right now?
Yes, within 5 minutes.
You can also email Santa at the North Pole and ask them to forward it to God, I think.
Fantastic.
Now, I just want to say, 5 minutes is great because everybody should know that I am interested in doing this. There's a few things I want to do. I want to explore our cosmos. Quite a few people have contacted me about this cosmic challenge and said they would love to come along for the ride. So I'm going to make this giant starship enterprise with multiple bridges because lots of people want to be on their own bridge, and we're going to explore together. It'll be perfectly safe. Some people ask me, where do they need to sign up? And I've said, you won't need to because I'll know who you are because I'll be omniscient. I won't miss anybody. So in 3 minutes, be ready for a trip if this actually works.
I didn't know that you founded Mormonism. Are you Joseph Smith?
What is actually So what is actually happening right now is I am actually God, but I just send the new messenger, which is myself, just like Jesus. So I'm here to communicate with you and spread the message. So if you have questions about God, like how do I justify my belief, I can provide it. And like within a few hours, I will give you all the things that you're requesting for. So
Not
you
to
can have
get too
confirmation.
dark, but we're not gonna have to nail you anywhere.
Also, unfortunately, the way of testing if a son of God is actually a son of God, according to the Hellenistic model that Hercules and Romulus and Remus and all of the other early translated demigods observed, which was emulated by the early Christians for Jesus, is that if we burn you, there has to be no bones. They had to fake this for all the Roman emperors by using wax effigies when they burned their so-called bodies to prove that the Roman emperors were gods. So are we going to be able to burn you to prove that you were God? Or have an empty
Yes, the
tomb
son.
where you disappear?
Yeah, so I have sent a second version of myself just to spread the message. So yes, you can burn me because I have the material form right now.
We do
All
the
right,
Monty
we're ready.
Python method.
We've got two things from our YouTube audience. First of all, Uncle Unsubscribe says, he says, tell WarzoneX, please, that to control our Discord accounts and say mac and cheese over our accounts, through our accounts. So that's a challenge. The other one is a question from Sydney Raptor asking, do goddesses exist?
No, I'm the only one. I'm just sending my messenger, the second version of myself, so I'm communicating. So for the people that requested me to control their Discord accounts, it can be possible, but they need to have faith in me.
Wait,
It worked on me. I posted mac and cheese. It worked. I think he is God.
I have a
I've
different
not seen the mac and
question
cheese
for
yet.
you,
I'll just try again.
Do you
So
accept
if you
me
guys
for
might
my
be wondering
Discord?
like how I justify my belief, how people need to follow God is because when I say that I am God, you need to believe in that because the Bible says so.
Oh, why didn't you say so? We're big followers of the Bible here.
Yes, so I am true because the Bible says so.
Just so you know, everybody, there's about 1.5 minutes left before omniscience and omnipotence will be granted to me for a fortnight.
It's
Yes.
okay.
Number
I'm
am I
now
thinking
convinced.
of?
So do you guys want scientific evidence for God? I can post it right now.
Sure.
Not really.
Yeah, so you guys like data from science, right? Like scientific data. So you need to counter this. So between 1901 and 2000, about 65.4% of Nobel Prize winners for science were Christians or had a Christian background. There you go, evidence for God. Scientific evidence.
Proof,
You're saying
facts.
that because a bunch of humans gave a scientific prize to a bunch of people who happen to be Christian, that therefore the Christian God is real.
Yes, because I have guided them to win these Nobel Prizes. That is why the vast majority of people that win is Christians.
How about the Jews?
I don't communicate much with Jews. I have isolated myself from them.
And yet they won Nobel Prizes just fine. It's
No, they
crazy.
can win, but the vast majority will only be possible for the people that believe in God.
So in a way, you're kind of like in competition with other people. But if we were to put it like up together, I wonder who'd win. I wonder, it's kind of weird. You're omnipotent and you're still even like on the ladder board. It's not like a close race, but
Anyways, guys, I was just like trolling, obviously, so I just.
I was gonna say, I think you're an atheist.
I
Yeah.
think I'm probably the most disappointed about that because that means I'm not getting my cosmic challenge satisfied yet. But thank you very much for giving me some hope.
Yep. All right. See you guys. So, yep. Hope it was like a very, I think, very good conversation, and I hope you learned something about God.
Thank you, God.
Well, thank you very much. That was fun.
Yes. So the conclusion is God is a liar. Bye.
Wow. What a friendly rendition of God. What do you folks think of that?
Worthy of being my dad.
That's exactly what the actual God would say, is they would tell us that they were just joking so that you would have a meaningful decision to make about whether to go to hell or not. If God didn't say, JK, just kidding, then everyone would believe in him and no one would go to hell and there wouldn't be any free will, right? But because God said JK and hides himself and pretends not to exist, then it's a meaningful decision whether to believe in him and it requires faith.
Yeah, and look at this. as soon as we got to that 5-minute deadline, he fessed up. So interesting.
I also just want to point out that I like chibi icons and that I assume that God would also have a chibi icon.
So if I was all powerful for 2 weeks, I would just immediately create the best of all possible worlds where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing, give everyone their own universe, and be like, all right, that's good enough. I don't really care about anything else.
Yeah.
So everybody get a simulated universe, essentially?
Simulated? No, it'd be an actual one. You get your own actual universe. You can actually do whatever you want with.
Okay, but if it were acceptable to people just to have their own simulated universes as the next best thing,
sure,
that would achieve some of your goals.
It's like Mormonism plus.
Yeah, be closer for sure.
Yeah. I think that explains why a lot of people spend a lot of their time in escape fantasies and video games and things of that nature. Is they're in a happy place where nothing outside of the simulation can hurt them.
Or you just don't have to go to work, because that's preferable.
Yeah. Yeah. If all your employees call in sick on the same day, check the video game release schedule. It's very likely a new
Halo.
From Software game or something. Exactly.
Listen,
Yeah.
there's a good syllogism out there for role-playing games. I'm not sure what it is, but it's out there.
Bilby, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I'm good. Is my mic all right?
Your mic is great.
Sounds
Good.
very
Your accent
British,
is
though.
great too. Yeah.
I am very British. I apologise in advance.
Oh
You
no.
can't apologize to
I'm
America for the language that you gave us.
Hey, I'm the Canadian here. That's my job to apologize. Go ahead and start.
And actually, let me speak from someone from solar opposites, and it's like, no, I'm okay with this.
Well, that's nice to hear. Okay, so do any gods exist? I'm an atheist. I'm a materialist. I'd say a secular humanist. I don't believe that a god in the universe out there somewhere interfering with our lives is possible at all.
Okay.
But if we take apart the word exists, could we say that God exists as a thought or as an idea that is in the modern zeitgeist? Say from that level there is the existence of the idea of God, if nothing
Sure,
else.
just like there's the existence of Harry Potter and the existence of magical potatoes.
Yeah, exactly, yes. So if we take it one step further, if we look at the origins of God, what were they actually trying to get at when they were writing the Bible? Were they saying this is something we believe actually exists in the real world, or is it an analogy for something?
Yeah, they actually believed it. You can look up a lecture by Robert Sapolsky from Stanford University on the origins of religion. It mostly came from epileptics, schizophrenics.
Well, that's a shame, because that kind of ruins my thesis. Because obviously I don't believe it. I think God, the Trinity specifically, exists as a really good analogy for the basic human condition. I think that's an argument that can be made.
Well, I think
you're-
all
you're-
stories are that. That's the point of stories, is that they're an analogy of the human condition and that they usually have some kind of allegorical relation to human life. And if they don't, they're usually not very popular.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is probably just not interesting.
Well, you
No, I'm
also
thinking
see
of packet
things
prayer.
in rules of threes sometimes, beginning, middles, and ends, and trilogies and things like that. There's nothing supernatural to it,
No.
but we sometimes, we're pattern-seeking mammals, and that's what we do.
It makes sense that we would, if God is an analogy for the human condition, then it's got to be overarching. That's the message of God, is it's the entire of everything all in one place.
I also find that the best thing that we can take from religion is the mythic structure. I find that we use a lot of the Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung in storytelling still in making video games and movies. And so it's never going to go away in that reception. If we were just to take it metaphorically, probably a lot of us would have less of a problem with religion. It is when it goes into the literalization that it becomes a horror story.
Well, yeah, this is the big problem with creationism and so on, is they're trying to make it a materialistic thing when it's not that. It's a thought-based thing. But Okay, so if we say that God is an analogy for X, and analogies exist, can we make the argument that God exists?
See, the problem with redefining God in such a way is, yes, you can redefine God as plant. We see potted plant, and so technically we believe in God. But it gets more complicated with each attribution that you add, and the majority of claims that we come across is this omnipotent, omnipresent, creator of the universe, and it tends to be this mind that cares, realistically, what we put up our butt. And so it comes with a lot of odd baggage that needs more proving than if we're just going to say, look, I love ice cream, and ice cream is my God.
The sodomy side of things is very hard to fit into an analogy, I think. I think that's very obviously just
I just
people
have to
being
pull out
bigoted
that pun.
weirdos.
Right
But
on
yeah,
that.
no, fair enough. But the omnipotence, I mean, if the Son is the conscious mind, the Father is the creator, so that would be like the brain taking sensory input and making a subjective world around us as a creation. And then the Holy Spirit being everything outside of that dichotomy, then that kind of fits with the Holy Spirit being omnipresent and omnipotent, because it's everywhere and everything external of us. Kind of fits with the creation of the universe, and it kind of fits with a virtuous path through that creation. Or was that just nonsense? Everyone's gone quiet.
So, are you saying, I guess my question would be, are you trying to sum up what they're saying, or is that what you believe?
I believe is a weird word. I think if the analogy fits, then that could be what was intended, or
Sure.
was.
It depends on how you slice things, because they play with the word being. When we normally use the word being, it is just we are going to be somewhere. But then we were just talking in another conversation about a perfect being, and that to me is a unfamiliar concept. And so I guess it would depend on what you mean by a creator. I often think of a creator as making things that are artificial. They come from animals, It doesn't have to be just a human. It could be a beaver that's building a dam. And yet there's something about not the middle of the universe, but the beginning that we try and put in another conscious being. I don't know why, but many people are compelled to say now, it's not like this for any other physical law of nature, but for the universe beginning has to be a mind.
I'm not even sure the universe began, so I'm not sure I can really argue it.
I agree with that. I don't know either.
I like the, I can't remember what it's called, CCR or something, Penrose's idea of a heating universe. As it expands to its maximum, it takes on the form of before the Big Bang and then re-expand.
Sure, we could be in a cycle that, originally scientists thought that dark energy was going to be slowing down. It's only recently that for some reason it is continuing to accelerate. There will be one time in the future when we cannot see other galaxies because of how far it's pushed everything away.
Yeah, light can't travel fast enough to catch up. Exactly.
And so, to me, it doesn't matter if there's a multiverse or not. Right now, we can go far back as Planck time, and it's just, I don't understand the need or desire to call that a creator.
No, I wouldn't. I'd assume that physical laws have given birth to the universe if it was given. But my point is the creator would be the creation of a subjective experience, individual people experience, rather than, because like my world is not the same as your world.
Well, I often
sure
get
it's
from
very similar, but
presuppositionalists that is like, what makes your world coherent? And to me, that just has to go back to a biological form. It is our
yeah,
brain, which is generating our mind, which we are conscious
yes.
beings off of. But I never understand, I guess, anything supernatural. I'm not saying you are saying it's supernatural. I just don't understand alternatives being put forward.
No, like I say, I think it's just an analogy for that function of the brain, rather than anything supernatural. I don't buy anything supernatural. I'm sorry if this is boring, by the way. It's just something I've been thinking about.
I think you're having a more subtle discussion, and most of the creationists that come in here, I hate to say that they have an agenda, but I was just listening to X have an explanation like a few minutes ago, and all I could think about at the back of my head was like, this guy is not, he's waiting for X to be done so that he could he's just going to reject it so that he could just ask another question. And so coming and seeking good conversations, I think that's what we're trying to have here.
No, the Eyelevelup guy was he reminded me a lot. I spend a lot of time arguing with flat earthers on Twitter. It reminded me of that, like, kind of argumentation style.
He's probably a lovely person. I'm probably sure in real life I would get along with them. I just think that there is a presupposition when you come in with God is true. That has to be how the diversity and really all of the major questions to life, and then work backwards.
Yeah.
Hot shots, creationists. Come on and tell us why we're wrong.
The arguments are fun. And I'll be honest, I will admit off the top of my head that I am an idiot that doesn't understand science. So I could fall into that category quite easily if I'd read the right stuff as a teenager.
Honestly, the more that I learn, the more I understand that we're supposed to be relying on experts, because those are the people that actually did the research in their field.
Yeah.
And you don't sound like an idiot to me.
Well, thank
Robin.
you. I only really say it for self-congratulatory applause from the crowd. But I don't. If you say how did life begin, I'm going to say abiogenesis. If you push me, I'll say I don't know fuck all about it. Or pardon me, anything about it.
If you want to watch the videos that we posted in the chat, there's a really nice animation that illustrates how the clay forms a lattice structure that catalyzes polymer chains to repeatedly get randomly generated, and how the protocell lipids give it an environment once it's generated to self-replicate within a system that contains all the replicant reaction results and so on. So it's really easy to watch literally 5 minutes, 10 minutes of videos, read some papers, and the next time someone asks you about abiogenesis, you could explain it sufficient to debunk all these intelligent design arguments.
What chat are you posting in, sorry?
So the chat channel is called Heath and Hangout, and I posted quite a few articles, but the one that I would start with is called, it's a quick little animation. Wait, did it get deleted?
Unfortunately, Discord seems to be losing some of the articles being posted, but I have been reposting them in the YouTube live text chat.
Yeah,
I think I got most of them.
We have this problem on these Discord servers where they automatically delete text chat because they're afraid of people posting like child porn or Nazi stuff. So unfortunately, the links aren't there anymore. I'll repost the one that I'm talking about in a second.
I did post a link to the YouTube stream where in that chat I've been posting the links as well and crediting you, IX.
Cool.
Oh,
so
animation.
So thank you, Bilby. Appreciate you coming on and raising this topic.
I think it's an interesting way to try and maybe bridge the gap between the belief and the like, at least to have an idea of what people mean when they say God is everything and everywhere and all of that. You kind of pass it into well, there is stuff everywhere.
My experience has been Yeah, my experience has been that theists and atheists, most of us don't actually have any trouble getting along. Most people in both these demographics are quite nice people. What it is there's a few who are getting quite an audience and they're trying to stir things up. We see this in both demographics, although from my perspective it looks like it happens more with the theists, but that could just be because we're kind of outnumbered. So on a per capita basis it might be the same because it's a human nature thing. There are people out there who like to stir up controversy and like to get into big heated arguments with people and cause trouble. So I don't think we'll ever be able to completely close that chasm, that gap, so to speak. But it's certainly worth the effort to try to move things in that direction of everybody getting along well.
Cool. Are we ready to get another theist on the stage?
Thanks for having me on. And I'll definitely watch that video.
We appreciate you coming on.
Do I have to?
Yes.
So, Baked Alaska, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hello, gentlemen, and Amy, how are you?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm all right. Enjoying the show. Yeah, so I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts about the fine-tuning argument, the cosmological fine-tuning of the initial conditions and the laws of nature and the fundamental constants of the laws of nature. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the argument, so I could run through it if you'd like, or just wanted to get your thoughts.
That would be a good idea because there are a few variants. Like the Kalam cosmological argument is the most common one we hear, but we do know there's different ideas on it. So yes, definitely, it's also beneficial for anyone in our audience who may not be familiar with it, as well as you clarifying what you're going after. So yes, please go ahead and put it forward.
I think you're talking about the teleological argument, the fine tuning.
Exactly, the teleological argument. So there's a few. I'm familiar with a few different variations. I know there's William Lane Craig has popularized a deductive form of the argument where I think the premises are basically like the universe appears to be finely tuned for intelligent life, and then the fine tuning is caused by either physical necessity, chance, or design, and it does not appear to be plausibly caused by necessity or chance, so therefore it's caused by design. And then I think there's an abductive version of the argument as well, where it's more of an inference to the best explanation for the fine tuning is God as opposed to naturalistic explanations.
So yeah, it's the same thing whether you phrase it deductively, inductively, or abductively. It's just changing the adverb. It doesn't make a difference. But yeah, so the main problem is that one, design isn't a third option. It's design is either determined or chance or combination of the two. Design isn't a third kind of thing. There is no third kind of thing. It's determined or chance. Secondly, there is no evidence to indicate it's designed whatsoever. There's lots of evidence to indicate that it's determined or chance. So actually the more plausible explanation is that it's a combination of determinism or chance and not design.
Okay, and why would design not be one of the possible options?
Because design is a combination of determinism and chance. There's no third way to get a third kind of thing there. Like suppose there is a mind doing designing. What are the reasons it's doing designing? Is it designing for determined reasons, or is it designing for no reasons? If it's designing for determined reasons, it's determined. If it's designing for no reasons, it's random. And if it's some combination of the two, then it's a combination of determinism and randomness. There's no third option.
Well, the third option would be to sustain life. Like that would be the reason why God finally tuned the universe to sustain intelligent life.
That would be determined. So he had a determined reason that determined him to do this, which means it's not designed, it's just determinism.
I don't know what is the basis to say what God did was determined. I mean, you could just say what God did was consistent with his nature.
That would be determined. Those would be the same thing. So like
No, that's not. Determined is a physical concept that applies to we don't
no.
even know if determinism is true in the physical universe.
Well, determined isn't physical. Determined is any precedent thing that causes an antecedent thing. That's it. Doesn't make a
Right, but
difference what it
if you have libertarian free will, it's not based on determinism.
Right, but there's no coherent definition of libertarian free will. It's not a coherent concept.
And after
So
you respond, oh no, go TJump. You know what I'm done.
Yeah, so any choice ever for any reason, or any choice ever, is going to be done for one of two things: either for determined reasons caused the choice to happen, or no reasons caused the choice to happen, in which case it's random. And I'm not talking about like a choice between chocolate and vanilla, why you pick chocolate. I'm talking about going from a state of choice or no choice, going from a state of no choice to a state of choice. There are two things that can go from a state of no choice to choice, or two things that can cause it. One is either a determined cause or an undetermined cause. One is determinism, one is randomness, and that's it. There's no third option.
Yeah, I already gave it. You're just refusing to accept it because you said there's no coherent definition of free will, but there is, and obviously we have free will. We all act like we have free will, and that's a plausible explanation.
You just said a noun, so I could say blah, 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 and say that's a third option.
Yeah, but that has no meaning to anyone, and free will does,
exactly.
right? Like
What
if
is
I
the
walked
meaning?
up to
What
a
is
person
the
on the street,
coherent meaning?
if I walked up to a person on the street and said the word that you said, no one would have any clue what you're talking about. If I asked a person on the street, like,
give me the definition of free will. What is free will?
it's your ability to make a choice.
No, that's not a third option. We're talking about, so there is a choice. Choice is made. Go from a state of no choice to a state of choice. What is the mechanistic causes that can do that? Go from a state of no choice to a state of choice. You simply just saying your ability to go from a state of no choice to a state of choice, that's free will. Well, that tells us nothing about what's doing that.
Let's put it this way. Let's not make it between what you and I think. It's not established in philosophy that there is no such thing as free will. There's no consensus around that.
There is actually.
It's not. It's a philosophical claim that you're making. So it's not something you could ever like establish scientifically. So you're already off the reservation with your
This
argumentation.
is something that there is a 100% consensus on. So there is a consensus that libertarian free will. No, there absolutely is. So you can Google Phil Survey's paper 2022 on free will. This is a thing. The consensus is that there is compatibilism. Libertarian free will makes no sense. It's like in the single digits. Nobody thinks it takes it seriously whatsoever. You can go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on libertarian free will. It's complete gibberish. Nobody thinks it makes sense. So yeah,
that's the
ask you, what would you expect in a no God universe?
Are you saying what would I expect for a universe that did not appear to be finely tuned?
Yeah, that didn't have any creative.
Well, so you wouldn't expect like life to exist, right?
all.
Because like it's much more probable for life not to exist than it is for life. So many different things have to come together for life to exist that it calls out for some type of explanation.
it was determined.
Determined by what?
Who cares? The question was, what would you expect to see in a non-designed universe? Say a determined universe that was not designed. You'd say no life. But if a universe was determined just by its nature to create life, then you would see a life in a determined non-designed universe just fine.
Okay, but we're talking, but you also have to look at what the probability of this occurring is.
Well, that's what I wanted to know, how you got a probability if we have no other universes to look at.
Well, there's actually different responses to that. I mean, like, I know Luke Barnes, who's a theist cosmologist. He's done a lot of work in this area, and he's sort of come up with a framework for establishing sort of like the Bayesian probability. I've heard different analogies. Like, one analogy is like if you walked into a room and you saw a pencil like perfectly balanced on its tip, and you had never seen a pencil before, and that's the only pencil that ever existed, it would still be improbable for the pencil to be perfectly balanced on its tip, right? Like you wouldn't need other pencils to establish that.
No, that would be false.
Why is that false?
Well, suppose the pencil was made of, instead of graphite, tungsten or something. So the lead is just so heavy at the tip it's going to necessarily stand on its head every time, no matter what, then it's going to be determined to stand on its head. You don't know whether or not it's probable to stand on its head until you actually know all of the different factors involved into making the pencil be where it was. So in the case of the universe, it could be something like the fine structure constant, which is a pattern we see in a whole bunch of different places that have no variable relation, could be representative of another determining law in physics we haven't discovered yet that makes all of the laws interconnected. And so it is determined that life comes about. And so it's actually extremely probable or even necessary that life comes about.
Well, you're changing the hypothetical, Tom. I mean, Amy asked why, if we only have a sample size of 1, how it could even be theoretically possible to make any judgments about whether something is probable or improbable with a sample size of 1, right? And I gave an explanation for that, and now you're changing my hypothetical.
No,
You're saying, like, if the pencil was made of something different, like, it's not made of something different. I'm talking about a pencil made of graphite. And if you only saw that perfectly balanced on it. Now, I get your further point, because your further point is like, how do we know that the universe is really finely tuned, right? Like,
No. My further point is saying that when you see a pencil and you've never seen a pencil before, the constants that govern that pencil could be like, now I'm shifting to a different analogy, if the pencil was made of tungsten, or it would necessarily fall that way. It could be the case that in this universe, where you've never seen a pencil before, the laws of physics determine it to do that, such as an example would be if the thing was made of tungsten. You don't know. You see a pencil, you don't know any of this. You don't know what the laws are that got the pencil to be there. So you just seen a pencil there, having never seen a pencil before, you would be irrational to conclude it was designed.
Well, you could inspect the pencil. That's the whole point. Like, we're inspecting, right? Like, we're making observations about the universe, and we observe that not only do the constants of the laws of physics appear to be finely tuned, but the initial conditions of the universe, like the low entropy state, the amount of matter versus the amount of antimatter, those are things that are completely unrelated to the laws of physics. So those are initial boundary conditions.
Those are not. So like, to go with the analogy of the pencil, we're looking at the pencil. Now, we don't have all of the facts of the pencil. All we see is we see a bunch of stuff. We have no idea a bunch of other stuff. Could it be the case that in conditions that we can't see about the pencil, there is some determining factor that causes the pencil to stand up straight? The answer is yes, it could be the case. We can't knock the pencil over. We can't throw the pencil again. We just see the pencil. We can't touch it. We can't rethrow it. All we do is we see the pencil there. We can measure the facts about the pencil as far as we can tell. But could there be some fact there that determines that every time we flip the pencil, it will always land in that exact same spot, in that exact same position? Yeah, there absolutely could. To say that there is this one exterior unknown law that determines the pencil's position is a simpler hypothesis than to say there is an entire other being of mind status stuff that deliberately did this. That would take a whole bunch of other extra assumptions that have no basis.
Yeah.
In
So
reality.
now you're deferring to a methodological critique and saying, like, methodologically, like, I don't want to go outside natural processes and propose some entire new entity.
No. I didn't say that at all. So this has nothing to do with natural, supernatural. If we just see a pencil, let's just grant there's natural and supernatural forces, all of them at play. Don't care. And we want to say, see a pencil on a table, and there's several possibilities of how the pencil got there. 1, determined. 2, random. 3, a designer did it, or whatever. And we want to say, what's the most plausible explanation? Well, if we have no evidence of any of these things, and we're just saying which is the best explanation of the data, one extra determining factor is a better explanation than an entire new category of things, which is
it's not an entire new category. We have evidence of minds, right? Like, we already know that minds can be the cause for effects in the physical world, right?
The
and
kinds
God
of
is
minds that we know about have explanations which require things that are not part of the intelligent design theory of a necessary being, right? Necessary beings don't have neurons. There's not something analogous in the necessary being hypothesis that is anything like the minds that we observe in our world. It's an analogy, but it's not an actual, like, even most Christians, when pressed on the mind of God stuff, will just say, well, it's analogical, it's analogical, it's analogical. There's entire, like, subjects of theology designed to deflect from the fact that it's all analogical. No one can actually say anything about this supposed God, because eventually you're going to revert to something like divine simplicity or just something absurd like that and say, well, it's not actually a mind, it's just like pure thought or something, pure like whatever. Why don't you just explain why is the case that any intelligent design theory over any other is more likely, and why the priors for a very specific intelligent design hypothesis are less specific and absurd and narrowing of the possibility space than the priors for what a particular physics looks like naturally.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what this design argument attempts to do, right?
But it fails because I don't know if you've watched the video that I sent to you. It's by Friction, aka Detroyer, and he specifically begins with the Luke Barnes and Lewis paper that you're talking about, and it can be summarized really simply. The assumption that the bare design hypothesis is more probable than the not intelligent design hypothesis is pretending as though there aren't any implausible priors in a bare design hypothesis that would make it sufficiently predict intelligent life, such that it would reduce the likelihood of those priors to be far less likely than the priors for a particular non-design universe set of constants to be life-permitting.
And Baked, I know you want to respond, but then I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, and what are these? What did you call them? Unlikely priors? Is that what you said?
Okay. Yes. If your bare design includes just the minimal idea that it's like possible that some mind or thing has the potency to create the universe, then that doesn't include any of the specifics that are going to go into why it would predictably make this universe. There's going to be priors associated with the intentions of that agent that are just as complex and as arbitrary as the ones for the constants which this universe happens to have naturally, right? So there's not some like superior, simpler hypothesis on the intelligent design side. It's actually a more complex, less likely hypothesis. Once you factor all the priors in, it's less likely than things just being this way.
I don't know. I think there's a lot in there. I mean, like that almost is basically saying like that's almost kind of the essence of what that objection sounds like to me is like that the explanation, even though there's an explanation being given, it's then saying, well, what's the explanation for that explanation? And basically saying like that's improbable. You could do that ad infinitum.
No,
let me just read from Detroyer's.
Please don't. Detroyer is terrible at explaining this. He's so bad at this. So if you think of all the possibilities, think of each possible way the universe could be. It's possible that there is some law of physics determining it to be that way, and it's possible that there's some designer determining it to be that way. And so for every possible way the universe could be, there's a one-to-one correlation of possible laws that determine it to be that way and possible gods that determine it to be that way. And then you have to ask what part of the nature of the thing causes it to be that God as opposed to a different God, or that law as opposed to a different law. And so if God has a nature to create this universe as opposed to a universe of puppies or a universe of black holes, there has to be some part of its nature that is this way that determines it to make X instead of Y. And that part, you have to make this assumption that it has morality, like the moral principle, like the Robin Collins version or something that makes it do this one and not the other one. And that's going to be equally as fine-tuned as the property you're trying to describe.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to react like that on the fly. Did you want to say something, Amy?
Just watch the video by Detroyer and like come back to us when you've understood it, I think.
I'll respond, but I just wanted Amy to get a chance to say something.
Well, I just wanted to continue down that logic, I would say, of fine-tuning, because you said that if we had no life, that would kind of be at least the marker of a no God. And I guess nested within two questions would be, do you think that there seems to be a lot of life out there? I have an opinion. I think scientists have an opinion on that. And if you agree with that assumption, do you think that if there was a universe with more life, that would thus be evidence of a more finely tuned universe?
That's a good question, and I've struggled with that question. I could see it both ways, like, because on one level, I feel like if we're the only life in the universe, to me, like I could see somebody using that to argue like that, like Christianity is true almost, right? Like that it defies like reason to think that like life wouldn't arise naturalistically on some other planet. And so therefore like there's no explanation why we would be like the only life other than, you know, like Christianity or God or something like that. But then, you know, if you flip it around, if there is life everywhere, then it supports the fine-tuning argument. So I really don't know how to get around that, you know?
Yeah, because I would say the analogy that I was eventually building for is what we call the puddle argument, is that there is a conscious puddle that wakes up and says, oh me, my, this hole fits me perfectly. It was made just for me. I can fit so nicely and I can survive here. And so it must have been made for me. And so it looks, at least from my perspective, I know from many others' perspectives, as if this was a naturally forming thing, that it was a rare event. It happens where things, like I was talking about earlier, the circumstellar habitable zone where we get liquid water, where you get organisms that have energy, either from thermal vents or from, you know, suns or other sources. But this is what you would expect from natural events, and it's not something like we're on an ice planet where you wouldn't expect life to arise, yet something is arising, or a universe teeming with life.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what the reason I struggle with that analogy is like it seems like we have to live in a universe that's consistent with our own existence, right? Like it's just
Sure.
it's like a logical necessity. So I'm not sure how like right, and like the puddle has to be in an area that allows for the puddle to exist. But does that like negate there being an explanation for why that occurs, you know?
And we're not saying there isn't an explanation, but we're saying it doesn't lead or point to design.
Yeah,
a different way. Can I like try to clarify? Let's say for each possible way the universe could be, there's two possible explanations. Let's just forget the random chance one. Just say it's either necessity or design. So for any universe we're in, it can be explained by there is some undiscovered law of physics that determines the universe to be this way, or there is some undiscovered God that has a nature that's going to make this universe. So for any universe there's always going to be these two possibilities. Why would you prefer the God one over the unknown law one in any of them?
Because in addition to the unknown laws, you also need to have like the initial conditions of the universe, which are independent of the laws of physics.
Oh, that's what the law is. The law is the thing that determines all of the starting conditions. That is the undiscovered law.
Then that law itself would appear to be finely tuned.
Right.
Like
wait, so yes, exactly. So when you say that this law appears to be finely tuned, this is where the problem of who finely tuned God comes in. Because if God's nature has some particular nature that causes him to make this universe as opposed to another one, it must necessarily also be finely tuned in the same way that you're arguing that this undiscovered law must be finely tuned, which means the God solution doesn't solve the problem of fine tuning, it just pushes it back a step. I'm going to walk through that one more time.
Well, no, that makes sense, but I guess like what we would have, it does push it back, but you would have an explanation for why God was finely tuned that like wouldn't apply, right, to like a physical law. I mean, that's the difference. Like the explanation for why God would be finely tuned is like that's like his nature, right? Like
that would be the nature of this determining law that we haven't discovered yet. Its nature is such that it would determine this universe.
Yeah, but like the laws of physics are contingent, right? So like there's nothing
that's
about
just an assumption. So like you can say there's a necessary law of physics, but that part's irrelevant because the question here is if we're in any given universe X, and for every given universe there could be a determining undiscovered law or a determining God, both of which have some kind of a nature which determines them to make exactly this universe, why would you prefer one over the other to explain the fine-tuning. Now, whether you think there's a necessary being, that's a completely separate argument that's just irrelevant here. What we were talking about is the fine-tuning argument, and to explain the fine-tuning that we see, why would you ever pick God with nature that determines this, as opposed to undiscovered law with nature that determines this?
Well, again, maybe I'm quarreling with the hypothetical a little bit, but like the law wouldn't apply to the initial and boundary conditions of the universe. Like those are things that are independent of any physical law.
No, it's not.
So,
No, that's not
yeah,
correct at all.
it's like that in all. It's like that in all aspects of physics. Like
No, it's
you have
literally
physical,
not. So, like, our universe began to exist. One of the main hypotheses is string theory. String theory determines the starting conditions of our universe. So, no, the starting boundary conditions of our universe are not independent of
yeah,
anything in
no,
physics.
because like even in string theory, right? Like you have something called like the de Sitter space, and which is the range of all possible worlds, right? And then you need to basically like contextualize it and put constraints in those equations that generate like the universe that we have. And so like that is almost a process of design.
No,
Like
it's not. So again, all of the conditions of the de Sitter space is determined by an extant law, and that extant law is not determined by the boundary conditions. It is the boundary conditions. The boundary conditions is a law of physics.
No.
We have a question. We have a question from Hazardus in the Discord chat. Is asking, so you specifically baked Alaska. So if God's nature is such that he had to create the universe, then it wasn't God's decision or intent at the bottom of it, but something more fundamental than God?
No, well, I think God can only act consistent with his nature. So I don't think, I mean, it's a good question. I've thought about that before, but I don't think the argument is that like it was that God didn't have a choice in creating the universe. It's just something that like emanates out of his nature, like that he's all good, that he wants to create like more good in the world. And that's what led him to create the universe.
All right, so let's just say I'm making a new model of physics, and in this model of physics, the boundary conditions is the undiscovered law of physics I'm talking about. So, universe, we have a universe, we're in a universe, two possible ways. There is a determined boundary condition. It created this universe. Second option, a God with his nature created the universe. Why would you ever pick a God over a determined boundary condition?
I think what you're doing though, Tom, I have to think about that, but I think what you're doing is like you're changing like the design argument is based on like what we currently know, right? And it's saying like based on what we currently know, that it doesn't appear that that necessity or chance are better explanations than design. Like that's basically all the argument says. And it, yeah, there's different views on whether it's like a sound argument or not, but I think it's evidence. It's some evidence that God exists.
So I agree with you. The problem and why this isn't accepted anywhere in physics is because when you add in the God is an unknown thing that we don't know about yet. Just like an undiscovered boundary condition that determines the universe is an unknown thing that we haven't discovered yet. And so if you're trying to fill the gap of what caused the fine-tuning, the question, which is unanswered and why most physicists reject God as a hypothesis in physics, is because you can't tell why would you ever accept the addition of a God mind or some kind of a mind creating the fine-tuning as opposed to the also addition of adding a determined boundary condition. Both of these are going to be additions that go beyond the current evidence. I agree. The current evidence doesn't tell us whether it's designed or random. It doesn't tell us. But the question is, you're adding something also, which is a mind doing the designing. And why would we accept that addition as opposed to just a determined boundary condition addition? They're both additions.
Well, this goes to whether like people feel constrained by methodological, naturalism or other.
I'm not bringing that in. We can just grant supernatural stuff exists. You got the exact same problem.
Well, but your solution is like creating something that like is not consistent with anything that we're like currently like aware of. So it's
Well,
just
I'm not following.
you're saying like there's some like law of physics that sets the initial boundary conditions, but
Yes.
we're not aware of anything like that.
There's actually significantly more evidence of that than there is a God, but that would be
No, but then that's not what I'm saying. Is like you're it's like an ad hoc explanation. You're just coming up with something ad hoc, right, or arbitrary to explain something that we can't explain, and then saying like, well, why isn't that the better explanation for something that, like, you know, it's no different. It's kind of like almost like what the typical atheist argument is for God, because it's like one of the objections is like it's ad hoc.
No, I'm not following here. So the God is the ad hoc hypothesis here. That's the argument.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, but I'm saying that's what your explanation is too. You're just creating something ad hoc.
Yes, that is specifically the point of the argument, is to say I can also create an ad hoc explanation to explain the data in the exact same way you are. Why would we prefer your ad hoc explanation over to this ad hoc explanation?
Because we have evidence of minds. Granted, they're not unembodied minds. They're always connected to a body. But we have evidence of minds, and we have absolutely zero evidence of what you're talking about.
So we have evidence of hammers. Does that mean it's plausible to say that a hammer created the boundary conditions?
I'm saying as an explanation, as a causal explanation.
We have no evidence that minds can be a causal explanation of anything outside of space-time, just like we have no evidence that hammers can be a causal explanation of anything outside of space-time. Can minds and hammers cause things? Absolutely. But you can't posit a mind to cause something outside of space-time as more plausible than a determined boundary condition. Because we actually have lots of evidence of determined boundary conditions, tons of it. Fine structure constants, literally one of the top models in physics. So if you're positing a mind as a causal explanation outside of space-time, that is significantly more implausible than a determined boundary condition. Determined boundary conditions are very well accepted in physics. Minds outside of space-time are completely rejected in physics because of way that we establish rational hypotheses in physics is you're only allowed to use combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist independent of imagination. Minds outside of space-time haven't done that. Boundary conditions have. So in physics, yours is 100% ad hoc. Boundary conditions is not at all ad hoc.
You're calling it determined boundary conditions. What I'm saying is consistent with the science, which is we have no explanation for the initial boundary conditions or the initial conditions of the universe. Why was the low entropy state? Why was the entropy state of the universe so low? It looked very smooth, right? Why was the amount of matter versus the antimatter the way that it was? Why are the laws? Why are the constants of the fundamental constants of the laws of physics the way they are? We don't know, right? Like that's the answer.
I agree.
Okay. So then it becomes like, what is a possible explanation for those things? And you're proposing.
And here's where I think we have a disagreement, because I think that in science we're limited to saying that whatever the best we can make up, like magical squirrels or whatever, and how we eliminate some of these hypotheticals and prioritize others is if they're a combination of principles, particles, and laws in physics that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. If it's of that class, that is the class A hypotheses. Those are good hypotheses. Class B hypotheses is anything that has any property that has yet to be demonstrated outside of our imagination. Miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. That's a class B hypothesis, and those are not accepted in physics because they have a universal failure rate in making testable predictions. So when we're trying to establish what's the most plausible, least ad hoc explanation of what caused the fine-tuning, the class A hypotheses that only use combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination is always going to be the least ad hoc and the most plausible. So saying something like an undiscovered boundary condition or determined law of physics or something, even though the particular thing hasn't been discovered yet, because it's a combination of things that have been discovered, is more plausible than to say a mind outside of space-time.
Well, so those, I would agree that for things generally in the universe, like what you said applies, right? But this is something that is being posited to explain the entire cause of the universe itself, right? So I don't think those limitations apply, because when you're talking about the cause of the entire universe, that if somebody posits a cause that transcends the universe, which almost appears necessary, right, on some level, then you're not in that category that you're talking. You're not just coming up with some, fairyland explanation for something that like you observe, like on Earth or something. So it's just you're in a different realm, I think, when you're talking about like the cause of the entire universe.
I think that's special pleading. So like if the more grandiose the claim is, the more constrained by demonstrable principles it is, not the less. So if you're trying to make a more grandiose claim of something more fundamental or more significant in the universe, then you're even more constrained to only use things that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our
in the
imagination, not
universe.
less.
You're
No,
only
anything. This applies to anything.
You're
Anything,
constrained
ever.
Yeah, but all those things only occur in the universe.
I agree. All the things we've demonstrated only exist in our universe, and
Yes.
you're only allowed to use those to hypothesize
explain
about
the cause of the
what's
entire
that?
universe.
Yes, you're
That doesn't
only
make any
allowed to
sense.
use. Well,
How
it
could
does,
something
because-
within the universe cause the universe to exist?
Well, that's literally what quantum physics or quantum
No,
mechanics.
no.
Wait. So this is literally what they're doing. They're arguing like string theory is using things in our universe, like quantum particle collapse. What's it called? The effect where virtual particles pop in and exist. They are literally using things in our universe to try to figure out how our universe began.
Okay.
When you go to things like what happened outside or before our universe, you're not now allowed to make garbage up that hasn't been demonstrated yet. You're even more constrained to only use things in our universe.
Okay.
The
So
problem
first of all,
here isn't-
eliminate. I'll grant you the string theory thing, but you could eliminate all the other things you mentioned because those things don't apply. They only
Yes, they
apply to things within the universe. They're not going to explain the cause of the universe itself. Now, what string theory does, and one of the responses to the design argument is that we have a multiverse, right? Like, and so it becomes like, well, it's not really improbable that our universe is finely tuned because you have 10 to the 500 other universes or an infinite amount of other universes. And so like our universe is just one in a vast array of other universes. That's how I think science tries to deal with
That's
it.
only one of them. There's also the one I just sent you, which under the Bohm interpretation of quantum mechanics and the Casimir effect, which, as TJump mentioned, is something we observe that's very mysterious, but which allows us to conjecture as to if the Casimir effect is a clue to whether it's part of the conditions necessary for the early universe to form. And this paper shows, it's called Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing. It shows that the math works, that if at the beginning of the universe there was so-called vacuum, in other words, non-stuff, no energy, no space, just pure vacuum, and no particles to be related to each other, that the virtual particle phenomena would create a exponentially expanding bubble which would cause time and space to come into existence from the non-time and space dimension of the virtual particle fluctuation itself. So it's very strange. There's a lot of different hypotheses, but basically the problem is if you're not going to make an argument from ignorance, you have to make an argument from elimination. Essentially, you have to eliminate every offered argument. And merely saying you don't like multiple universes or you don't like the Bohm mechanics or whatever, none of those gets you out of it because these are all just candidate explanations, of which there are many. And that's how science works. We don't have to present the one true answer that no one can disagree with to say, look, there are plausible contenders for this. The God one is not one of the probable ones.
Okay. Well, look, maybe you guys think I'm making a stronger claim than I'm making. Like, what I'm trying to at least establish is there's some evidence for God existing, right? Like, you may not think it's strong evidence or it's dispositive or like, anything near like enough to convince you.
The evidence for the positive God is less likely than the thing that it's posited to be an explanation for.
So specifically, the fine-tuning argument is better explained by string theory than by God, by magnitudes of orders of magnitude better. So like you can see a cup fall over and say that's evidence of magical cup knocking over leprechauns. And in a Bayesian sense, you can count it as some very trivial number, but it's more likely a squirrel or the wind. Same thing applies here. String theory is the squirrel or the wind for knocking over the cup. and explaining the fine tuning. And God is the magical fairy cup knocking over leprechaun. So the problem here is in physics, the reason we are only allowed to use combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated, not just for things in the universe, but also for things outside before and anything ever posited of anything, is because our brains make crap up and we need to filter out the made up crap. The only way to do that is through novel prediction. And so once things have made novel predictions, they are then go into the class A category of combinations of principles, particles, and laws that we can use to build hypotheses. And if they aren't in that category, they're in the magical leprechaun category, the class B category.
I think what you're saying, Tom, is true for things in the universe, but when you're talking about and also just relying on string theory, right? Which we have a very low epistemic warrant.
I hate string theory. I think it's terrible. I'm using it because I think it's terrible, but it's still infinitely better than a god.
It's not infinitely better.
Infinitely.
That's the whole point. It's not infinite. Like,
a lot better.
Infinitely.
Well, that's subject to debate, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, there's some evidence for God, and I just hear all the time from the atheist community that there's no evidence, and it's just completely made up and fictional. It doesn't make any sense. It's irrational.
That evidence, can that evidence be verified? That's the thing, and that's what we're looking at. If we're not seeing anything can be verified, then it really is difficult to say that there is any. So some is kind of like trying to sneak it in the back door, it almost sounds like. But what is this some evidence? Like, I haven't found anything convincing so far.
There's saying the fine tuning is the evidence, the fine tuning argument. But so can I clarify here?
Which has been debunked.
Sort of. So, but would you clarify? Would you agree that in my cup knocking over example, seeing the cup knock over is evidence for magical cup knocking over leprechauns in a Bayesian sense, right? It is evidence.
I don't know. That sounds like a stretch to me a little bit.
I think this is the last part of this talk. Because we need to move on to other guests, but let's go through this. Yeah.
Right. So you would agree it's reasonable to say that seeing a cup knock over is zero evidence of magical leprechauns, right? That's a fair assessment. Even though Bayesian sense, you can say it's some trivial number of stupid something, right? So I see the argument for the fine tuning to be exactly the same evidence for God as seeing a cup knocked over is evidence of fairy leprechauns.
Okay, but the difference is that we have good reasons to think that leprechauns don't exist, right?
They're made up by minds, yes, like God.
Yes, but with the God hypothesis, like essentially what the hypothesis is that God is an unembodied mind, and while we don't have any evidence of unembodied minds, we have evidence of minds, and it doesn't appear to be like and since we don't even know how our consciousness arises, right? Like if we knew our consciousness, if we could establish that our consciousness was purely materialistic, then I think we'd be having a different discussion, but we can't. So we don't know how conscious
thing about the leprechaun. So the leprechaun is a magically embodied mind.
You can't say that about a leprechaun.
Why not?
Because number one, we have strong evidence that there are no leprechauns. Right? Like, but that doesn't apply to the God hypothesis.
If leprechauns exist on a magical realm that we can't investigate, no, you can't say that. All we can say is that all of the claims of leprechauns that we know about seem to be mentally constructed in the exact same sense. All of the claims about God seem to be mentally constructed.
Okay, but then when you say leprechauns exist in a magical realm, it's not really even coherent, like what you're describing as a leprechaun. Right? Like the concept of God is a coherent concept. Like God is the greatest conceivable being.
It's
right?
literally not coherent, but that's irrelevant to the question here. The question is you're positing a new ontology, like a thing outside of space-time. Right. I'm positing another new ontology, a magically existing realm. These are exactly the same coherent. It's just made of a different kind of stuff than the physical stuff. Doesn't matter what you call it. So in these two, there's an exact one-to-one correlation between the arguments for a mind outside of space-time in the God realm and a mind in the magical realm of leprechauns. Both people have personal experiences of, both could exist outside of the realm that science can discover. Both are outside of our universe.
Is the leprechaun a mind? What is the leprechaun?
It's a magical mind. It's a mind in a magical body.
So now, this is what I'm saying. Like we'd have to examine the qualities of what this ontology that you're talking about like consists of. We can't just say like leprechaun. You can't just throw the word leprechauns out there and then be like, oh, it's the same. God is the same. Has the same explanatory power as leprechauns. without even defining what you're talking about.
Well, this is the problem. I don't need to do any of that. My epistemology is so much better because I can just say, I don't care what you think the qualities of the properties you are asserting are. Until you demonstrate they exist with novel predictions, they are of the class B hypothesis. They go in the garbage can.
The things
So
about
I
novel
don't need.
But Tom, you're making a category mistake because you have when you're talking about like novel predictions, right? It depends upon what the claim is. And again, if the claim is something within the universe, like something physical.
No. Again, my epistemology, novel predictions apply for anything you claim to exist independent of your imagination. I don't care which ontology it exists in. I don't care where it exists outside of space.
Well, you may not care, but that doesn't make it like a valid way of reasoning.
Yes, it literally is.
You could just say, you could just throw the words out like, I don't care about whatever X is. That you have to support your rationale.
I do. So if you can claim magical leprechauns exist in the magic realm and you make a novel prediction that you can ask the magical leprechauns to give you a gold brick and a gold brick appears every single time, that's evidence of your magical ontology realm, even if I know nothing about it. I don't need to know anything about it. So the thing here is that you need a methodology to differentiate, is this something in reality as opposed to just your imagination? Novel predictions does that, which means anything that doesn't produce those is of the same category, the class B category of things that have yet to be demonstrated independent of our imagination. All of those are garbage.
To give you an example, we have met someone who believes that gnomes exist. And so they made the claim. They said very specifically during Vietnam that they would steal shoes from soldiers and children. And so that is about as physical a literal claim as we're ever going to get.
Yeah, well, I hope I didn't offend anyone in the gnome believing community. I just don't think it's a large group of people out there. And I mean, Tom, what you just described, like, yeah, like I'm sorry, but that's not like I don't think that gets you over the bar of whether your requirement for novel testable predictions must apply independent of the ontology of what the claim is. If the claim is something physical in the universe versus something non-physical that's not in the universe, you just can't impose your like rule requirement without like providing justification for it.
Well, like, it's like if I was a guy named Bob outside of the universe and I could pray for a gold brick and a gold brick appear in front of me every time, that would justify the belief in Bob outside of the universe. That answers your question. But
sorry, we're just running out of time. We do need to get to other guests soon, so maybe we can wrap this up in the next couple of minutes.
Also, I just want to say one last thing about fine tuning is why it also fails is because you're saying that because there is consciousness, that is a factor, an example, an axiom, however you want to describe it, towards a God. But we have no reason to believe, of course we have no other examples, that if the role was differently somewhere else in another solar system, there either was life like us or a completely different type of life that had conscious thought. And so I don't know what it is. Well, I guess we just are drawn to trying to make consciousness special. I feel like that is a theme.
Well,
I'm not saying that you are,
right.
But
it's just an attempt to respond to the argument from ignorance fallacy, right? Because like the argument of ignorance fallacy is basically like when you don't have any independent evidence of a cause that produces the effect in question, right? And in this particular like line of argument, like the posited cause is a mind, and so like we're saying like we have evidence of minds producing designed things in the world, right? Like computers or whatever, right? So then the question, really what the objection is, the response is like, well, but that's because like our minds are like embodied. And we don't have any evidence of unembodied mind, which is like what the God like hypothesis is. Mm-hmm. So like, and I think that's a valid like response, but I don't think it's like a fatal like response, right? Because just because we don't have evidence of unembodied minds doesn't mean they don't exist.
It's worse than just unembodied though, because we understand what the body's requirements are structurally, And even if we were talking about spirit stuff and we could accept that whatever supernatural spirit stuff which is posited and so-called disembodied could exist, we would still need to understand how it's going to account for something equivalent to what neural networks do. It's not just like we need to see some body, it's that we need to see the things that the parts of the body that are minded, namely brains and neurons, have structurally in whatever substrate you care to name.
Does the substrate have to be a physical one? Or?
We do need to get to other guests, so we'd like to say thank you very much. If there's one last thing you want to say, we'll gladly give you 30 seconds.
No, I really enjoyed the conversation. You guys gave me some good stuff to think about. I hope I did as well. I hope the audience enjoyed it, and I hope essentially, I think what the theist is trying to do is make a cumulative art case, right? So, like, yeah, the design argument isn't going to get you there, but it's part of a broad set of arguments that I think at least establish that theism is rational. You may not think it's true, but I think there's good reason to think it is true.
The fine-tuning argument works against theism because it shows that the probability of the creator being just the right way to make the universe the way that's supposedly been carefully cherry-picked is less probable than all the assumptions required for the universe to just have structural interrelated variables that are this way. So I think fine-tuning actually works against God.
Thank you very much.
I'll send you an invite to Detroiter's Discord server if you want to talk to it more length. TJump did a good job of summarizing it, and you can argue with
all right, I'll check that stuff out.
Detroiter.
All right, thanks, man.
Okay, so our next guest is going to be Ocean.
Ocean's been very patient. He asked if he could talk a long time
Yeah,
ago.
thank you.
And he is server muted too.
Thank you for joining us, Ocean. Let me just check on the muting here.
Maybe we're secretly the way to smuggle your
There we go. Welcome, Ocean. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for waiting. We're glad to have you on here.
Yeah, first I just wanted to say I am sorry you had to do that just now because that was truly torture to listen to.
Okay.
Yeah, but moving on. So I want to ask TJump a few questions. So if he's there, then hopefully.
So this is a show where we normally are questions are kind of for the whole panel. So you can direct a question to somebody, but there's no guarantee that they're the ones that are going to answer it. But go ahead.
But can I also just point out that we unmuted you and you said, my ears can stop ringing now. That's okay. We'll let Which Sensory is doing the work.
Okay, so all right, so my question for TJump is like, can you repeat your definition of the best of all possible worlds?
Is TJump able to respond?
Every once in a while, we get summoned to hell. We have a timeshare there, so just pointing that out.
He's not server muted, so I just thought I would check. But is anybody familiar with TJump's view on best possible worlds, or is this like another idea?
I mean,
I believe it's.
go
ahead. You can summarize it, Amy. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, just from me listening to him, he's said that religion is not done a very good job of actually trying to do the functions that they say. You can offer people a sandwich, you can offer people housing, but there's always going to be, a leash on the other end of that. And so as atheists, we can come at this as we are just trying to feed people and house people, and there doesn't need to be anything else. And so I assume with that name, he's trying to build towards the best possible world.
Yeah, I don't really think that answers the question, but I was looking for TJump to kind of respond. So if he's not there,
yeah, well, this as I mentioned, this show we have multiple hosts here. So, like, if you're wanting to have a higher quality of life, there's a subjective aspect to it because different people are satisfied by different things in their lives. And some people want more happiness, some people want more challenge and more difficulty to overcome. Some people want a lot of different things. That sometimes they just really are not too concerned about themselves, and they want something to be better for somebody else. So, I don't think there's one hard and fast rule for everyone. I think it's really going to boil down to how well people can function together in a society. Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
I do have a way. Maybe we can help you suss this out, Ocean. So, do you know? And if not, just tell us, and then we'll discuss morality. But what is a Steelman version you think of TJump's best possible worlds? And if you have maybe a problem with it, maybe you can tell us why.
Yeah, well, I don't know if so. Roughly speaking, I think his view is something like the best of all possible worlds is a world where somewhat like all wills have sovereignty over themselves or something like that. But I was hoping that he would actually be able to clarify what he's trying to say. But like since he's not here, like I said, I guess that's not going to happen. So I guess I'll just exit the stage. But thanks for bringing me up, I guess.
Well, I'll just say that, there are, I do believe that the vast majority of people benefit greatly from self-mastery and from being sovereign, being able to make their own choices and have freedom to do what they want to do. There is a bit of a compromise needed sometimes where, for example, for a sadistic person who really they need to respect consent of other people. And then there's also some people who don't want that. They're not comfortable with freedom and not comfortable with the sovereignty. They need to be in a kind of relationships with people where they're being told what to do, and they're more comfortable that way. Again, life satisfaction varies from person to person.
Yeah, I mean that's all fine, but yeah, I don't really know if I have anything interesting to say anymore. But yeah, thanks for the conversation, I guess. Thanks for bringing me up. I'll just go back.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Ocean. I mean, I know TJump has certain morality principles, like going against an impositional will. I at least can understand where he's coming from with that type of phrasing. But yeah, we'll see. Welcome, S.
Welcome, Sage of Cringe. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I think we've spoken before.
Oh yeah, no, you and I have spoken before plenty of times, Randolph. But yeah, I'm here to defend the existence of God, or what I call God. I have a non-standard view on the gods.
Okay, so we're coming up to near the end of our show here. We probably have at least 10 minutes we can get into this. So let's hear what your definition is and see where we can go with it.
By God, what I mean by that is, a mind that is behind our universe. Doesn't have to be like a mind behind all reality or whatnot, but the universe that we observe that began around 13 plus billion years ago. And in my view, like, we live in a simulation that is being run by an advanced civilization, and that's what I consider the gods of our world to be.
Say that again. We live under the control of aliens?
Yeah, we can call them aliens. They're not from this planet. I mean, that's for sure, But yes, there's a civilization out there. There's a civilization out there that's running a simulation, and we're in it.
Okay, but why do you believe that?
So just a second. So if that's the case. That's the case. That the God is not omnipresent. Then it doesn't have that characteristic, at least.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm not saying these gods are omnipresent or any of that fucking garbage. Like these people, these fucking theists, right? Traditional theists, they're so idiotic, right? They're positing like disembodied minds. No, I don't need that baggage. I'm positing.
No, I'm just trying to understand clearly what you're saying, and I think it's good if we can rule things out. That helps.
Yeah, there's Nick Bostrom's argument for the simulation. It's a statistical argument, it's saying that we're more likely to live in a simulated universe than an unsimulated one. That'd be the conclusion of the argument. And
so is there some reason you reject the idea that there are constraints on the feasibility of such simulations, such that you think that there is like an infinitely large number of simulations that guarantees that we're in one?
Yeah, of course. Eventually we will be simulating the entire universe.
But I also
the world is comparable.
But what's the reason to think that such simulations won't reach constraints? Like, would you say that you can assemble an infinite amount of matter in one space without creating a black hole?
Yeah, maybe it's possible if you apply, negative mass and repulsive gravity.
So you think you could pull mass apart so that it wouldn't form a black hole? Okay.
Yes, yes. If it's matter or negative mass and generates like repulsive rather than attractive gravity, of course. I mean,
Okay. So you think you could construct something as large or larger as the biggest black holes that was made out of computronium, such that you could create an infinitely large simulation?
yeah. Look, I mean, we live in a universe that's gonna basically expand forever, and we have plenty of time before heat death. Talking in terms of trillions of years. I think in all that time, yeah.
The question's not
Um,
how big is the universe. The question is, can you overcome the laws of physics to avoid black holes being formed? And so far as I know, I don't think just like propulsive force would do it. It seems to me like when you look at something like Sagittarius A, like
but I mean,
supermassive
that's
black
what's
holes,
causing the expansion of our universe.
which is
The repulsive gravity generated by dark energy of so not so empty, so-called empty space.
possibly. I still think that there's reason to think that the feasibility of a simulation being like infinitely scalable just drops. The bigger the simulation, the less feasible it is. And the kind of simulation that we live in has all the hallmarks of one which would be infeasible.
But X, like the thing is, right? It's obviously possible to have all this matter condensed into a teeny tiny point and not have it collapse into a black hole. That's what happened with our observable universe. That's how it started, and it's
Well,
a
we
lot
don't
bigger
know
now
how
than it was.
we don't know how it started, but I would agree that it's possible for a universe to expand from some singularity due to certain conditions. But as far as the conditions in the universe that we observe, what we see is black holes and Hawking radiation and so on, like Sagittarius A. We don't see the hypothetical universe being created. But if it's the case that it does just create a universe, that's not a simulation argument. That's just a black holes lead to more universes argument, which is like Lee Smolens's cosmological evolution
Yeah,
hypothesis.
I'm not arguing for our universe being created by a black hole. I was like arguing against one of your points against like
Yeah, yeah.
simulation hypothesis. I mean,
Yeah, so the point is, look, I think either if you make enough computronium to try to simulate a universe, you're going to have enough matter to inescapably collapse into a black hole. And if you have a universe like ours that can be infinitely explored and has a completely self-consistent history to be investigated and so on, then it's not going to fit in a Truman Show size simulation that is like running on somebody's laptop or on a few, moons of some asteroid planet or something. It doesn't seem to me feasible. Like I like Bostrom's argument. I think it's a really cool thought experiment. I just don't think we live in one because I think he just like massively underestimates the infeasibility, let alone like the uselessness of it.
yeah, claims like that X technology isn't feasible don't have a good track record historically. I mean, so
Well, so far as we know, things like the speed of light is an
oh yeah,
upper
man,
limit.
it's never gonna fly. Man, it's never gonna go to the moon. I don't think so, X.
The speed of light being an upper limit on communication still stands despite all the entanglement experiments that people misunderstand and posit as violating it. No violation of the speed of light for communication of information has occurred.
You have like quantum systems that can affect each other like instantaneously. Doesn't matter how far they are. And you
There are
don't think that's like
correlations, but not communications. In other words, no information can be confirmed any faster than the speed of light would allow for.
okay,
Only
whatever
a
that means.
correlation.
So what do you
means
even
that
mean by information?
you retroactively find some correlation, but there's no communication that can be derived from it. Like watch Sabine Hofstadter's videos on the subject. She talks about Bell's
Yeah, ruling out local hidden variables. But I
But
mean, it
as
seems like either way they affect each other simultaneously, man. Whether or not there's like stuff being
it's not
transmitted
action.
between them.
So correlation is not the same thing as action. So we can say that there's something like spooky correlations that you find in retrospect, but not spooky actions in the sense that one instantaneously causes another.
But it's like every time you observe like one particle spin up, the other spin down, and whatnot. Every single time, you don't think that'd be like evidence of causation?
Okay, show me an experiment where information is communicated faster than the speed of light as a result of this. I would like to see it.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're ruling out local hidden variable theories, right? But I don't see how that disproves the notion that they affect each other instantaneously over long distances, and you have like the holographic universe model that tries to explain how that works. But
Yeah, it's possible there's some part of the model that we don't understand and that it could be done. I'm just saying, look, as of right now, there's no reason to think that violation of the speed of light is actually possible.
all right, cool. I mean, I don't see much of a relevance there, but I mean, you're entitled to your own baseless opinions, I guess.
So I don't think it's possible to escape the formation of a black hole. So I don't think it's possible to build like greater than black hole sized simulators. So I don't think it's possible that we live in a simulated universe, or at least very likely.
Yeah, even though like our universe did exactly that, but all right.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us.
My main point was just that there had to be a base universe, and so I would need some sort of reason why our universe would not be a base and be the actual artificial copy.
And the
There,
our
there
universe
has
did
to
that.
be a base universe. What's your argument for that? Why can't it be an infinite regress of simulations?
So it is. So what is the other ones running on? It's just running on each other. Other.
Yeah, it could be like simulations all the way down, right?
What is your
I think-
evidence for that existing?
Turtles.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that is the case, but you say that can't be the case, right? So I'm interested in your argument that that can't be the case.
Once again,
It doesn't.
eventually you're going to have some sort of bottom-down universe.
He's
Okay,
being a
you're
potato.
entitled to your
No, you
baseless
don't.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
know.
it's
not
I
logically
heard the
necessary.
giggle inside of it.
It doesn't really matter for the simulation argument whether there is.
Look,
a
it
base
doesn't matter
universe
if
or
I'm
not,
giggling or not.
except
That's
for
like
the
a
argument.
completely baseless assertion, Amy, and that's that. Anyways, next.
Yeah, we can just grant that like the simulation argument is compatible with a bottom universe or a no bottom universe or an eternal universe or whatever. Like the original conditions of the universe are undefined by the simulation argument. The thing that the simulation argument is going to depend on, I think, is that the original universe has to be different from ours. Because if the original universe resembles ours, then it seems infeasible.
Listen,
to
I
build
was
something
fucking
new.
booted to the audience. Go fuck yourself. Whoever did that, go fuck yourself, Randolph. Anyways, like y'all can fuck off.
Okay, so that happened by mistake. You did say next, but anyway, if that's going to be his attitude, we'll just move on to the next person here because I think we have a few minutes for one more. LOL ZZZ.
Sure, but I just want to add once again, if they do decide to have evidence for how we can detect the actual simulation and probe us, please tell us. We want to escape the matrix unless there is none there.
Hello, lolzzz. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Just woke up.
Good. So you've gotten us in about the last 5 minutes of the show here. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I had a question in regards to one of the previous people talking about the fine tuning. And you're talking about the God hypothesis sort of doesn't make any testable predictions or something. And I agree. The God hypothesis implicit doesn't make any testable predictions. I don't think atheism does either. Atheism's implicit.
Correct.
But it seemed like testable predictions are fine, but there are some hypotheses that don't make, at least in my view, don't make testable predictions, but it's still reasonable to believe. But it seems like testable predictions are going to presuppose some sort of inductive principle that the past or the future is going to resemble the past. And I was just wondering what people's response to Hume's problem of induction is.
Doesn't
It's
invalidate
real.
knowledge.
Yeah, it's real, but you do deductive error elimination as a result, right? That's why Popper took it seriously and came up with critical rationalism. You can do science given the problem of induction. It's not a deal breaker.
So you're employing some sort of falsification.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be I mean that you could do that, but I think science is going to run into
I think that people misunderstand what Popper says, because Popper actually thinks that he actually accepts Hume's problem of induction.
Yeah, he does. He just says you need to take it seriously, and that's why the scientific method can't rely on something like naive verificationism. It just doesn't work. You have to constantly try to eliminate error. You have to constantly subject seemingly accepted hypotheses to retesting and so on, and like novel forms of attempt at falsification every so often, because you never know. And that's the idea, is like you're accepting that a fallibilist epistemology is an awkward position to be in, and you're employing constant deductive error elimination to try to keep it as error-free as possible while accepting that errors are going to crop up.
Right. You do realize that that if someone comes up with some sort of hypothesis and they make sort of risky predictions and they come true and stuff, from Popper's view, that provides absolutely no reason to think that that hypothesis is true.
But falsification is not the only epistemic virtue we use. It's just one of the ones in all the others, right? And for some,
Yeah, I know, but I was
like, I'm not saying you just need Popper. That's all there is to science. I'm just saying falsification is part of the toolkit for a reason, because it's the part that addresses the problem of induction. You have other epistemic virtues that are going to be more apt for other kinds of theories that it doesn't really apply to.
sure. But the point is that if Hume's problem of induction goes through, making testable predictions actually provides no reason to think that that hypothesis is true. And
Sure does.
falsification doesn't solve that.
It provides
just increases the probability. So like if you compare a hypothesis that does make predictions versus one that doesn't, the one that does is better slightly than the one that doesn't. That's evidence, even if it doesn't necessarily entail some kind of correlation to reality. We don't care. It's just better than the other stupid ones. That's the point here isn't to indicate absolute truth. The point here is to be less stupid than the other stupid ones, and that's what evidence is.
No, but Hume is arguing that it doesn't provide any reason to think. So I agree that I agree, falsification can rule out hypotheses. But Popper actually agrees, and he doesn't think that making predictions provides any reason to think that our hypothesis is true. And if Hume's problem of induction goes
Again,
through,
the question is
then
it
that's correct.
better than the other stupid ones? I'm not saying is it true. Is it better than the other stupid ones? Hume agrees.
Well, it
Yes, it
might
is
be better
better
than
than the stupid ones. Yes. There are other more stupid ones that are more stupid for other reasons. This is the least stupid of the stupid ones.
So, well, it's
Point
not that.
isn't
I mean,
for truth. The point is just to be less stupid than the other stupid ones.
but why would it be less stupid? I mean,
It works.
Wait, but
Who cares
wait, but
about truth? It works. It's not
what
stupid.
is your? But what's the justification to think that the future will resemble the past?
Who cares? It's less stupid. It works.
There's more
What?
evidence that it will likely do so than to the contrary, so we have reason to believe it. If we turn out to be wrong, then we can revise our rationales.
But evidence just, I understand evidence is what's expected under certain hypothesis, and that's what Hume is calling into question.
Okay, so if we have two people, one of them makes predictions based off of the uniformity of nature, one of them doesn't. Which one is more likely to survive or make money or to achieve whatever goal they have?
Presumably the one who thinks that nature is uniform, right?
That's all you need. That's stupid
Okay, but-
hypothesis.
Maybe you could
Okay,
put
sure.
forth
If you
what it is
some
that
sort
you
of
think
pragmatist epistemology, that's fine. But the point is that why think that nature is uniform?
Why should you think it's not, lolzzz? Can you present a skeptical argument for why it's actually not?
No, that's shifting the burden of proof, right? The point is that I'm asking you, okay, so this is a response to Hume's problem, right? That he thinks that, okay, well, I can't remember
answer
who
real quick?
said this.
So
They
I just
said,
want to give an answer. So it appears to me that the world is uniform. I see no defeaters for that. Therefore, it is justified for me to believe the world is uniform.
So some sort of phenomenal conservatism?
That's fine. Would be one of the possible ways. There are many.
But why think that your seemings are reliable?
Who cares? It works. None of it's relevant. Like none of your specific
But
questions matter. The
Wait, but I'm
questions
asking
is
you
like, who
why think your intuitions are reliable?
cares? Like, so
The
if
point
I
is that
let me
you
put it
assume
to you
that they
this
could
way.
be unreliable and you test them.
Let me put it to you this
Yeah,
way.
but that's
Of all
just to assume
possible
the
ways,
principle of induction.
who cares? Of all of the possible ways, this way has the least problems. Therefore, this way is the best. But yes,
But
does
that's
it have
also to
problems?
assume.
Don't care.
Yeah, but that's also to assume the uniformity of nature and the principle of induction.
I'm
I'm
comparing it
asking
to
you,
all the ones that
what
reject that. So
justification
take
do you have
all
to think
hypotheses of
that the
every single
principle of
hypothesis
induction is
ever.
true?
No, I don't care. Of all of the hypotheses that
Then you're
both
not
accept
engaging with the problem.
Stop. All possible hypotheses, those that accept uniformitarianism, those that accept induction, those that reject induction, which ones have the least problems? The ones that accept induction. The ones that reject induction have lots of other bigger problems. So I don't accept those because they have bigger problems. I don't
By
need to have a
problem, what do
perfectly problemless system. I just need to have a system that has less problems
what
than
do you
all
mean
the
by
other
problem?
systems. There's lots of philosophical problems, especially if you reject induction, and explaining our experience in the world around us is a big problem.
Yeah, but I'm asking you what your justification to think that induction is reliable.
Stupid than the other ones. It is less stupid than the alternative. If I reject
What makes it less
uniformitarianism, I have to explain why everything appears to be uniform but isn't. And I have a big problem that's going to cause a lot of big epistemic issues that's going to make my epistemology very ad hoc and stupid.
But the
By the way,
person who rejects uniformitarianism is going to think that so let's say there's some sort of like reverse inductionist who thinks that if something has happened repeatedly in the past, it won't happen repeatedly in the future. A bit strange, but okay, right? And they might get burned, right? Because they think, oh well, fire's burned me in the past, but it's not going to burn me in the future. And is going to get burned quite often. And the person who holds to induction is not going to get burned because they think, I've burned my hand on fire in the past. I'm going to get burned in the future, and they're not going to get burned.
Right.
But why? But
problem
why
is
think
if you keep
that,
getting burned, you have inconsistent
the
data.
person who holds to anti-induction
Because
is
every time they get burned, they have inconsistent data with their hypothesis that they have to ad hoc explain. My hypothesis has less inconsistent data that I have to try to make fit my hypothesis. It just works.
yeah,
No
but
inconsistent
when you
data.
say no, but I don't think the person who holds to anti-induction is doing anything like inconsistent, right? Because they're saying that when I get burned, right? Okay, I've got reasons to think that I'm not going to get burned in the future because their principle is if it's happened repeatedly in the past, it's not going to happen in the future. And they're doing everything reasonable, right?
Right, but then they experience something that goes contrary to their expectations. Their prediction was wrong. And that is data that goes against their hypothesis. And they then have to do something with that data to make it fit their hypothesis.
Yeah, but that's just when you say
well, so that's the answer to your question is why is
predictions.
one better than the other one? One doesn't get inconsistent data continuously that it has to make fit its model. That's what makes one better.
Wait, you're talking about predictions now, though.
No, forget the predictions. I don't care about the predictions. That was just an example. So what makes one model better than the other model is one model is given data that is inconsistent with its predictions, and it has to make that data fit
So you are
into
talking
its
about
worldview.
predictions.
So that's just an example. Doesn't make a difference. So you get data, you have to make it, if it doesn't fit into your model, you have to make it fit. It's ad hoc. One model gets data which fits into the model. So the one that gets data that fits and gets less of this inconsistent data is a better model.
I mean, I don't really understand that much of anything, because that the person who holds to anti-induction, I don't think is making any mistakes. I mean, it seems like you're trying to
Didn't say you made
impose
what
some
did
sort
you
of
understand?
inductive
If I think
principle on
if I
that
think that
person.
I've gotten burned in the past, I will not get burned in the future. I put my hand and I get burned. That data is inconsistent. It is inconsistent with my hypothesis. I got the data wrong. Now I got to take that data and make it fit. I got to force it into the theory. I can make up ad hoc explanations. I can make up sky daddies, delusions, whatever. I don't care. I have to make it fit. It is bad data that I got to make fit. I don't have to do that on the other model. The other model is better. Very, very simple.
It seems like you're just trying to impose some sort of inductive principle on the anti-inductionist.
They're just failing. They got the data wrong. They made an expectation that it will not continue. The pattern will not continue. The pattern did continue. They were wrong. Now they have to
So
make
what?
that data fit. Why don't you?
So what,
If you
right?
have
They can
inconsistent
say
data with your
that,
model and you have to
well,
make it fit, it's worse.
yeah, but they can say that that's good reason to think that they'll be correct in the future, right? Because their principle, remember, they've been wrong in the past. Okay, so they've been wrong repeatedly in the past, therefore they're less likely to be wrong in the future, right? And that's
Right.
actually
And then they can test that, and if they get it wrong, they'll get more inconsistent data that they more have to fit, and they have more wrong data they have to continue to fit, and mine has
and they've
more right data
yeah,
that
and
doesn't
there's
have to
more
get it fit.
reason. Yeah, and there's more reason to think that they'll be correct in the future.
But they're not correct now, and every time they do, they get it wrong. Mine does not have that problem. Yours has a problem. Mine does not have a problem. Mine's better. Very simple.
We need to wrap this up. Sorry, you got a couple more minutes here. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Also, are you familiar with Gerhard Schurge's Hume's problem solved, the optimality of meta-induction? Are you aware of what he did?
No.
Okay, so basically, Gerhard Schurge proposed an approach to Hume's problem. He said that given our discoveries in computational learning theory, where we can model learning theories in epistemic systems, you can actually demonstrate that a regret-based learning strategy called attractivity-weighted meta-induction is predictively optimal in all possible worlds among all predictive methods accessible to epistemic agents. Moreover, a priori justification of meta-induction generates a non-circular a posteriori justification of object induction. Taken together, these two results provide non-circular solutions to Hume's problems. This is available deductively mathematically in the way that Kant was trying to say he thought that there was like a synthetic a priori which would get you to the optimality of induction. So yeah, you can mathematically validate induction as the most successful epistemic strategy. So you could call that just pragmatism or whatever, but that's reason to use it. And it's not circular. So what's circular about that?
What's
one
the
answer, and then
argument?
this will be the end of it. So maybe put 30 seconds or so for your answer, and then I think we're probably going to have to move on to ending the show. We're going to bring one guest back quickly.
And then I'm seeing the new Zootopia movie. No, not quite.
Does the guy sort of
sorry?
Does the guy sort of have
No, there's not.
premises? Does the guy sort of have premises and conclusion? I'm going to be honest. I didn't really understand.
Yeah,
much.
I'll send you a link to the book. If you have trouble finding it, I'll get it for you.
So if we can prove
long's the book?
mathematically that induction is the one that is most likely to be correct of all logically possible systems, even if it isn't always correct, then we have a justification to use that system. It didn't come from using induction to justify induction. So if we have all the systems and we say there's a probability that this system will work X amount of times in all possible worlds, and system X works at the highest rate in all possible worlds, we can now have a reason to use system X that wasn't based on system X.
I mean, I'm not going to comment on the person's response because I haven't read the book, but I mean, it just seems to, if you're saying that this has worked in the past.
Nope, we're not saying that.
Not what it's saying.
Of all possible truths, this will get to the truth more often than of all other possible methods. This is not a past. This is of all time and all possibilities.
Why?
There's no inference in time there. There's no induction. It's of all possible truths. Why? What do you mean why?
Because it can be computationally modeled regardless of any empirical data.
So we're running pretty close to the end of the show here. Lolz, is there
final
thought here?
I'll end it now.
Yeah, go ahead. If
By
there's
the way,
one last thing you wanted to say.
Ocean wanted to ask TJump a question, was waiting for
Yeah,
TJump to come back. Can we get Ocean up for like 2 minutes? Because Ocean waited
yeah.
for like hours. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing. I just want to find out if lolzzz had one final word to say before we moved on to that.
Oh no, I don't want to take up too much time, so that's all good.
I was good.
Yeah, feel free to join us again in a future episode. So I'm going to bring Ocean back up here.
Well, before Ocean does, I just want to say I actually have to go because I have to leave. And so I'm just sending love to everyone out there. You should not only like, follow, and subscribe, but you should do it on Randolf Richardson and TJump's channel. Thank you, Ix Taco, everybody. I love y'all.
Sending love, Amy.
And Amy Newman's channel too. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Randolph.
So Ocean was on earlier. Ocean was hoping to hear TJump's response to the question. We have very little time, so Ocean, I'm going to have you go ahead and put your question up, and we'll hear what TJump has to say, and we'll try to keep it really brief.
Yeah, I'll try to go quickly. So can you repeat what your definition of the best of all possible worlds is?
A world where no one is ever forced to do anything they don't consent to doing. Everybody gets their own universe, can do whatever they want with it.
Okay, and now if there was a world with only one agent, and that agent wasn't forced to do anything, so that agent had this sort of unconstrained will, would that be the best of all possible worlds in your view?
It would be one of them. So the best of all possible worlds is a class of worlds, not a single world. So any number of agents in this world that exist without constraint and have their own universe would fit that world. It would not be it would not fit that definition because we know there are more such agents, namely us. And so because we exist, that would not fit the definition of the best of all possible worlds. Because the best of all possible worlds must entail all conscious agents, and we are conscious agents, and that would not entail us, therefore it would not be.
Wait, okay. So I'm saying a world where there only is one agent. So you're saying that would be the best of all possible worlds.
Yes, if there was only ever one agent that ever existed and no other agents ever existed in the past or future, then yes, that would be the best of all possible worlds for that world.
Okay, yeah. So now if there's world so if there's world 1 where there's only one agent, and there's like world 2 where there's like let's say 10 googolplex of agents, and in both worlds the agents meet the conditions of having unconstrained wills. So both of those worlds are equally good to you?
Equally good. They're both in the class of worlds that are called the best of all possible world. So they're not equally good. Goodness is a separate thing. The best of all possible worlds is just any world that has no immorality in it. Whether it's 1 or a billion people not doing immoral things, both would be the best of all possible world.
Yeah, and so presumably when you say something is the best possible world, you're just saying like whatever the world is, let's say it's like world like WN. Right, it meets the upper boundness of like the types of things that are valued, or the type of things that track the moral facts, or whatever you want to label them as. Like if WN
is a class.
Yeah, I understand that. So if WN meets whatever conditions you said, then it'd just be the best of all possible worlds. So it sounds like on that view, given that WN is the upper boundness for like lacking any sort of evil or having the maximum amount of good, it sounds like you'd be committed to saying that in W1 where there's one agent, in W2 where there's like infinite googolplexes of agents, and they both meet the unconstrained will conditions, it sounds like you're saying that both those worlds are equally good.
Oh, again, because the definition is no immoral actions. Both of the worlds have equally as many immoral actions, which is 0.
Yeah. So yeah.
Doesn't mean they're equally. It doesn't mean they have the equal number of moral actions. They could have different numbers of moral actions.
Wait, I don't get how that's not just contradicting yourself. If you say that both of them are the best possible world, but they're not.
Best of all possible world is a class of world that has no immoral actions. Any world that has no immoral actions and conscious agents.
I understand that.
Is the best of all possible worlds. There could be any number of moral actions that takes place. Any positive integer, it would still be the best of all possible worlds because it still has 0 immoral actions. The best of all possible worlds is a world with conscious agents that have 0 immoral actions. All combinations after that of moral actions are still the best of all possible world.
Okay, so the best of all possible worlds on your view is not the world that's the most good.
No, it's the world that has no immoral actions. That's why I give the definition
Okay, cool.
immoral every time when I give the definition, no involuntary
Okay.
imposition of will.
Okay, and I think that, okay, so to be clear, you're saying W1, let's say, like W1 can have like, let's say 1 unit of goodness or something like that, and W2 can have like infinite amount of goodness, and you say, and they could both be like, no world is better than the other. They're both the best possible world.
No, they both have no immoral actions. So the best of all possible world is defined by the number of immoral actions. The number of moral actions after that is going to be determined by the wills of the agents. And so there isn't a better world there. So like say, I want to live in a world, but I don't want people to help me. Then, or say there's a universe with 2 people. And in one possibility, neither of them wants to help one another. They just don't choose to. Possibility 2, they both want to help each other a lot. Both of those universes are equal. Even though there's more moral actions being done in the second universe because they're helping one another and they want to be helped by one another, therefore more moral actions are taking place. Because both worlds have no immoral actions, they're both still the best of all possible worlds. There isn't a condition that requires a maximum number of moral actions for it to be the best of all possible worlds.
I got it. So to be clear, if W1 has 1 agent that meets the unconstrained will condition, and W2 has like an infinite Googleplex of agents that
the
meets
best of
the
all possibles
condition.
is a class.
I understand. Can I finish the question? So if W1 has a single agent that meets the unconstrained will condition, W2 has an infinite Googleplex amount of agents that meet the unconstrained will condition, neither world is better than the other. So W2 is not better than W1.
Did you not understand this? The best of all possible worlds is a class. It is a class.
Yes. Are you
class?
gonna answer?
No, again, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Can you answer
Listen
the question?
carefully. Stop
Can
speaking.
you answer the question
Stop
and stop
speaking.
He's trying to answer your question, Ocean. Let him answer.
Can you start with a yes or no and stop dodging the question?
Get him off the stage or mute him.
Ocean, please let TJump answer, okay?
Get him off the stage or mute him so I can answer the question.
If he wants to dodge, that's fine. I'll just let him respond.
Randolph, get him off. Okay. Good.
If you're going to keep interrupting TJump, I am going to have to remove you from the stage.
Right. So as I said, the best of all possible worlds is not defined by the amount of goodness. Is not defined by the amount of goodness. It's defined by the amount of immoral actions. So whether or not one world has more moral actions there or another, by that definition, is irrelevant to the definition of what the best possible world is. It is irrelevant. You dumbass. If you're defining better by the number of moral actions, which is another possible use of the word better because it's ambiguous, that's great. It's irrelevant to the definition of the best of all possible worlds, which is any world with no involuntary imposition of will, you dumbass.
Is the answer to my question yes?
You just answered your question, dumbass.
What's the question? What's the question that you're answering?
Stop talking.
What was my question?
Stop talking, you fucking dumbass. You're using an equivocation fallacy between the word better or best to refer to most moral actions, when mine specifically refers to no immoral actions. The word best in best of all possible worlds means no immoral actions, has no other connotations, you dumbass. Even though some other worlds may have a greater amount of moral actions, is irrelevant to what makes something the best possible world under my definition of those terms.
What question do you think you're answering?
Your question, you dumbass.
What was the question?
One you asked, idiot. Go
Okay,
away.
so you don't know. I'll repeat the question.
I do know, and I answered your question.
All right, so I'm just asking for clarity. I think your answer
Bye-bye.
is yes to this. I just want to be clear. So to be clear, on your view,
no, the answer is not
has
yes,
one
you
agent.
dumbass. You fucking dumbass.
So the
word
answer is
best
yes.
Does not refer.
TJump, this is such a reasoning fail. You're not even tracking.
Randolph, get him off the stage. He's interrupted me enough. Get him off the stage now.
Yeah, sorry, Ocean, you blew it.
Best of all possible worlds in this definition only refers to the number of immoral actions. There can be other usages of the word best that can refer to the number of moral actions and which one of these possible things has more moral actions. And so it can be better in that sense of moral actions, but that has nothing to do with the usage of the term in the technical sense of the best possible world. So no, there is no answer. It is not yes, it is not no. It is neither of those things because it's contingent on the usage of best you are using. And so in the minimum standard of the best of all possible worlds means no immoral actions. You get your own universe. That's it. That's the minimum standard. There's lots of variations. There can be lots of trillions of people all doing good things and trillions of people not doing any good things. They can do whatever they want in their universes. And both of those universes are better in the sense that one may have more moral actions, but they are equal in the sense that they have no immoral actions. So they both fit my criterion of the best possible world because they have no immoral actions. That is irrelevant to the question of whether or not they have more moral actions or not. So you're equivocating on the word best, you idiot.
So, Ocean, if you wanted to respond, go ahead, and then we're going to have to...
Yeah. I'll just point out that TJump is actually dodging the question. So I can repeat the question that TJump doesn't know that he's answering.
No responses. Get him off the stage.
Yeah, we're just going around in circles. Sorry, Ocean. That's the end of that. Do you guys have a little bit of time for Anish? He's the last person who's been waiting to join us, who hasn't been on yet.
Still have like an hour.
Welcome, Anish. We have a few minutes, and then we're going to have to close this, but this is your chance to join us on stage and share your ideas. TJump, did you just want to talk a little more about the previous issue? Because I think that the other guys seem to have a bit of a muddled idea on the question, and he seems to want to force a yes or no answer, but that's not always reasonable.
He's asking which world is better. There is no such thing. Best of all possible worlds. There is no better. There is just, does the amount of immoral actions equal 0? It's the best of all possible worlds. There is no better. The word better cannot be applied to this usage. Even though the word best is a form of better, and those words can be interchanged in English, because this is a technical usage that has a very specific definition referring to no immoral actions, there is no such thing of which one's better. It doesn't exist. There is no better. No better. Better does not exist in this technical usage. There is best and not best. End of options.
And also the point that you made about the number of actions relevancy, I agree with, because some worlds may have a larger population than others. So now you have to look at counting per capita rather than total quantity, I guess.
I think that one of the points he was trying to get at is that if you don't want to help other people, say like me and Randolph are living independently and we don't ever want to help one another, 0 moral actions will take place. But maybe me and Randolph want to help each other, so we help each other do stuff, and lots of moral actions will take place. Which one of those universes is better? Well, there isn't an answer there. They're better determined based off of the subjectivity of the values of the individual, me and Randolph, and what we choose to do. The number of moral actions is irrelevant. The subjects get to choose however many moral actions they want to participate in.
Yeah, and when you were gone earlier when he was on, I tried to explain that to him. So it sounds like you and me are in full agreement on this. Anish, welcome. How are you? Thank you for joining us. We have a few minutes left.
Your mic is roboting.
That is severe. That is severe audio problems. Anish, I'm going to have to put you back to the audience. We're going to bring Warzone back up one more time, and then we're going to have to end it if Anish can't get his audio problem sorted. WarzoneX, welcome back. You have one more thing to add, do you?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, yeah, my idea was here, meant to be towards TJump, and I think X just want to see, hear the feedback on the idea. So I think earlier once we discussed about the simulation hypothesis, right? So I thought of this one idea that could be used as a potential future testable prediction. I think some people or scientists claim that it is unfalsifiable in nature. It might be the case, but I do think that there are some ways to technically demonstrate that it could in fact be the case. But then the problem is that we still have to make that prediction and confirm the observation. So the example is, if you take a computer, right, that is running a game. So you have the game that's running on your NVIDIA graphics card, and your graphics card is the part of physical reality. And sure, the game is also part of physical reality, but it is like an internal projection on your computer monitor. So it is the digital projection of the idea, the abstract idea that we have. So while the computer is running the game, we already understand that there are some problems with graphics cards overheating or temperature increasing, CPU throttling, whatever, right? Like CPU, speed increases, temperature increases. And sometimes when we play some games, when we enter certain areas, like specific areas, the temperature of the graphics card increases. Like you can run like MSI Afterburner, and you can track these stats. So the point is,
Yeah, and that's because the amount of work the graphics card has to do is greater. So
correct. So the point, yeah. So the point here is, while we interact with this world, right? So even though the graphics card is what is rendering or generating like this world that we see, right? So now we are controlling it from the external world and entering a certain area which is dense. And when you have like dense explosions and crazy dense scenes, then the frame rate drops and the CPU speed might get throttled because of overheating. So the point is, if we automate that game in which there is no external input from the world, right? Like our physical action, which is the input that goes to the game in order to enter that area, but rather the game itself is automated, in which at any random point in the future, the character itself will enter a specific area that might be dense and will cause the frame rate to drop and the the CPU to get throttled and the temperature to increase, right? So this is the cause and effect relationship between the game, which is the simulation, and the external physical world. Now, what if you make a prediction in which, if our universe is in a simulation, again, it's unlikely. So if we create some kind of dense scenarios, now, I don't know if this has to do with the singularity or black holes, but if we create a very dense scenario in which there are tons of energy explosions, this, that, whatever, do you think that maybe we can notice some kind of anomaly or strange effect in the universe that might confirm something that is analogous to this game scenario that I specified, which might be causing some problem on the external world? And then,
So yeah, people have posited this, like trying to break the matrix and trigger an overflow or something. But I don't think you need to do that. It's much simpler than that. There's a paper by Zohar Rangel and Dmitry Koverzin called Quantized Gravitational Responses, the Sign Problem, and Quantum Complexity. I'll summarize it as: the simulation isn't feasible because physics requires exponentially more information than people are claiming in the simulation hypothesis. You can read the paper. It's just probably not feasible.
Okay.
I'd be happy with that. Like, if you can make a prediction that if we created a sufficiently complicated room and we could bring in some measuring equipment in that room and the speed of light jumps or something and pauses and it stops being the speed of light, that'd be great evidence. Sure.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was thinking what might be a feasible prediction, what might be good. So I was thinking of this idea because I did see this relationship between the game itself and the actual physical world, right? Like a dense region of the game that then affects the actual physical graphics card. So it's like a feedback loop sort of thing.
Let me put it this way. Do you know what connectionism is? Or why connectionism was a problem in the early history of AI? Okay, so connectionist theories of AI tried to say, look, we're just write code that connects to other code, and it'll be like a big graph of interrelated flowcharts to make all the code do all the things that the brain does, right? And the problem is that there's a complexity explosion that you can build a trivial system. So they built a system in the 1950s that was like a single room, and you could ask a question like, is the green cube on top of the purple box, or which is the tallest object in the room? And it could answer these simple verbal questions successfully. But when they tried to scale this up to anything bigger than the room, or increase the number of entities, or do anything like that, the way that they had built it failed. So it seems like the kind of brain that we have gets around this by being kind of repurposable.
Before you continue, you said that more number of entities in the room, would they be able to fit them in the room if it exceeds the capacity of the room?
The point is the logic, the code that they had to write to handle the different interrelated scenarios goes up exponentially, right? So for every situation, when you have a trivial number of situations and entities, you can account for all of their interactions. But when you have infinite numbers of entities, you get infinite squared complex interactions between them, let alone the real-time computation of such. So what they're saying is when you try to simulate quantum mechanics, the amount of complexity necessary to simulate even a tiny area of quantum mechanics is so absurdly large that it's not feasible. And I know people are going to be like, yeah, well, we'll use quantum mechanics to simulate quantum mechanics, right? But that just means that you're going to have an identical amount of quantum mechanical information to the thing that you're simulating, which doesn't allow for any compression, right? So either you have a universe to simulate another universe, in which case you just have a universe, or you have this like infinite complexity problem where any non-trivial amount of simulation has just an astronomically absurd requirement.
Yeah, so what does that actually lead to? The fact that we observe this phenomenon where like even a tiny amount, like a section of space that we need to simulate requires such massive computational capacity. So what is that pointing towards?
It's pointing to the fact that it's not feasible to simulate an entire universe. Now, it's possible that you could fool some people into a Truman Show universe where it would be just video game level and not realistic, and you wouldn't actually do all the computations. You would just fake the surfaces and appearances of everything in a very shallow manner. Sure, you could trick someone. We could hold someone in a prison that would look like reality. That's feasible, right? But it would be very, very limited, and that's why in the Truman Show, the moment he tried to leave town, he wasn't allowed to because they could only build so big a Truman Show, right? That's why we don't live in a Truman Show. We have an infinitely large canvas with infinitely great detail and investigatability. It's not feasible to simulate.
I think the strange thing, one more thing that I wanted to add is the strange thing is that this is one of the ideas that I'm putting forward. But the problem still is, even though we may observe some strange anomalies or phenomena within the universe, because nobody made a future prediction, we don't know what these phenomena are. It could just be a real natural phenomena, or maybe it could be a glitch. But the problem is if somebody does not make like an accurate prediction in advance before that phenomena happens, we have no way to even classify what that phenomena is. Like, for example, black holes, like singularities. Like it's strange, but we don't even know if that may be a glitch in the simulation or if it's just the way nature itself is without any computation.
Black holes were a prediction by Einstein, but yeah, if there is something that wasn't a prediction, most likely, like any unknown phenomenon, you just fit it into the best current model that made the most predictions in the past.
Yeah, I mean, just one thing. Like Einstein predicted black holes, right? So, like it directly emerged from the equations of relativity. But the point is, on the other hand, if somebody did make the same prediction, but if they associated that with some kind of simulation hypothesis, then that could be the first evidence. But in fact, he referred to like a naturalistic universe. So I can't really add that.
Okay, thank you very much, Warzone X. TJump, it looks like you want to say something.
No.
So thanks, Warzone X. Appreciate you joining us. We're going to try to bring Anish back up. It was great to have you on today.
Have fun, guys.
Cheers. And I posted that paper in the chat.
I think I already reshared it to YouTube. Thank you very much, Anish, for joining us.
Hello.
Hope we can hear you better now. Your audio's fixed.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to ask one question to TJump.
Okay. What's your question?
Okay. So before we could strongly, have a belief in our rational ability, shouldn't we explain it scientifically?
We can't hear you well. Is it possible to get closer to your microphone or something?
Your audio.
Hello.
Your audio got distorted. Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah.
Getting better.
Before we could have a strong faith in our reasoning ability, shouldn't we scientifically explain how it formed on the first place?
No. We start with it. So like if it's something we start with, we don't need to explain how it came about first. We explain how it came about after testing and predictions and stuff.
No. I'm asking the link between, chemicals and consciousness, because we are created from chemicals.
Yep.
Hello.
We don't know how consciousness formed yet, but we don't need to.
No, but to have a faith in our reasoning ability, shouldn't we explain how if a bunch of chemicals gave us the ability to reason on the first place? No.
I don't care about the method by which my consciousness or ability to reason developed. I know my consciousness and ability to reason.
Because we are using this reasoning ability to.
So we've had the ability to
explaining how did the natural art.
We've had the ability for all of our history to use our muscles to move things around without understanding exactly how that works.
Well, his question is like,
but
maybe
you're
it formed in a
saying,
way that it's
yeah.
irrational, and so we should learn about the way it formed before we conclude it's rational or justified or something. It doesn't make a difference. If a calculator was formed by smashing rocks together and it says 1 + 1 = 2, it's right. I have, I think, therefore I am. Doesn't matter how my consciousness was formed. I can't be wrong about that. I can't be wrong about believing I exist. I can't believe I exist and be wrong, no matter how my brain was formed. Doesn't matter if it was formed by or goop or space dust or God, makes no difference. I can't be wrong, and so I don't need to know how it formed.
No, I'm actually using deductive reasoning here because it is impossible for a blind process to create such a reasoning ability, because we have a bunch of chemicals and cells. So a bunch of cells can't create an individual with reasoning ability.
Can you tell me why it's not possible for cells which generate artificial neural network, biological neural networks, to not do the analogous thing that they're demonstrated to do, the artificial neural networks do, in a undirected fashion?
And also, he claimed that to know something, whether something God exists or not, we will have to prove it scientifically in a deductive method. We can prove many things. Inductive method. We can prove many things deductively as well, right? Because I can't prove my great-great-grandfather existed inductively.
It's not deduction, that's induction.
No, because I'm just saying we cannot prove it in a lab.
I can only prove things in a lab. You just need to prove they're independent of your imagination.
Yeah, the same way we can use deduction to prove God as well, because all limited things in the universe. Hello.
You can't use deduction to prove God. That is not going to happen.
Yeah, you are using deduction in science for everything, because we take certain things and then we analyze it, and then we are using deduction in science.
Use induction in science. We don't use deduction in science.
No, I'm a science student. That's why I'm asking, because we use deduction in science
to falsify, not to form the hypothesis,
yeah.
right?
We analyze certain things.
The empirical observation, all that is inductive. Then when we find contradictions,
the empirical
one or more theories, of which only one of those is compatible with the data, we deductively eliminate a theory, but we don't form the theory deductively.
Yeah, but we deductively means many things. For example, like you see the grandfather example. Without my grandfather, I wouldn't sit here now. So
that's
it's
induction.
a deduction, the logical deduction, that I can say, okay, he existed 1,000 years back. I don't have his proof, his photo, anything. You see, so that's a deductive reasoning. The same way, we can see the design will not appear out of nowhere without a mind. For example, everything in the universe have certain, certain limit, certain dimension. So in all possible world, the limit could be there are 1,000 possibilities. So if there is one specific limit, somebody has to choose that, isn't it?
Oh,
like TJump said.
It can be chosen by the laws of physics and quantum mechanics. It doesn't need a mind to choose that. No.
Yeah, if when laws of physics choose, there are millions of other possibilities to choose in all possible world. So why choose one specific limit?
Because of its nature. It doesn't need a mind.
Yeah, then nature. Where did that nature come from?
It was
Let me ask you a question.
It was uncreated.
Do you know the inverse square law?
What?
You said you're a science student. I assume you know the inverse square law.
No, I don't know that.
Oh shit! So you don't study physics?
No.
What kind of science
I'm just doing my bachelor.
Well,
I'm
if
just
you study
doing
a
my
bachelor's
bachelor.
in physics, if you study, okay, do you know physics?
Yeah, I know physics.
Okay, you know what electromagnetism is?
No, let me. No, I haven't heard it before, because I'm studying in India, not in the States. So I don't know the subject that you're handling.
There is something called an inverse square law for the dissipation over distance of the force of gravity and the dissipation over distance of the force of electromagnetism. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, they use the same formula. Okay, they're two different phenomena that use the same formula. Is that evidence that someone designed them to be the same because they really liked the inverse square law and so they used it twice? Or is that evidence that there could be some natural geometric explanation that they have the same dissipation rate?
No, instead of going into this technical aspect of science, I'm just making it simple, without going into infinite
This is really
regress of
simple.
dependent things.
This is really simple. Can you
Yeah.
answer my question? Okay. So I mentioned two things you know about. You know what gravity is. You know what electromagnetism is, right? Okay.
Yes,
So
yeah.
magnetism and gravity both dissipate using the inverse square law, even though they're two different phenomena, right? So is that evidence that a designer picked for them to follow the inverse square law? Or could there be something they have in common, something like geometry, that doesn't require a designer to pick for that particular
Yeah.
law to
Then what
describe those
created the geometry in the first place? The question arises again. What created the geometry? The geometry could have been a million
Geometry
other ways.
is
In
math.
all possible world.
Look,
No, in all possible world, that could have been
geometry.
in a different ways.
Look, you're entitled to your all possible worlds arguments, but you're not entitled to all possible math because there isn't all possible math, right? Math doesn't
Yeah,
just work like arbitrary ways. Okay, so in other words,
No,
any
I'm not talking
mathematical
about
structure.
abstract. I'm not talking about abstract things. I'm talking about physical limits.
I'm
In
explaining this
abstract
to you.
things, there is the.
Any
Yeah, okay.
possible arrangement of 3 dimensions is going to be able to follow the same math regardless of what universe it's in
No,
or how universe is slightly different.
math is
And
abstract.
so
I'm talking about
geometric,
physical things.
yeah,
I
math is
think
a
I think you're going
description.
over his head. I think you're going over his head. So
Okay,
the
look,
answer is it's a part of
point
its
is
nature. It was
inverse
never
square law
created.
dissipation through space
Yeah, it's a
is
part of
predicted by
nature. Why this
geometry.
particular nature and why not some other way?
It's
The
predicted
nature
by
could have been thousand other ways.
Okay, it's predicted by geometry so that it couldn't be any other way. So if someone were to come to you, and this happened on the show, we had someone call in and say that the inverse square law was evidence that God made both magnetism and gravity follow it by design, right? So when I explained to him the geometry of it, that there's literally no other way that energy could dissipate because it's just geometrically the way that space works in a mathematical sense, he kind of was like, oh, I didn't really think about it that way. And he left confused. But what he had thought was this ironclad, this must have been cherry picked by God to be this way. So these two things, which seem separate, arbitrarily have similar
That argument could have, that argument could be used for the ultimate necessity or maybe the thing which because
the point is these are not
I'm saying
necessarily independent variables which could vary arbitrarily. We do not know. The answer is, could the laws of physics be otherwise? We do not know. Could all the numbers be arbitrarily set to random values? We do not know. Possible,
Yes,
like with the inverse square law dissipation of electromagnetism and gravity, that there's structural interrelationships between them such that any 13 quantum fields would have exactly these relations with each other and exactly these things. It's so ironclad that they predicted the electron moment, the magnetic moment of the electron to 10 to the 22 accuracy. Based on what they already knew about the standard model, they predicted the exact value of the electron moment, magnetic moment.
Where did the standard model come from, actually?
Observations. The point is that given certain observations, other observations are almost guaranteed, right? So it's not the case that the electron magnetic moment could have been set to some arbitrary value, right? The value for the moment was predictable. As long as we understood the things it was related to, we could predict what it would be. And there's no reason to think that physics doesn't end up that way. In the completed unified model, we won't just know how everything relates so that it couldn't be any other way, just like the inverse square law and the electron magnetic moment.
Okay. Do you agree that we can only observe things that comes under physical ontology, naturalistic ontology?
We can only observe things that we can observe. What is informative about that statement?
No. We can only observe things which comes under the physical ontology. Okay. So
no, because
we cannot
people
say
who are actual supernaturalists claim that there are physical effects of supernatural beings, right? So they in
for
the
example, our consciousness,
actually put forth a claim that it does something special that cannot be explained by natural means, right?
Yeah, we have consciousness, the ability to reason. These things we cannot,
and the ability
prove.
to reason are perfectly unexplainable natural phenomena that are accountable for by anything that has a neural network will be able to do universal function approximation and learn and generate based on whatever stimuli it receives.
I'm talking about the qualitative experience, not the quantitative experience. You can scan my brain cells in a lab, but you cannot prove what I'm experiencing, as
We
an
can
individual.
literally read the
this-
sentences out of your mind with 80% accuracy, and the pictures that you're imagining when you think of a visual image or you watch a video to a very high degree of
No.
accuracy. We can generate a video
No,
feed
for
and a
example,
text feed of your inner thoughts.
no, it's impossible because I
We're
can
already
have
doing it.
1,000 thoughts, and you can only detect if I'm angry or not, but you cannot detect
No,
the reason for
you're
what
completely
I'm
out of
thinking.
date.
What are the thoughts in my mind?
We
No, you
literally can
cannot.
predict with 80% accuracy entire sentences of thoughts as you're thinking them. You need to get up to date with the science.
Can you show me some studies on that? You can
Sure.
post it in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
I will
It's
go
easy to
through.
find. Yeah.
So I think we're going to probably leave it at this point.
The thing what I'm saying is everything.
Anish, thank you for joining
okay,
us.
no,
We'll gladly give you another 30 seconds to finish what you wanted to say. And then I would suggest deferring to the links that IX is going to post in the Heathen
There's
Hangout
two
chat.
papers. Two papers. Okay, so one is semantic reconstruction of contiguous language from non-invasive brain recordings made using functional magnetic resonance imagery. The second one is called end-to-end deep image reconstruction from human fMRI data. So in the image field and in the thought verbal field, we can reconstruct exactly what you're thinking and seeing with a high degree of accuracy. I'm post the papers.
Thank
And
you,
I've-
Ix.
I will go through it, but I just want to say one thing because TJump says that the ultimate necessity should be explainable through science via novel testable prediction. But whatever we observe comes under only the physical, ontology. Everything in physical ontology has limits. So limited things are by nature dependent on something else to define its limit. You see, so everything is dependent on something else. So the ultimate necessity cannot. So the ultimate necessity cannot be a physical ontology. It should be outside the physical ontology, maybe a supernatural things or something.
There's no need for that because, like I said, we can account for consciousness and all the things that you just mentioned with very robust physical models now.
Everything has a limit, whether it's a physical limit or a functional limit.
Nothing has a limit. There is no such thing as a limit property in physics. Limits is not a thing.
Natural
It's
laws
an
have
abstract
limits.
that you've made up.
The law of gravity cannot do certain things, can do certain things. So there are certain limits for every natural law. So if there is limit,
limits are not a thing. It's an abstract property like a potato magic, not a real thing.
Yeah. Then
There
in our
is no
possible
limit
world, it could have.
property. There is no limit property. There is no lack of limit property. Nothing has limits. Nothing has no limits. It's a description.
No, there are limits. Anything that you can observe, like the physical thing, which is dimension, you can. There is certain limits for every physical thing in the universe. So why it has one
don't
limit and not the
exist.
other?
There is no limits. There is no limit property in physics. Show me the limit equation. Can you find me a
No,
limit
limit
property,
means
limit
the
equation, limit property?
specification function, limit in specification or limit in function, whatever it is. But it could have been any other way in all possible world.
Show me the limit particle. Show me the limit particle. The
So why
limit
it is in a one
principle, the limit
specific
equation.
way? So it keeps on going.
Again,
No, but what
until
I'm
you
saying
can
is
show
that
me the limit
ultimate
property in physics, there's no such thing. You've just made stuff up.
No, if you bring the ultimate, if you say the ultimate necessity is quantum physics, obviously it is a physical, maybe I don't know, it is a physical thing or something. It has certain kind of limits.
Nope, there's no
So
limits.
obviously, who
there are no
created-
limits. Limits don't exist. There are no limits. Limits are a thing you've made up.
Okay, who created the laws of quantum physics then?
Nobody did. They're not limited. They were not limited by anybody. They did not get created.
But those laws have certain patterns or certain functions, right?
Patterns exist in their nature. It's a part of their nature.
Yeah, that's the limit that I'm talking about. That patterns
limit.
white in a certain way,
No
not the
limits.
other way.
Limits don't exist. There are no limits.
Okay, why it is in a certain way and not the other millions of other ways in all
It's
possible
nature.
world?
Because it's its nature.
Yeah, and you are not explaining how did it occur on the first place.
Because
Yeah,
it's its
there's an
nature.
explanation.
It's uncreated. It's uncreated. That's its nature. It's always been
just
that
by
way.
saying it is nature doesn't explain. No, there's no novel testable prediction for that.
Okay,
Anyway,
so-
thank you.
So if you're learning these things at school, it could be that the instructor you have might be giving you some strange ideas. Are you in an accredited school by any chance?
Hello?
You.
Anish,
Yeah, I
I
can
think
hear you.
you mentioned
Yeah.
that you're studying this at school right now.
No, no. Actually, I watched almost 1,000 debates of TJump. I'm a fan of him. He's fan,
I'm a fan too.
Yeah, I watched almost thousands of videos of TJump. That's why.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn from him. Yeah, did you have some final things you wanted to close up with before we end the show here?
Who?
Anish, thank you very much for joining us. It sounds like you're having audio problems again.
I would like to say one more thing, if you don't mind.
Sure, let's make it brief. Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, there are different religions in the world, like Hinduism, Christianity, Islam. I'm actually a Muslim, So, in Hindu scriptures and in Christian scripture, it has written a final prophet will arise from the Arabian region, and even in Hindu scripture, it's written the prophet's mother's name, father's name. He will go from this place to other place. So, how could this been written thousands of years before this person came in the Middle East?
Okay.
Hindu scripture,
go ahead and send us the text.
specifically mentions. No, it specifically mentions the name of Prophet Muhammad's mother, father, as Kalki avatar in Hindu scripture.
Send us the text, right? Because if we've never seen this before, we're going to have to look into it. Send us the text and come back next time. Yeah.
Anish,
sure.
This sounds like a good topic for the next show. Our schedule is theisthelpline.com. Hopefully by then you'll have your audio problems sorted out. We'll be able to hear clearly, because it was a bit of a challenge today, but I think we got most of what you said. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
All right, TJump and IX, did you have any final thoughts about anything on the show today?
Fun as always.
Yeah, we had good assortments of guests. I think my favorite was that guy who called up and claimed to be God, and then when the 5-minute time to grant omniscience and omnipotence came up, he suddenly fessed up.
God.
Yeah, I think he was only aping a theist, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. TJump, any final thoughts on this? And did you want to talk about the efforts that you've been making? The Church for the Best Possible World, right?
To the best possible world.org. Go join. Start your own church. Start a meetup. Promote the morality, the best of all possible worlds for AI.
Could you possibly say the website name slower?
churchofthebestpossibleworld.org.
Okay, great. Yeah, that way everybody can catch that. So, yeah, churchofthebestpossibleworld.org. That's a website that definitely needs to be taken a look at. It is linked to from the theisthelpline.com website. If you click on the About section, you can find T-Jump's links in there as well as everybody else, all the other hosts in there. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. Really greatly appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you in about a month. Remember, next month, it's going to be on the second Sunday instead of the first Sunday. Again, the schedule is on theisthelpline.com. Thank everybody for this. IX, I think you wanted to mention a few links you often do that are helpful to people.
Oh yeah, the Bible study for the week that I'd recommend is The Mythical Christ with Dr. Richard C. Miller, full documentary. If you do a Google search, we posted the links already. For that, it is 6.5 hours of incredible interviews with Richard Miller on the origins of the translation and resurrection stories in the Jesus story, being very, very, very similar to, and in fact, evidence of mimesis from the stories of similar transubstantiations and ascendances to godhood, all the way from Heracles to Romulus and Remus and so on. And so it's more likely than not that this story is inspired by the existing Hellenic tradition in which Christianity was steeped. In other words, if Jesus didn't ascend and have an empty tomb and do all the things which he's posited to say, then they wouldn't have thought that he was divine and he wouldn't have become popular. They had to make the story up to give him the credentials in a world where these were the expected characteristics.
So this is, I guess, when approximately did this happen? Like, it was how many years or decades after the person it was written about had passed away?
That depends. Like, it's very hard to reconstruct the early church history, but the earliest gospels are like around 70. So, a significant amount of time has elapsed between when he supposedly died and when the gospels appeared about him. For the Christology to have diversified, there were all kinds of Christologies by the time that Mark was written. It was not the only Christology. It was trying to assert a particular one while there were like dozens of competing ideas about who and what Jesus really was.
Yeah, I kind of got the impression that Jesus was a culmination of a number of different people, perhaps, and they've tried to make a nicer story about it after people have kind of worked out, trying to take all what they thought were the better characteristics and put them together in the Bible. And then I find there are some scholars who think that, no, it was definitely based on one person, not multiple, and it seems that this is a point of great contention in the theological communities.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. It's not crazy to think that it's possible that Jesus was a purely mythical figure that got historicized after, but it's not the majority position. Like Carrier and a few other scholars think that and have pretty good reasons, but it's more likely than not, or agreed upon by the most scholars, that there was some Jesus of Nazareth type character, but whether he was born in Nazareth or Galilee, you have totally different birth narratives, etc., which are added after the fact. So it seems more likely that all these different stories about him coalesced into a mythical tradition around a much more modest historical figure.
That's great. Thank you very much, everybody, and both of you in particular. We've almost made it to 5 hours today. I'll just put in a quick word for our sponsors as well. We have the Politics Discord that we are grateful to for making their 78,000 plus members available to us. They currently have almost 10,000 online as we're speaking. It is a very popular Discord guild or Discord server, and they very graciously make these stages available to all of us. So if you're interested in this, please do take a look at their what they have set up. They have a lot of active community kind of conversations going, and you can find that at www.discord.gg/politics. And of course, there's the organization I run, Canadian Atheists, which is donating the website services and whatnot to this. And we advocate for the equal treatment of people who don't believe in deities to those who do in society. There is a little bit of unequal treatment going on in Canada, not as much as we see in some other countries, but it does still occur. And so we are trying to work toward rectifying that. And it's a slow and long process, unfortunately, but we have made some progress over the years here and there. One of the first things that we did was, I was part of a petition that somebody else had started to remove blasphemous libel as a criminal act in our legal system, and we were successful on that. So we continue to do other things and try to promote community and whatnot. You can find out more about the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. And again, all these links can also be found on the Theist Helpline website. That's at www.theisthelpline.com. And do, in particular, go to the About section and look at TJump's links. He's got the Church of the Best Possible World there, the website. That's also a very important effort to take a look at. Thanks again, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Now I just need to close down the stage here.
Sound good. See you guys later.
Great talking with you again, TJump. Take care. Take care, IX.
You too.